Okay, we have a quorum in the chamber, so I will call this meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities to order. We acknowledge that we are in the unceded traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and very, very grateful for the welcome that they give us to the territory and the efforts that we engage on collectively on reconciliation of their title and rights on the territory. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Reimer in the chair. Mayor Robertson has a leave of absence. Councillor Louie. Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Dio, Councillor Jang, not in the chamber, Councillor Meggs, Councillor Ball, Councillor Carr, Councillor Affleck, Councillor DeGenova. You have quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We were going to start off with condolences to an individual who was much beloved by our community who passed away, but the community that would most like to hear the condolences is coming up for the next item. So I might, with council's leave, wait until that item is up. Yes, okay, perfect. So then what I will do is say, as chair for this meeting, I am suggesting that for reports that have no staff presentations or speakers, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. For this meeting, that would include, and there's some late-breaking changes to the agenda, so I will read them out. 3, the park annual report back to council, which is a receive from information item. 4, the increased municipal ticket fines. 5, the 2016 cultural grant allocations the speaker has withdrawn. And 6, the funding applications to federal, provincial clean water and wastewater fund. Does any member wish to hold any of those? Councillor Liu, you're on from earlier. Yes. Councillor DeGenova?
I would like to hold number 4 for questions.
Okay. My apologies, staff, but we have held number 4, so we have those staff who will be waiting, but the staff for items number 3, 5, and 6 can get on with the rest of their day, assuming nobody has any objections to adopting the recommendations. Seeing none, items 3, 5, and 6 have been adopted by council. Sorry? It's consent, so I don't need a vote, but if you'd like me to walk you through it? No? Okay. Perfect. So that brings us then to the rest of the agenda. So we're going to start off this morning with a presentation from Metro Vancouver. Council members, yesterday was a bit raucous in the chambers, as you all might remember. I do not have the patience to read through the rules this morning, as I might. But if we do have points of order start flying and the word marijuana is mentioned more than once, I will read through the rules, we'll have a recess and come back and stick to the rules. Okay, so we're going to start with our presenters. We have... Wow, that was almost ironic. Councillor DeGenova, your point of order.
Well, I can pull up the procedural bylaws. I believe it's under 5.2, but I don't understand why the word marijuana can't be mentioned more than once. Are there other words that can't be mentioned that aren't profanity or listed in the bylaws?
I'm not really sure what your point of order is, but if you'd like me to read through the rules, I'd be happy to. Marijuana is not on the agenda today, as are not a lot of other things. So if I hear words not associated with items on the agenda many times today, I will call a recess so that we can relax and get back to the business at hand. Councillor DeGenova, one of the rules is that when I have the floor, you are not talking, and at committee, you never have to stand. So I'm going to get us on to the business at hand today, which is, Councillor DeGenova, do you need a recess? Well, you are talking. So do you need a recess? Okay, well then we'll get on to the business at hand, which is the presentation from Metro Vancouver. I'm sure this makes you much more grateful for the membership at Metro Vancouver, Chair Moore. So I'll invite you to the microphone. We also have Raymond Louie, our acting mayor, who is acting today as the board vice chair, as well as Carol Mason, the chief administrative officer. Chair Moore, you can use, there's a button which Raymond Louie can probably help you out with there we go. Excellent. Okay, good. The floor is all yours.
I think this is really great unless Raymond has to say something. No, I won't. Sorry. Too many jokes going on in my head that I'll have to keep there. So thank you so much for having us at Metro Vancouver, from Metro Vancouver, mood lighting, to talk about an update. Vice Chair Louis and myself have done this every 2 years, gone around to our local federation to give an update of what we're doing at Metro Vancouver to ensure that we're transparent and we're asking questions about what's, and answering questions about what's going on there. Do I click this? I'll just continue on while that's getting caught up. So today we're gonna, oh, thank you. Huh? What a great guy, eh? Should it be okay now? Okay, perfect. I think it's good now, Raymond. So we're going to quickly go through, well, maybe quickly, but waste reduction strategies, water and liquid waste, obviously our core utilities that we provide at Metro Vancouver. We talk about our new outlook and what we're doing about affordable housing, Metro 2040 upgrade, our innovation funds, and if you have any questions, we'll go through questions. Oh, wrong way. So as you know, Metro Vancouver takes a large role in our waste reduction strategies, which we've done over the last number of years, but specifically we're working a lot on behavior change. And over the last couple of years, we've had a lot of focus on organics diversion in Metro Vancouver. And as you can see from this chart, when we really started to tackle this in 2008 to where we're projected to be in 2016, we've actually increased the region's organics processing by 200%, which I think is pretty remarkable. And when we talk to people around the world about organics diversion, pretty much everybody's focused on single-family organics diversion, but as you know, we've gone well past that into every type of building that might produce organics has to have an organics diversion plan. We actually see this continuing to increase as education increases, and next year we're thinking that we'll see a 13% increase in organics diversion. We know some of that's done through regulation, but we also know a lot of that is done through waste reduction strategies and through social behavior change. And as you've seen all around Vancouver and all around Metro, we've taken kind of a fun approach to our organics diversion, actually all of our social behavior campaigns. Because we figured early on when we were doing a different campaign that guilting or shaming or waggling your finger at people for not doing the right things isn't necessarily the best approach to take when you're trying to have a positive social behavior change. So you'll see that our food isn't garbage or food scraps belong in the green bin. We've had some fun with different strategies that we've used. And in doing that, we do post-campaign surveys, and I won't get into all of the details, but 90% of the people that we surveyed remembered the messaging and remembered what it was all about. So I think that fun sort of piece to it makes a lot of sense. And as you know, we're going into the Christmas season, and we have our Create Memories Not Garbage campaign. Again, that was one that started, if you recall, with a garbage bag with a bow on it that said, "Don't give garbage for Christmas." Now that's a really negative campaign. So we switched it to Create Memories, Not Garbage, and we actually use our City of Vancouver staff this year doing fun things like going to the ballet or experiencing something with a grandchild. And I think that's made a big difference in sort of the outlook of these campaigns. Moving off that onto water and sewer facilities, as you can see, we have lots of water and sewer pipes here in the City of Vancouver. In fact, we have 131 kilometers of sewer mains and 103 kilometers of water mains. So fun little fact, that's enough water sewer mains to go to Bridal Falls and back and have a couple kilometers left over. So that's a lot of water and sewer mains that we're maintaining here in cooperation with the City of Vancouver. Talking about cooperation, this summer we had an event that occurred where we had the Capilano No. 4 water main there at Lost Lagoon and Stanley Park Causeway have a major leak to it. And it was a significant challenge, both because of the location and the accessibility of the pipe itself. And so we had to work, there was transit and traffic distributions. But it was a great example of a whole bunch of different levels of government coming together. So we had the Vancouver Parks Board, the Vancouver Traffic Management, TransLink, the Minister of Transportation, all coming together as we worked through that process, because we actually needed to keep the water flowing while we replaced that piece of pipe, which, as you can imagine, is not an easy task to do, given that tight little corridor of transportation as well. So as our region grows, we always have, we'll have an increased need for more water. And as you know, we finished the cap water filtration plant and all of those facilities, which is a significant upgrade to our system. We're working with BC Hydro to secure more water usage rights at the Coquitlam at the Coquitlam Lake there, which you can see in the top picture, so that we can ensure that we can continue to have and meet that peak demand of water. Some of the major projects in the Vancouver area itself, we have at Angus Drive, Maine, a $26 million project, which is pretty much complete. Capilano, Maine, number 4, a $29 million project, which is complete. At Capilano, Maine, number 5, at Stanley Park area, $26 million project, which will be complete in 2020. Second Narrows Tunnel, which will be complete in 2023. Again, that's much like the Fraser River Tunnel that we're nearing completion that goes underneath the bed of the river. This one will also go underneath so that we can provide better and more assurance of water in case of a natural disaster. As we know, water, that's a $380 million project. As well as a Cambie-Richmond Tunnel, that, again, to go underneath the river, which is a $350 million project. But it's not just about delivering more water, it's about having water conservation campaigns. I know there's some irony on a day like today talking about conserving water. But we have, as you know, in 2015, we had a drought-like conditions in the summer. This past year, not quite the same amount, but we needed to change how we thought about our water. And, you know, we were and maybe still are a little bit of water hogs because it rains so much, but in those drought times. And so we thought that we need to do a campaign not just in the summer, that we need to continue that campaign throughout the year, both on indoor and outdoor watering. And so these are just some of the pictures that we're using. I always enjoy telling people that the bottom left corner there that on average every 2 days we use enough water to fill BC Place, and in the summer we fill it up once a day on how much water we use, to try to give people a visual, because when they're in their home and they're turning on a tap, they're like, you know, it's like a pint or something like that. It's not that big, but when you put the cumulative effect into place, you need a bigger visual, and well, BC Place is probably the biggest visual we have to do that. We also, after 2015, took a look at our water shortage response plan. And last year we made some slight tweaks to it, but we knew that this was going to be a couple-year project because there's a lot of businesses that are affected by water, that use a lot of water, and we need to ensure that we consulted with them. So we have been working quite hard with many different industries that use water, as well as our local governments that help manage that. And so the proposed updates to the plan were presented to the Utilities Committee on November 10th, and they came to the board on November 25th. So we'll be working with our member municipalities to implement these strategies as we go forward. The Lionsgate sewage treatment plant, obviously a massive project for Metro Vancouver. We were really pleased that first of all, if you recall that the federal government made changes to how secondary and sewage treatment plants needed to be operated, and the Lionsgate was at the top of the list, and we have to have that replaced by 2020. So our timelines are getting quite tight on that project. And then more importantly, I'll talk about in a second here, Iona, which services Vancouver, is projected that it has to be changed by 2030. So we were really pleased in this last year's federal budget that $212.3 million was identified by the federal government right in their budget. So we didn't have to go through another application process. We've been working quite closely with the provincial government to try to get them to match their 1/3 of the project. So if you have any pull with the provincial government and you could help with that, that would be great. We think that because there is it's an infrastructure project, but we also think because it's a provincial federal regulations that are forcing us to make these changes, not that we disagree with the changes, but we think that they need to be there financially as well. So here's where we are in the actual sort of technical side of the procurement process. We're down to an RFP now. You can see we've had the technical submissions, we're going through the financial submissions, and we hope that we'll close this in April, or we'll get on with this later on in 2017, and we'll have a proponent and a shovel in the ground shortly after that. This will be a 4-year project. This isn't a small project to get going. Iona, a little closer to home here. It provides 600,000 residents in Vancouver. It also provides the UBC endowment lands, parts of Burnaby and Richmond, and treats over 200 billion liters of wastewater annually. I just think those numbers are really significant. They're just hard to even fathom how much they are. And so as much as we have to have this done by 2030, we will start the project definition phase in 2019 because we know that the project definition, the request for procurement, looking for provincial and federal funding takes many years, and we'll have an integrated design process that will work collaboratively with the community like we did in the North Shore. I think it's pretty phenomenal. We have the Lionsgate sewage treatment plant going into, and we all know the North Shore. It's not like there's big, vast tracts of land that we can stick a sewage treatment plant 100 kilometers away. It's right in the North Shore. And so we have worked with First Nations, with local community business groups, and here we are getting ready to issue an RFP, and nobody's out there protesting saying that this shouldn't happen because of whatever reason. So I think that says a lot about our Metro Vancouver staff working closely with the city and the district and West Vancouver. And so there was a lot of success there, and we'll do that here as well. So Regional Homelessness Task Force. We had a Metro Vancouver Mayor's Committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I want to thank Mayor Robertson for bringing that forward to say this is a topic that we need to talk to on as a region. We really appreciated that leadership there. With that, we took a look at what was happening here at Metro Vancouver. We also took a look at what was happening in each of our cities so that we can learn from each other. The task force was approved by the Mayor's Committee, then it went to the TransLink, sorry, there's a Freudian slip. It went to the Mayor's Council, sorry, to the Metro Board this past Friday, and we did approve a task force that's going to be made up of, it's a little bit unique, it'll be made up of directors from around the region, but it'll also have our staff sitting at the table as well, different CAOs from around the region, because we know that it's important that we have a joint conversation to get a better understanding of what's going on around the region. And that task force will report out at the end of February on different information that they're finding around the region and different strategies. I suspect it'll go further than February, but they also wanted to come back quite quickly. So it'll be chaired by Mayor Robertson, it'll be, co-chaired by Mayor Robertson, along with Nicole Reid, the Mayor of Maple Ridge. So I think that shows the dynamics between that this is a regional issue that we have to tackle together. It doesn't matter whether you're in the big city here with all of the stuff that we see that you're dealing with all the time, or you're in Maple Ridge or Port Coquitlam. We can learn from each other and coordinate better. So affordable housing, Metro Vancouver has also taken a new turn over the last 9 months with our Metro Vancouver Housing Corporation. The corporation used to be off underneath the board and acted on its own, but we changed the governance model, so now the Metro Vancouver Board of Directors is the Housing Corporation Board of Directors. We think that'll be a tighter connection with all of our local governments. We also are enhancing our efforts to work with the provincial and the federal government on securing funding for housing projects within the region. We were very pleased when the minister responsible for housing, Honorable Declos, came out. He actually came to Metro Vancouver, which might seem like an obvious thing to us here in the region, but when you think of it on a national perspective, there's no real other Metro Vancouver equivalents across the country. They usually go meet with the city. So we were really pleased, and we had a meeting with about 18 elected officials from around the region to be able to chat with them what we're doing at the Metro Vancouver Housing Corporation. Raymond Louie and I were also, when we were at Habitat 3, had a lot of good conversations with the minister about what's going on here in the region, and that was a good time to be able to lobby and educate what we're doing here in Metro Vancouver. We also renewed our regional affordable housing strategy, as you know, and you endorsed as well, which works quite closely with our Metro 2040 strategy. So really close to home here, the Heather Place redevelopment. The Heather Place was built in 1983. It has 86 townhouse units on a 2-acre site at Heather Street on the east and Willow Street to the west, 13th Avenue on the north and 14th Avenue on the south. We are in the process of going through the building permits, and we look forward to getting this going soon. This is a redevelopment project currently planned for 100% rental development, and it'll provide between 200 and 300 rental units here in Vancouver. Other news about our affordable housing strategy, Metro Vancouver operates 14 affordable housing sites here in the city of Vancouver, including Heather Place. Those 14 sites provide 770 individual affordable housing units here in the city of Vancouver. So Metro 2040, it's hard to believe that are shaping our future. It was our 5th anniversary in July of 2016. These documents take a long time to do, and then you get them done and it seems like you're up to a 5-year renewal already. But we've worked out the vision for the region and member municipalities to accommodate the growth around the region. You can see the different town center growth there on the map. It provides a solid long-term vision for the future, and it is one of the things that we relied on heavily when we created the Mayor's 10-year transportation plan to be able to integrate with where we see the growth happening throughout this region. We have a sustainability innovation funds at Metro Vancouver where we can look at different projects to try to be a little bit more innovative and creative outside of the box type thinking. And one of the ones that we did this year that we funded was a Smart Drive Challenge. And I know the City of Vancouver has been involved with this. I know I have one of those little doohickeys in my wife and our car right now. And so over August and September, we recruited 200 participants for the study. These 200 personal vehicles across the region have a smart driving device connected to the onboard computer, which interfaces with the smartphone, which is really cool because then you can go onto the smartphone or your computer and you can actually see how you're driving, whether you're accelerating too much than average or braking too hard, and it will help you understand better driving habits that saves fuel consumption and wear and tear on your vehicle. Of our 200 participants, 33 are here in the city of Vancouver, and we'll track this over time and see where we go with it afterwards. But it's a great example of something we're doing with a sustainability fund. The second one we're doing is a Strata Energy Advisory Program, recognizing that there are as many as 5,500 Strata buildings in Metro Vancouver that are over 20 years old. The project aims to share information and provide guidance on upgrades to these buildings or making improvements to achieve energy savings and greenhouse gas reductions. The fund makes the services for Strata Energy Advisories available to Strata buildings at no cost. This is a pilot program. Metro Vancouver targets the integration of dozens of buildings over the next 2 years and assisting with 5 to 10 buildings completely energy efficient or GHG reduction programs. And the last one we want to highlight is from the Sustainability Innovation Fund is the Behavior Change Campaign on reducing grease in our sewer system. As you probably know, you probably spend lots of money at cleaning out pipes because there's a lot of grease in them to keep everything flowing in them. And the campaign also relates to water conservation. So we're trying different and unique ways to get the word out there. One of the things generally I think as government we start, it could be a marketing campaign. We think we got to do it to the whole city or the whole region all at once. And what we're doing is we did a wipes campaign where we targeted just Pitt Meadows to see if it actually worked before we spent the larger money on the wipes campaign. And it worked really well. So it's kind of like doing a little bit of a test pilot there. So that brings me to the end. So that's probably a long but a quick highlight of what we're doing here at, or not here, but what we're doing at Metro Vancouver. Thank you. And if you have any questions, if they're easy, I'll take them, and if they're hard, I'll give them to these guys.
Okay, so I do have quite a number of councillors with questions, starting with Councillor Meggs.
This is for you, Chairman, where I only have limited time, so I can't go to Vice Chair Louis. But the question is specific to the situation facing people like yourselves in Coquitlam under the community charter. So here in Vancouver, we have a separate charter, as you know, and we are very working really hard on rental housing and things like that. And we hear a lot of debate in the region about what the powers are under the community charter for people, for municipalities that want to do rental housing or that kind of thing. Are there any barriers in your mind, and you work with it every day, in the community charter to the development of rental housing or using rental housing as part of an affordability solution, or any barrier at all? Because it's something I've never talked to someone in your position about directly.
Yeah, I think one of the leaders in our region is the City of New Westminster and what they're doing to try to encourage rental housing. They have 1,200 rental housing units either in the zoning process or shovels in the ground right now. And they've used all of the tools that they have, whether it's parking reductions or DCC smoothing or other things. So I didn't see too many community charter barriers there.
Be-
They just had to get creative.
In this whole housing strategy, which of course I've followed and participating really closely, it's one of those things that keeps coming up because people say, well, that's easy for Vancouver to say, you have your own charter, but
We always say that, by the way.
I know, and it could be true, but I think it'd be really worthwhile clearing up because, our staff have looked at the two charters side by side, and while I don't think the Vancouver charter would permit us to do a huge swath of rental only, we can come very close in the Downtown East Side plan, for example, and so on, where we think we need to. I just wonder if there are any barriers, because if there were, I think it'd be worthwhile campaigning to have the community charter, or bring them both up to the best possible standard, I guess I would put it that way.
I think that's a great thing to put into our task force, right? That is going to look at these issues to compare the two as well and learn from others, because that's the point.
Well, people aren't, for good reason, no one will take my view on the matter, but I think if Metro as a group was studying that problem, it would be less, create less defensiveness all around, so it'd be good discussion. Thanks, that's my only question.
That's it? You sure you don't want to ask Councillor Louis a question?
Oh, I ruled that out
Okay.
together from the get-go, yeah.
Okay. So we'll move on. We'll move on to Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for actually the very good presentation, Chair Moore. My question is around the first item that you had talked about, which was organics and organic waste diversion. I'm very interested in the over 350,000 tons per year, and it seems to go up. You know that we, as a city in Vancouver, have a goal to be a 100% renewable energy city by 2050. There's been discussions about gas in this city, and if there still could be the use of gas, if it's biogas. So I'm wondering if you've thought about that, if Metrovan has thought about that in its plans, how the energy that is coming from the diversion of organics could be distributed in some way throughout the region, hopefully to Vancouver, for the use in the stoves and that kind of thing especially.
So I don't think our plan talks directly about what type of residual or what to do with the residuals for whether it's gas or electricity, but Harvest Power, for example, they have a digester and they're producing gas, but they're turning the gas into electricity, right? Yes. The Surrey new biodigester is going to produce gas for their fleet. We've also had, we take the gas out of our sewage treatment plants and we convert it to electricity to reduce the amount of electrical consumption, because sewage treatment plants are huge consumers of electricity, to reduce, like for example, the Anasis Island sewage treatment plant, which is by far our biggest, 40% of the electricity that's required to run that facility comes from the gas of the sewage. So we're kind of doing that right now, but I think over time it would be something to look at even further, because all of our, whether it's water, sewer, or garbage, everyone looks at how to create more resources out of it. Mm-hmm. Every single one of it.
Can I encourage Metro Vancouver to really put this into your planning perspective, considering that really the use of gas in vehicles is on the downturn as they get more efficient, and as we move, and we will move as a society to electric vehicles as a replacement. So then, but it's hard to replace, for example, cooking on a gas stove. For those chefs who love to do it, it's gas that they need. So I'm hoping that Metro Vancouver can be thinking of that strategy, the supply for what will be, I think, a demand that will go into the future as opposed to the car demand.
Yeah, thank you. And Carolyn Raymond just reminded me that this last Friday, one of the resolutions that we passed was looking at best practices around the world on organics and what to do with the organics. Because as well reported, including in today's Front of Vancouver Sun, we have a little bit of a smell issue with the harvest one. So that's triggered us to have a deeper think about how we deal with organics management and what happens with them. So we did authorize our staff to go do a best practices.
That's good. We also have a smell problem here from Richmond in terms of organics and use in food fertilizer. So we do get complaints here about that. So thanks for looking into that.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Afhuck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming to Vancouver. Appreciate you crossing the border.
I'll pick up my passport on the way back.
Oh, just want to first talk about the regional homeless task force that you guys have created, and you said that the mayor recently asked you about a regional strategy. When did he actually bring this up?
I don't think he talked about a regional strategy. He suggested that it would be good that we have a regional conversation and bring people together from around the region to talk about what they're doing in their own communities. You know, I know you deal with tent cities here, Maple Ridge, Langley, other places are also dealing with it. I know that our staff are working quite closely in that conversation, and I know RAC, the Regional Administrators Committee, has been having that conversation for a long time now, and we thought through a conversation that it'd be better if we could get our directors also more engaged with what's going on in this conversation.
You said he recently, when you're beginning comments, so when did he actually ask you? Obviously, this has been an issue because, you know, for 8 years he's been our mayor, and he promised to end homelessness, as you know, by 2015, which, as you may have heard, we didn't achieve that goal. And are you sure you want him to be your co-chair, given that success rate? But I'm wondering when he asked you this, because to me it's surprising, given that this is not a Vancouver-only problem.
Well, I don't want to get into the Vancouver politics here, but...
Oh, it's a simple question. When, is it this year, or last year, 5 years ago?
Councillor
When did it
Affleck,
become-
Councillor Affleck, you need to wait for the person to answer when you ask a question if you're looking for an answer.
So we've had a major conversation around the region with our affordable housing strategy and our regional growth strategy. Both of them have ending homelessness as part of the ultimate goal in them. There's no date to it, but that's always, so we've constantly had that conversation. The Housing Committee at Metro Vancouver has had that conversation for 8 years, for as I've only been there 8 years. So for that length of time, maybe even longer. It was only recent, I don't know the exact date, but it was only recent that Mayor Robertson said, you know what, we need to bring the mayors together at a mayor's committee, and requested that I do that on behalf of Metro. So it's not that as if we just started this conversation or just woke up to the fact that there's homelessness around this region. It's more, we think that, the board now thinks, because they took this position, that bringing the regional directors or mayors together, we can learn from each other more directly, we can produce more information and more data. The resolution that we passed on Friday is in our open agenda, or has been released.
I think the number one thing that we need to produce potentially for homelessness is homes, and which is your next issue. And you kind of answered the question, but I'll accept that it was recently for the mayor, which is surprising. But for your affordable housing restructuring, or you're calling it the restructuring of MVHC, what is the current budget of that division? How much is Metro spending on housing right now, and what is the planned strategy, increase in budget? Is it, obviously we have needs in this region. We know the rental rates are all really low in the region.
So I'll get to the direct answer, but I'll tell you a little bit of how we got to this point. So
I only have a minute and a half. So
what's that?
I only have a minute and a half left, so.
Okay, 40 million.
40 million is what it is now? Right.
That's what our annual budget is, and that's mostly an operating budget.
And what's the plan? Is there a plan to add 20 million, 50 million? What's the strategy?
We're in that process right now. So what there was a lot of us around the region that were pushing the Housing Corporation to do more. And so we had a structural change that we had to make, which I described, which was bringing the board to the Metro Vancouver board. We've changed our organization as well. So we have an operating division now. We have a development portion that's now going to look at future projects to try to expand what's going on in Metro Vancouver housing delivery. And then we have a policy side that we're going to take a much more aggressive approach around policy. That happened over the last year, but we had to get through a lot of structural and internal changes to get to that point.
I appreciate that. I look forward to hearing that. Obviously, I will always worry because Vancouver takes a big brunt of the cost of Metro, as you know. So anytime you're going to increase the budget, that means more cost to us. So the other question regarding the Metros, you may have heard about Kinder Morgan being approved yesterday. And I'm wondering, obviously Vancouver has taken a stand on this. Wondering if the Metro board has made any official position, or have they talked about it even since yesterday, or what Metro might be doing as a organization, and also on Site C, what its stand is on that as well.
So I'll just go back to the 40 million is all paid for by rent, so it doesn't come out of general revenue. So there's not an increased burden to Vancouver taxpayers for the 14 housing complexes we hear. So on Kinder Morgan, The Metro Vancouver board never did take a position. We took a position to be an intervener in the process, but we've never gone forward with any position on that. Regarding Site C, we took a position to ask that Site C be delayed to do further analysis of Site C before an approval was made.
You are out of time, Councillor Affleck, so that brings us to Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for coming, and congratulations on your recent re-election. Excellent. You can continue your great work. I wanted to ask about the housing that we do have in Vancouver that is Metro housing. Can you talk a little bit about the lifespan? Because obviously those 700 odd housing units are extremely important, both to the City of Vancouver and to Metro. How are you looking at the lifespan, and when do you need replacement, and what kind of investment are you looking at having to make there?
So over the last number of years, we did do life cycle planning for all of our units in Metro Vancouver, including the ones here in Vancouver. We feel fairly comfortable that we have a good funding and good budgeting and good oversight of what's going on with our current. I think one of the things that we're going to look at going forward, though, is there potential redevelopment opportunities in some of these? Are they under density for where they are compared to when they were built 20, 30, or 40 years ago? We're doing that not just in Vancouver, but throughout the whole region. And I think that in combination with working with our local governments on what land we might own as cities, or that we get through development or other things that we don't want to necessarily run. Like I can tell you in the city of Port Coquitlam, we don't want to run affordable housing projects, but we would gladly partner with Metro Vancouver, who is an expert in this, to do that. And so that's part of the conversation we're having around where we go with affordable housing.
Excellent. That's very helpful. The other thing I wanted to mention, you mentioned the experimental program with the car that teach you how to drive a little better. And although a lot of new cars have those things built into them, many don't. And I'm just wondering if you had thought of perhaps doing an experiment with youth learning to drive and having that opportunity to be able to affect their early driving, because that sort of sets how you drive. I know when I first got my first car that yelled at you when it didn't like how you were driving environmentally really changed basically my whole family's attitude, and because you don't want your car to react with flashing lights or yelling at you or whatever, and it does change how you think about how you drive. So I'm wondering if you could consider a look at how we could affect youth.
That's a great idea.
So
Thanks.
that would be great. The other thing is I want to thank you for using artists and working with artists on your many programs in terms of how you change your life in terms of whether it's garbage or any of the other issues that you put forward. I know having a sense of humor, and that's what your work has done. I think it brings a sense of humor. People are easier. They're able to hear people looking at them and making something funny that they can then change their lives about. So I did want to mention, please keep that up rather than the yelling.
Yeah,
it works.
I love the organics one where it's people's faces,
Yeah.
and they got like big curly hair, and it's "I love broccoli" or something like that. I think it
There's a
cracks you
lot
up.
of them that because it has a sense of humor, it allows you to take it in and not think, oh, I'm being told what to do again. Yeah.
How dare you.
Keep it up. Keep up the interaction with artists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I have a number of questions. We'll try and get through all of them. First of all, regarding a follow-up to Councillor Carr's question on natural gas, and you had mentioned sort of Surrey and their production right now and looking forward to the future. It's my understanding, and I've talked to a number of experts, because there's a motion coming forward later today, a number of speakers coming, and the experts are saying that like for Fortis, whose capacity is quite large, they're only able to supply it to 0.25% of their entire customer base, and that's in BC. So has Metro sort of looked at the capacity it would take to fuel all of Metro Vancouver by that? In Vancouver, I understand it would be landfills that would equate to the size of 54 times of Stanley Park. So I'm just wondering if I mean, there's a timeline. I mean, we've set what our staff have said is a very aggressive timeline in their reports, but is there a timeline at Metro for how long that might take?
The best practices that we're going to do will come out in 2017 sometime. I don't think we have an exact time frame on when it's going to come out, but I don't suspect. Actually, I won't guess because I don't know the answer. But we're looking. We're going to look at all the ways that we can produce more resources, whether it's natural gas through sewage or through organics. Or it's creating electricity through water running through pipes, and why not put a turbine on it like we do in the Capilano pipes? So we're going to do all of those things. Will it replace absolutely everything? Probably not.
Thank you for the very realistic answer. I appreciate that. I'm also wondering, to switch over to the housing side, in looking sort of at Metro Vancouver's housing, but also in looking at sort of your membership and moving forward. I understand that we've recently received a presentation from Metro Vancouver on a regional affordable housing update. I'm just wondering if Metro Vancouver as a body is willing to contribute any of the operating costs. I understand capital costs are one thing, but the operating costs for some of this housing, especially if there's any non-market housing that we're talking about, or has there been conversations with BC Housing as rent supplements are beginning to be phased out for many nonprofit organizations?
So all we've been talking about is ensuring that the housing that Metro Vancouver builds is held within the Housing Corporation, and the capital, obviously you go into debt for capital or you get grants or whatever, but the operating costs, including the debt payment, comes from the Housing Corporation.
Okay.
So it's all self-funded.
So the operating costs would also be self-funded,
They are
to
today.
clarify.
Yeah,
Yes.
they are today, and they will be into the future.
Thank you very much. And then a question regarding, and I have 2 minutes here, so I'll try and be quick. I had put forward a motion that was supported unanimously by council. There's been some hiccups in how to implement the policy for affordable home ownership, but in principle, it's a part of our policy and our strategy. Is that something that Metro Vancouver is looking towards? Although housing may be most unaffordable, and I'm not saying it's always most unaffordable here in the city of Vancouver. There are other municipalities, but I think we're all feeling that crunch. So are there any plans? I understand rental is a huge issue, but just looking at different housing options across the board, outside of what Metro Vancouver itself is providing, what your members are doing, and sort of a meeting of the minds as you move forward with the affordable housing strategy.
Yeah, and parts of the affordable housing strategy, we have no control over as Metro Vancouver. It's more bringing together all of our members to have these discussions and bring forward ideas that can be implemented. On the affordable home ownership, no, we haven't had that. There's no directive to implement that from a regional district, but I think it goes to how we all need to work better together. Because I can tell you from the city of Port Coquitlam, we don't have any housing staff, right? We have a planning department of 6 people, right? So we need to learn from Vancouver and others that are going down this path on best practices.
Thank you very much. And the last question, I have many questions, but the last question I'll be able to fit in is regarding Vancouver recently passed an empty homes tax. Is that something that Metro Vancouver is looking to discuss with its membership and other municipalities around us? I understand from some, when they think of Vancouver, they don't necessarily...
You are now over time, Councillor
think of the city
DiGenova,
of
so
Vancouver.
let's leave some time for the answer.
Sure. So I think, no, Metro Vancouver is not looking to implement anything like that, but I can tell you as the mayor of Port Coquitlam, we are looking at Vancouver to see how it goes. We did appreciate the study that the city of Vancouver did on using the electrical consumption, because you went beyond just the borders of Vancouver, so we also could understand and benefit from that research on what's going on. So I think I've always thought this, and it doesn't matter whether it's home ownership or organics or whatever it is, I think we always tend to look outside, and especially us in smaller municipalities, smaller in context of Vancouver, but we always look outside of Metro Vancouver for solutions. Sometimes we just have to walk down the street and come to our neighboring municipalities, and they are doing best practices. Like, for example, to Councillor Meg's question about rental, the city of New Westminster is doing some spectacular stuff there. as soon as I didn't even know, I saw a presentation on rental housing. I got it from their CAO and sent it to our staff and said, we got to have this conversation because this is great stuff. So I think we as Metro, I truly believe I always use this analogy, we can set the table. Doesn't mean we're going to deliver the service at the end of the day, but we can set the table and have people come to it and have that conversation. Thank you.
Okay, one last counselor with questions. Counselor Deal.
You bet. Let's see. Would you agree that, now it's a question, just a brief comment on something from Parks is that something that's going to be coming up in the next year is the Parks acquisition strategy. And I just wanted to point out that we've done quite a bit of work in the last couple of years to ensure that we're working with local municipality park systems so that the regional parks and the local parks will be looking for synergies and connections between them as we move forward with an acquisition strategy instead of operating as two separate issues. So I thought that was worthy of mentioning. Do you think that's a good idea? It's a question.
I think it's a great idea. But on the park strategy, we went through a big review of our park strategy a couple of years ago, which hadn't been done for decades, I'm going to say, a long time, to evaluate how we're doing it. We looked at some tough questions, to your point a little bit about, do some of the parks that Metro Vancouver owns, are they better operated by our local governments or still by Metro Vancouver? Is there an economies of scale? Is there local operational services that could just go into it, and or the reverse? Are there some local parks that really are regional parks that make more sense? And so that strategy, I think what you just discussed, is one of the outcomes of working closer with our local governments when you have park assets next to each other. How do they blend together? Because our residents could care less whether it's a City of Vancouver or a Metro Vancouver park. They want to ensure that they have a great experience and maybe a consistent experience as well.
That's right. And Metro is focusing on the ecosystems and access to them, whereas regional city parks are often more focused on recreation.
Yeah, and we've made some very good park acquisitions up in the Pitt Lake area with the Widgeon Creek area, which is all about protecting an ecosystem. And now I can't remember what the size of that is, hundreds of acres,
I don't have the
something like that we have protected up there.
And the Pitt River Greenway, we have a plug for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Great. I have a small question. Since there's so much interest at the council on the Surrey biofuel facility, I thought it might be useful to get, I know I was, Councillor Affleck's not here, but I was fortunate enough to get a tour of the facility last week, and I know Councillor DeGenova has a keen interest in renewable natural gas. It's given that the facility will be heating most of Surrey's downtown core, it seemed like a good opportunity for us to all learn about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
We can help coordinate that.
That'd be great. Scheduling is always challenging, but.
It's actually one of the interesting, that comment that you made about learning from Surrey in this specific case. It's actually something Councillor Deal and I have been chatting about, is setting up regional tours. So to actually get politicians from maybe the Northeast sector to get on a bus together and travel all the way to Vancouver and then maybe over to Richmond to look at their geothermal energy program and some of those. We have, on our multimedia side of things, we have changed. We now do not just videos of what we're doing at Metro Vancouver that's unique. We actually go to our federation now and produce videos on best practices of what all of us are doing in our local governments. But having local tours, because we were talking about some planning issues that are going to happen out in the Surrey area, and thankfully they're next to a golf course, so I observed it as I was golfing, so it was a double win. But I got to see what people were talking about. When I looked at a map, I'm like, just doesn't get it. And then when I looked at it, I'm like, now it comes into context. So I think we're going to try to do some sort of regional type tours.
That would be great. I'm just thinking about district energy between Vancouver, North Vancouver, Surrey, New West, the Burnaby facility. There's quite a lot now.
Yeah, that was to the previous. Sometimes we look outside into the world of what best practices are somewhere else in the world when we just can take a bus down the street.
It's true. I was on a panel with Chuck Puckmeyer the other day and had completely forgotten that New West owns its own electrical utility, right? Even though they're, 20 kilometers away, not even.
Not even.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
Train right away.
Thank you very much for the
Thanks.
presentation and for tolerating being roped into some of our discussions later in the day, but we appreciate your tolerance for it. Nobody had any questions for Raymond. Councillor Louis, sorry.
And I will just one last thing. We're super excited in the Northeast sector that the Evergreen line is opening on Friday at 10:30, which will be super exciting for us in the Northeast sector and a real, as you guys have experienced, but it's just going to be a real game changer for all of us. Even though it's not geographically in Port Coquitlam, our residents will now be a 5 or 10-minute bike ride away from a SkyTrain station. And I know once we finish the Broadway line here, you'll be able to go from Coquitlam Centre eventually all the way to UBC on one train, but you know, to your city hall right here. I think we're just over the moon excited as we haven't had this that type of transit service before. So look forward to it.
It is a game changer.
It is.
I had a soccer game actually out in Port Coquitlam at Evergreen Park this weekend.
Hey, it's near my house.
Great grass field, by the way. But I was thinking, like for those of us who travel around the region a lot, it will be nice to do it by transit.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. First person on the tour.
Okay, we are on to our next item. So I might invite, I know we have staff and speakers coming on this one, so I'd invite them to come into the chambers. Councillor Louis, I am going to need you to do the condolences we didn't do at the beginning, right now, yes. Okay. Yeah, it's a low energy day in here. No, we've got enough for a quorum. You don't really. Okay, I always love it when more people leave to get people into the chambers as sort of counterintuitive. Sorry to the staff, we'll just take a minute to. We need one of those. Thanks so much, Councillor DiGenova. We'll just wait for you to sit down. Councillor Affleck down. Okay. Councillor Louis, we do have some condolences. One of our community members, Hendrik Hoekema, passed away a few weeks ago back now, but we wanted to hold it for today to do the condolences in chambers because we know that his contribution was especially meaningful for the people that were engaged in the work of the Downtown Eastside Community Economic Development. So Councillor Louis, as acting mayor, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is with great sadness that we inform you of the passing of Henry Hoekema on October the 9th, 2016. Hendrik served in the city's Downtown Eastside local area planning committee and was a longtime leader in the Downtown Eastside, Vancouver's Eastside. He was firmly committed to reconciliation. He championed meaningful inclusion, and he spent the majority of his life assisting our most vulnerable populations. Hendrik was the founder of several pre-employment and employment training programs, including the Vancouver Eastside Educational Enrichment Society, Job Start, the New Start Bridging Program for Abused Women, New Chapter Community Employment Resource Center, and Fast Track to Employment. These are amongst just a few of the things that Henry had championed over the years. In recognition of his many years of service to the community, Hendrik was awarded the Golden Jubilee Medal by the Governor-General of Canada. And so on behalf of Vancouver City Council and our mayor, I offer my deepest and our deepest sympathies to the Hendrik family, friends, and colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Louis. In retrospect, that might not have been the best way to lead into this because now I'm feeling very emotional, and I know those of you that worked really closely with him will be too. But important that we honor his contribution. I know he would have loved to be here today. Ms. Zak, I'll invite you to introduce this item.
Mary Claire Zak, Managing Director, Social Policy and Projects. So I'm happy to introduce this item today. It's the report back to Council on the Downtown Eastside Community Economic Development Strategy. And we're calling this Phase 2 because of some of the work that had been done prior to us having the ability and the good fortune to hire Wes Regan as our social planner responsible for this initiative in the Downtown Eastside. So Wes is going to walk you through a PowerPoint, And we have a number of speakers who have all been part of this journey over the last several months. If anyone's wondering why I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt, it's because it actually belongs to Hendrik. He couldn't be, I'm going to get emotional, sorry. He was never found without wearing a Hawaiian shirt. And so this is in his honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zach. At his memorial service, Wes Regan and Fern Jeffries and some other people made sure that there were Hawaiian shirts there for anyone who wanted to wear them. The Hendrik Hoekema suit, it was called. Mr. Regan, welcome.
Madam Chair, members of council, Wes Regan, social planner for community economic development. I want to extend my thanks to Acting Mayor Louis for that acknowledgement. Hendrik was a very important person to me, a mentor, and he put in a real solid effort into this committee that was formed that I'll speak about to help create the strategy despite his ailing health. And I know that his family and friends likewise appreciate that gesture by council here, so thank you for that. Okay, let's gather myself. Okay, so as Mary Claire Zach had mentioned, this is phase 2 of the Community Economic Development Strategy. And in some regards, it represents, I think, an effort for the city to catch up to both itself and to the community in terms of the breadth and depth of community economic development work that has been ongoing for years in the downtown east side. The area we're talking about here, of course, is the several neighborhoods that comprise the downtown east side, for which in 2014, council had approved the downtown east side plan. And when council approved that plan, staff was given further direction to properly coordinate and resource implementation strategies, create a coherent community economic strategy for the downtown east side, recognizing Hastings Street as the local shopping street to reconnect the neighborhoods and their economic hubs, and recognize the need to plan appropriately for the preservation of industrial lands. The staff report recommends approval of 4 grants totaling $258,879 to support a handful of quick start projects. Some of these are capacity building, some of them are around program development, and some of them are quick start projects that were identified in the co-creation strategy that various implementation partners are ready and raring to put into action. And then funds that staff will oversee for a few different RFPs and requests for qualifications or requests for expressions of interest around other program ideas and projects that came up during the co-creation process that we just require some feasibility research to be done and some business cases developed and a few questions answered. Some of those are pretty ambitious projects, and we'll be reporting back, anticipating a report back in May or June of next year with some of those final projects that will round out this strategy in phase 3. So why a downtown east side strategy? Of course, we are familiar that the downtown east side faces a number of challenges in terms of the median income, levels of poverty, about 6,300 people on social assistance in the community, nearly 70% are low income, and a high proportion of the city's homeless count also. So a lot of the key challenges that we face here, the CED strategy connects to them, and a lot of city staff and community partners are also working in these areas, including mental health and addiction crisis, incomes and poverty crisis, and the strategy actually does connect to the work being done in the recently formed Poverty Action Roundtable, vacant storefronts and street disorder, and of course the rapid changes in land economics that have been leading to a lot of anxiety in these communities around things like retail gentrification and affordability. But there are also a lot of key opportunities we have to build on, and I think that sometimes these get overlooked In the process, we realized that we have a lot of great community assets to work with and leverage, including the presence of large institutions like universities, St. Paul's Hospital relocating, the port. These anchor institutions create a great opportunity for social procurement engagement. We also have a very mature and accomplished social enterprise sector and an incredibly competent nonprofit sector in the community as well, in addition to the local knowledge that residents themselves have. And of course, because there hasn't been a community economic development strategy since 2004, there has been, I believe, a pent-up demand and interest for this type of both an engagement process and this type of a coordinated vision for how we move ahead. And I think, as you'll see with the speakers we have lined up, there's a lot of interest from the community to implement and work with the city on this strategy. So just getting into some of the details about it, we alluded to phase 2. Well, this builds on phase 1 of the strategy. And in phase 1 of the strategy, these are a few examples of some major investments that the city has made to work with the community on a range of initiatives. There's the 501 Powell Street CED platform that the community has been animating recently with the move of the downtown Eastside Market. PHS Farm, Hives for Humanity, and other partners are using that space. The Lux, there is an RFP currently out, and staff will be reviewing some of the submissions for partnership-driven programming in the ground floor retail space of the Lux that addresses low barrier employment that is not currently adequately served by a lot of the employment services contracts that are out there. And 312 Main Street is the partnership with Van City Community Foundation to create a really innovative hub of activity with social enterprise, digital, and other social justice related nonprofits. The process to create the strategy has been unfolding for the last several months. In February, we put out an open call for community representation on our CED committee. In March, that committee came together with 35 different organizations, ranging from residents associations to the local community centers, nonprofits, the business improvement associations, and a number of social enterprises at the table as well. Between April to October, extensive public engagement, including roundtables and workshops, and a series of these committee meetings and working group meetings were held, diving into the content of the strategy, prioritizing certain areas, and coming up with the overall direction. And now, of course, November 19th and 23rd, we held 2 different open houses. Over 100 people attended them in the downtown east side. One of them was at Carnegie Community Center, and the other was in the BC Electric building, hosted by Hastings Crossing BIA. And here we are today, November 30th, reporting to Council, and in early 2017 is when implementation of phase 2 will begin. The committee has done a tremendous amount of work, and I know that one of the speakers here is going to, I think, elaborate a bit more on that. But the workshops that were held in addition to the 8 formal meetings and 11 working group meetings included roundtables and workshops on urban Aboriginal economic development, sex workers and transitioning into different careers, survival economy needs of vendors and binners, and meetings with the business improvement areas on public realm concerns. The strategy is built around 9 core ideas, and I'm not going to get into all 9 of these in my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about them. I am going to dive a bit deeper into 3 of them, but they include the livelihoods continuum, social innovation hubs, low-income self-employment, an asset-based approach to CED, social purpose real estate collaboration, increasing incomes and reducing poverty, community benefits agreements, stewardship and activation of public spaces, and organizational capacity and coordination, which is largely about how we support the community to implement and monitor this plan. The 3 I want to dive a little bit deeper in, just to give you an example of how when you read through the strategy, it articulates some of these ideas, are the livelihoods continuum, the asset-based approach to CED, and the social purpose real estate collaboration piece. So this is a pretty central idea to the strategy, which is, I think, a unique contribution to work that has gone on previously. Previous economic revitalization strategies have tended to focus on the far right portion of this continuum, largely because senior levels of government were involved in sort of dictating what the priorities were. And so formal employment and supported employment received a lot more attention than a lot of the other types of income generating that happens in the community. So in my opinion, I think that this CED strategy actually reflects more the reality of what the local economy is like in the downtown east side, as opposed to what government partners might wish it would look like. And that includes task-based work, peer-supported work, and volunteering is a major important part of people's lives, and survival work. And so in essence, by acknowledging that the local economy is this type of continuum, what this strategy aims to do is try and create pathways through this continuum, through partnership-driven programming that utilizes things like these social innovation hubs the city has invested in, 501 Powell Street, the Lux, 312 Main, and really help our community partners to fill some gaps that the employment services contracts have unfortunately left open, and ensure that we are meeting people where they are at in their lives in the community in terms of how they make their livelihoods and the types of opportunities they're seeking. Secondly, leveraging large purchasers for social procurement. This is building on some work done in the United States in Cleveland. The Cleveland model relies on the presence of anchor institutions as well as community cooperatives. Here in the downtown east side, we don't quite have the same cooperative ecosystem that Cleveland has, but we do have this mature and accomplished, very competent social enterprise ecosystem that we can emulate what Cleveland did with. And so the strategy calls for engaging large purchasers like the university, port, convention center, because these types of institutions have a permanence to them that allows us to build capacity and continue developing those partnerships. Another example, social purpose real estate collaborations to maintain or retain local serving businesses. The core idea here, of course, social purpose real estate collaboration, and the action is a very innovative collaboration that has recently come together. BC Housing approached the city and Van City Community Foundation a number of months ago to create a new nonprofit retail property management firm. It's called Community Impact Real Estate Society, or CIRES, and currently it takes retail units that are owned by BC Housing and combines them into a cross-subsidized portfolio where some of them generate a profit to subsidize others that are performing an important community need. So this can help us reach a number of targets in the strategy and in the Downtown East Side Plan, in the social impact assessment, the Healthy City strategy, around retaining affordable, low-income serving businesses, affordable grocery stores, perhaps to even be expanded to arts and cultural spaces too. And thirdly, I skip one here. Oh, that was thirdly. So phase 2, implementation. Phase 2 is really, think about it like we've found a lot of bricks lying around, and we worked with our community partners over the last several months to cement those bricks together to form a really strong foundation on which we can build some even more ambitious programming and projects. And so the grants that we've asked Council to approve today are really about building capacity to implement some of those projects, to coordinate the existing work that's going on in the community more effectively, given the breadth and range of things that are going on, and to engage major industries and sectors on those things like social procurement and social impact employment. Grant recommendation B also includes some quick start grants that came up during the co-creation process, including a grant to the Binners Project to develop a safe, functional, universal cart sharing program for binners and vendors. This one has support from a number of community partners, and I'm happy to say just as of yesterday, Van City Community Foundation came on board to fund the remaining gap that we had there to leverage our funds we put in. Low-income self-employment needs assessment that EcoTrust Canada and the local economic development lab will be undertaking. And this is really about the range of things like home-based employment or carving, arts and crafts, the types of things that have often been ignored by economic development strategies. What we find in the Downtown East Side is that there's a lot of this going on, and there's a real interest in learning how we can better support that and connect it to formal employment opportunities. And then lastly, a grant to support the Sex Workers Exiting Consortium to support sex workers who are looking for opportunities to transition out of sex work into other lines of income generating. And then recommendation C is a collection of RFPs, RFQs, and RFEOIs to look into the feasibility studies of a few major program and project ideas. For example, relocalizing some of the manufacturing or assembly or logistics support for major developments through planned manufacturing and import substitution. Based on the demand from things like community benefits agreements that we are anticipating for major developments like St. Paul's Hospital, the viaducts coming down. There's a tremendous amount of interest in redevelopment in our employment lands, and this strategy seeks to engage major developments and really try and find the opportunities to create new business ventures on industrial lands, particularly with a lens to create low barrier supported employment. And so the grants that we have brought to council for approval include $150,000 and $200 to Van City Community Foundation for capacity building with this CEDSAC committee, the Community Economic Development Strategic Action Committee, to help it evolve into a community implementation vehicle of some kind to be determined, and also to develop some of these social procurement, social hiring strategies. Of course, the Binners Project and EcoTrust Canada and the Sex Worker Exiting Consortium I just mentioned. The totals for them are $69,800 for the Binners Project, with matching funds from Van City Community Foundation to cover the rest, which is up to $90,000. EcoTrust Canada for $22,379, and they have brought about almost $8,000 of their own cash to that project. And the Sex Work Exiting and Transition Consortium, $16,500 we are requesting from council, and there are other matching funds that I'm not at liberty yet to really discuss in too much detail because I don't think it's public yet, is it? Okay.
I think what I can say is I think council should be acknowledged for a $35,000 innovation grant that was provided to Battered Women's Support Services actually a few years ago to develop a consortium for sex workers for exiting. About 2012 or so, PEERS was a organization that received funding from the provincial government to assist sex workers in that transition. They had to close their doors, unfortunately. So the consortium, the funding that we provided to form this consortium, which has about 6 different organizations in the downtown east side and elsewhere who belong to it, developed a model and a new model for that. And what they have found out is that the federal government, they had applied for funds at least a year ago or more for funding, and they have confirmed that that funding is going to be coming. And the good news is that it's going to be over a 6-year period. So there will be a formal announcement in the coming months. But that's the good news. Thank you.
And then moving on, a little more detail about the RFPs and RFQs. They're really to identify some of those major program and project ideas. Just before we wanted to dive into them, we really wanted to make sure that these were feasible and that they had strong business cases. And so we're going to go out and engage some consultation support around how these things can come together. And in terms of outcomes, the strategy supports goals in the existing policy, including the Downtown Eastside Plan, which seeks to retain local businesses while seeing an additional growth of 3 to 5% over the length of the plan, which goes until 2044. Reduce the retail vacancy rate by 24.5%. In pure numbers, this is about 70 or so storefronts. And we're planning to see 3,500 new jobs over the length of the plan. But it's important to note that we also want to see specifically 1,500 local jobs, which are jobs that people who live in the catchment area are working. The way that census measures the jobs is that a lot of people who work in the area are actually coming from outside the community. So we want to see local jobs increased as well. And the unemployment rate ideally at parity with the rest of the city. In terms of the Healthy City strategy, we want to see the median income increased by 3% every year to 2025 and a reduction in the poverty rate by 75%. It's important to note that low barrier employment, micro enterprise, all these sort of things are all worthwhile and are going to help increase people's incomes. But one of the greatest single factors in reducing poverty in the Downtown East Side will be increasing welfare rates, making changes to earnings exemptions, and other major structural changes that our senior partners in government will hopefully be making in the near future. But the fact that we do now have a a strategy that we've worked on with the community, I believe that we do have something tangible to bring to those senior partners to help work on both the advocacy piece and support the poverty reduction tables work, but also some of this employment and entrepreneurship work too. And of course, there are a number of things in the strategy that seek to connect to the efforts of the city to implement the findings from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, including building the capacity of local Aboriginal organizations, creating new opportunities for leadership development and career finding for Aboriginal youth. That's part of one of the program development grants that we've asked for, the RFEOI. To also increase awareness of and inclusion of Indigenous protocols and customs in general was something that came up during the process a number of times. And to seek ways to incorporate Indigenous economic ideas and values in local economy goals. We held a forum earlier in the year with Simon Fraser University's CED program, in which we had a number of speakers from local First Nations and a speaker from Africa who came to talk about work around decolonization and Indigenous economic development in Africa. And we intend to follow up with SFU and community partners to hold another event in the new year, further exploring the opportunities around Aboriginal economic development. We have more work to do on this, although I'm happy to say that it is included in the strategy. In terms of timeline, a lot of the implementation is front-loaded from January into May, with a lot of the capacity building, issues of governance to be explored, how we implement, monitor, and measure these projects and strategy pieces. And then in May and June, we are anticipating staff reporting back once those feasibility studies and some of the business planning work has happened for the larger projects that we mentioned around local manufacturing and some of the anchor institution engagement piece. And so by the end of 2017, we will have, I think, what constitutes the first full comprehensive community economic development strategy that we've had since 2004, the last time that any such effort like this happened. And I think that that's something that I, for one, would be excited to take to senior levels of government as they consider ways to work with cities on alleviating poverty and improving the lives of Vancouverites and other Canadians. So with that, I thank you, and I look forward to any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Regan. I'm going to move to councillors with questions, starting with Councillor Meigs.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Oh, it's a very tough problem. And so I just have some general questions based on the metrics, because I want to try to understand exactly how it's working, Mr. Regan. I mean, the business retention it strikes me as the key part, but the goals that are the most direct for individuals in the downtown east side are the ones on unemployment and poverty reduction. So the goal of the Community Economic Development Project, I assume, is to increase their incomes, reduce their poverty, but not replace those jobs or replace them or replace, we're trying to grow opportunities for them, not bring in people who are not the current residents and achieve the numbers that way.
Correct, Madam Chair. I think the question illustrates some of the problems with statistics and what the nuances that lie behind them. It's correct to say that we could increase the median income of the neighborhood by adding in higher income earners. That is not what the strategy seeks to do. Which I think why it's important to note that the poverty number is in there as well. Reducing that poverty number will tell us more about how the strategy is supporting the lowest income people in the community more than the median income number. However, that being said, I think it's important to note that the business retention piece is also about general affordability and sense of belonging, and the concerns around the neighborhood changing, businesses that have been there for a long time being displaced, some businesses that have real cultural and historic importance in these communities. And so it is a combination of ensuring that there are more opportunities to increase incomes for people, but not in a sort of paternalistic, narrow way where we're going to all shovel everyone into formal employment on construction sites or restaurants, as good as those are for many people. It's more about how can we help you increase your incomes doing the things that you are ready and eager to do, and how can we help you be better at doing the things that you're doing, and then link you to those opportunities in other areas if you're curious.
So, case in point, I mean, we could increase the number of positions perhaps at 312 Main, which was full of high-paying jobs when it was a police station. But we want to, as I take it from this, make sure that it's not just tech employees who may be earning at a relatively high level, but also people in the community who are finding new opportunities and that kind of thing.
Part of this question is also there's more discussion that needs to be had about how we measure success. The plans, the Healthy City Strategy have some goals and targets, but as the committee did its work, it was acknowledged that in terms of these plans and projects, there were other things that we might be able to measure that would also give us a more complete picture of how the local economy is serving the needs of people. And so part of that implementation, governance, and the piece with the committee that lies ahead is supporting them to answer questions about how we really have that ground level perspective of how the economy is performing in that way.
So my last question is too big, but I'm going to ask it anyway. You've spent, and the whole team has spent a lot of time on this, but as I would say, and I wondered if you had a number for this, that economic activity in the downtown east side right now is quite a large number in terms of government transfers, but also if you look at the underground economy, we have a project here about women seeking to exit the sex trade or people trying to exit the sex trade. We also have an enormous drug economy down there. What's so striking about the downtown side, if you step back, is that all that economic activity is an enormous failure in terms of producing stability and any kind of decent prospects and prosperity for the people who live there. So did you look at, especially on the above ground economy, getting other institutions in addition to the City of Vancouver taking on economic development the way you're trying to here? And I'm thinking of big employers that are in the public sector provincially, or corporate employers spend a lot of time down there, because it seems to me we need that kind of partnership. They need to own this as much as we do because they're spending a lot of money there and they're not helping us get the outcomes that everybody would prefer.
I'm really happy you raised this point, actually, because in the strategy, it calls for the creation of a social procurement roundtable, which is something we've seen other cities form, and it's something that's noted in the Healthy City Strategy as well. Because we have major corporate and institutional partners that are all interested in this, and I think there's an opportunity to, as local government, support those other employers and large purchasers to explore the opportunities that exist to work on this. So that anchor institution piece that's in there is getting at that.
I would just welcome, and I'm almost out of time, I'd welcome a further round of consideration of sticks we can use in addition to carrots and pleading, to get some of these participants to come to the table, because we have limited tools, but perhaps we can use them in ways we hadn't thought of up till now. I'm sick of waiting for volunteers.
I think one thing I would just say is that I haven't met an employer anywhere that didn't want to help. The problem that we have is around how do we match that, and so that's part of what the strategy will try to do. But just to your point, the park project, for example, is a really good example of an initiative that we undertook quite differently than other community benefit agreements in the city. That has much more rigorous monitoring to it, an independent monitor to make sure that the social development agencies and the people most needing the employment are actually getting hired onto jobs. And so that's one example that what staff will be coming back in the new year for council's consideration is a policy on all developments across the city. And we're getting input from developers, we're getting input, from Park, but also just to make sure that those standards are held. And we feel that Park has done an excellent job over and above anything else we've tried. So we do want to replicate that. I think, though, that there's many, many other opportunities that, as Wes says, to pull those anchor institutions together is going to be really, really important. And how do we go about do that? Is it through local hiring? Is it through procurement? One of the things that we want to get started at the Lux that you saw, we are actually in an RFP stage right now for that space in the downtown east side. And the vision there is to actually create a hub where we match individuals who are needing work with prospective employers who don't know where to go, perhaps, to find people to work as well. So there's a few things that we're working on, and we'll be coming back to council to report on. But other ideas you have, we're more than welcome to hear.
Thank you, Councillor Meggs. Councillor Deal, just before you start, just to remind folks, I know that you may have questions, which is great. We do have 13 people waiting to speak. We must break at 12 for an hour, so if we could keep it focused, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Couple of questions for you. First of all, thank you for the work, and we're thrilled that we have you here, Mr. Regan, to join the team. Something that Ms. Zach just said right there at the end was one of my questions, which was how do we find the people? Like how do we find the, what does the outreach look like? Because your comment on meet people where they are in all ways really resonates with me. And I wonder how the first contact is made with potential employees.
For sure. I think that some of our speakers later might be able to elaborate on this, but for example, the Downtown Eastside Market has had over 1,000 vendors, sign up and become active with that initiative. And so we're identifying people who are engaging in these forms of low barrier self-employment is how we've begun describing it in the strategy. Initiatives like NAC, that's grown out of Potluck Cafe. It's looking at task-based work for those who are not necessarily in a position to take on 9 to 5, Monday to Friday type employment. And so we have a lot of partners who have begun to do work on that end of the spectrum, which has given us an opportunity to tie together that with those opportunities in whether they're coming from CBAs or social procurement or those other anchor employment strategies. So those partners in the community are doing tremendous work working with residents to meet them where they're at.
Find them. Fantastic. And so another piece was you mentioned the arts and culture side of things. There's nothing like people with few resources to be able to MacGyver a solution to anything. I think those are some of the most creative thinkers are some of the most resilient people who are also really solutions oriented. And I'm wondering, when we think about arts and culture, we often think about decorative things, but there's such an opportunity to use that creative spark that people have to help them into employment using that creativity. Are we working around that side of things at all? Or?
There's two pieces in terms of the arts economy in there, and one of them is acknowledging that just by and large there's a crisis of space needs that a social purpose real estate response could be really helpful with, whether it's retail space or expanding that even to include industrial spaces or office space for that matter. But the second piece too, I think, actually comes from a bit of the public spaces stewardship and programming piece, which the BIAs have shown interested in, and as well as the social enterprises. And that's an opportunity, I think, to showcase some of that art publicly with low-income residents and with organizations that are working with local artists in the downtown east side. And there's more work to be done. This strategy is not hard and fast. We're done here. There's more work to be done on urban Aboriginal economic development. There's more work to be done on the arts economy.
Well, and thank you, and it's such a strong economy down there, such a strong body of artists and creativity. But I'd also like us to keep in mind that creativity doesn't always mean creating art. It might be creating solutions in other ways, but it's that creative way of thinking that I, as a scientist, for instance, don't really have. Two other quick questions. One is a fairly short one. It's around the carts, the universal carts. There was a program some years ago. I think it was a graduate student at UBC designed what they felt was the perfect cart. Can you tell me a little bit about what a universal cart means?
Mm-hmm. It turns out that it wasn't perfect.
Yep.
But it was, I believe, the one that you may be referencing was used by United We Can.
Yeah, it was quieter and.
Yeah, and it had mesh. It was a mesh cart, and it was used during the Olympic Games, around the Olympic Games. We referenced that. We actually, the Binners Project and partners sat down together and had a few workshops with Binners and vendors talking about the functional, pragmatic, needs that go into, like, when you're binning and when you're vending and you have a cart, like, what are the things that are problematic and what are the things that would be really helpful. And issues came up throughout that, and we engaged with industrial designers and engineers to actually talk about, well, what would a truly universal cart that deals with theft, deals with, the safety issues when you're transporting it around, that has some convenience in terms of showcasing your products or whatever it might be. So that grant proposal included a lot of engagement that built on the previous work around carts. And it's worth noting too that there's about 3 different organizations, including Carnegie, and I believe Mission Possible was also looking at carts. And we sat down with them and said, okay, let's make sure we're not duplicating and competing with this stuff. And so there's a few different cart type ideas, and this one is, I think, providing something for the binners that the other cart programs don't particularly do. So.
Excellent. I've got a few seconds late. That's sort of an iconic thing for a lot of people when they think about this type of activity. It's great. My final question is, do you think that you can apply some of the things that we are learning and working on here to other parts of the city?
Yeah, absolutely. I think part of it is the process itself. And I think that some of the speakers may be able to elaborate on the process. The process was, admittedly a bit of an experiment. And at times, I think that, I perhaps felt a little vulnerable in having it be a little loose at times, but what it allowed was, I think, a lot of creativity to bubble up in those spaces and some flexibility. We got into some really deep, really powerful discussions about people's lived experiences in communities and how people engage in the local economy and just the reality of it. I think that we tend to focus on a very narrow idea of what we think the economy is, and what we find out is that people get by however they can, and we need strategies that support them to do that. And that applies to other communities as well.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Deal. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks so much for your work and the work of the collaborative committee that you pulled together. It's really very heartening. My first question is around the informal economics that you mentioned in here, and I'm wondering if street vending, informal street vending, I own really a lot of native art from the downtown east side. Are there any barriers to that this city bylaws need to be changed around, or how is that working?
One of the things we're looking at with one of those other CART projects is looking at having art and prepackaged food and other things for sale, showcasing some of the things the local social enterprises sell on the downtown east side in other areas actually outside of the downtown east side. And so working with other city departments to ascertain where some of those good spots for that type of vending are, making sure that we don't get too far afield, because it's difficult, of course, to cart some stuff over around town. But that's one piece that's being looked at currently. And we've been working for the last few years and planning and social policy together on supporting legal, safe vending alternatives, whether they're in sanctioned sites or like 501 Powell Streets, for example. And I think that we've developed some very good working relationships, and I think interdepartmentally there's opportunities to continue exploring those alternatives.
Okay. I encourage you to think still about in terms of street vending. I know it's sometimes a very impromptu thing. It's not something that is established with a cart or even a same location. Somebody walks along the street that says, I've got this painting, and I hope that's not illegal.
I'm not qualified to offer a legal opinion on that per se. I'm going to steer clear of that with all due respect to the question.
Yeah, good on you.
It actually would require some sort of a license to do that. But just a little anecdote. I was with Leonore Sally in the gas town last evening for a walkabout, and she ran into her favorite carver.
Yes.
And that's somebody who does exactly what you said, has a piece and sells it and makes beautiful, beautiful work. So it is something that I think we need to continue to consider and continue to work on.
Could you? That's great. Thank you. Otherwise, I don't want to feel like I'm breaking law either by purchasing. In terms of the social procurement directory that you've talked about, I noticed in Appendix B where it describes it, you use the term verified social impact employers. What are verified? How do you verify?
That discussion came about from just ensuring that we can qualify when someone says, well, I'm a social enterprise, or we practice social impact employment, or whatever it is, that we have some ways of measuring that and providing some form of trust in the community when we're going to be engaging in social impact or engaging with social impact employers on initiatives that the proof is in the pudding. And so a little work that needs to be done there in how we do that. But this is, I think, a discussion that's been really evolving just broadly in the social innovation, social enterprise space about how we measure the types of impact that these ventures have in communities. And so, it's about that trust, about really ensuring that when someone says, I'm a social impact employer, I'm a social enterprise, that we have some ways of qualifying that with the community.
With the community. Okay.
And just to add to that, the United Way is actually embarking on a new process and project for themselves on helping to work with employers to be social impact employers. So I think we stand to learn a lot from them and that venture that they're seeking, and we're quite interested in working with them more closely.
Right. Yeah. Well, that sounds good and difficult to necessarily measure, but good. Further to along that line, you mentioned, Mr. Reagan, that there was that you would like to see larger employees, people that employers, people that actually can deliver, a fair number of jobs. So Park, formerly Paragon, is one of them, and I'm wondering if you've talked at all. I mean, I think they're talking 25% of 2,500 employees in the new casino. If you've talked at all about the vulnerability of people working in a setting like a casino, whether it's gambling, there's a lot of liquor, there's, if that has come up in terms of appropriateness or worry.
I'm going to deflect that to Mary Claire because she's been working closely with staff on that particular file. So.
Yeah, thank you for bringing it up, and I know you've raised it before. So the situation with Park, the 2,500 is not just the casino, it's actually the hotel, 2 hotels as well, and restaurants, and so it's the whole thing. So that's what that number is. But the individuals who are referred to Park are referred by social development agencies, whether it's Embers, whether it's Mosaic, whether it's, there's many, many of them, Mission Possible groups that we work with, who actually do that kind of a screening process. And also, Park has committed to providing the support to employees should they feel like they're being triggered by anything. So those are the kind of precautions that are taken. Thanks.
Okay, so Council, every single questioner so far has gone over time, so if we can stay more focused so we can get to speakers. Yes, Councillor Meggs.
Partly the answers, with all due respect to our staff, and that would help as well, I think. And there's tremendous amount of material here, but they're complex areas, and so I think that with the staff I would not be offended if they shortened it down, and then we could have everybody get done.
Okay, well, that's an interesting point. I guess I would say the same to councillors, that your questions, at least from this perspective, could be a little bit more concise as well. So if we can all do that, that would be great. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for your remarks about arts and culture, which is what I wanted to ask you a question about. You did mention the need for space to be not just retail space, but also you mentioned working space. Could you just talk a little bit about what has happened or what you're looking for or what you need? And then I have one more quick question.
So the collaboration with BC Housing and Van City Community Foundation has tremendous potential to be expanded in other areas. Currently, it's just the ground floor retail units, and it's just BC Housing property. And so there's a question of how we as the city continue to develop that collaboration together. The other piece is looking at some of the incentives. So one of the RFPs, RFQs is looking at how we combine retail and industrial revitalization incentives that can be explored within the charter, along with social policy goals and arts and culture goals like that, with goals of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So how do we sort of interlock these things is one of the questions we wanted to dive into a little bit deeper. And there's other city departments, of course, that are looking at the social infrastructure strategy, the Metro Vancouver or Vancouver Community Theatres, if I'm getting the name right, I can't remember. But looking at their civic theater spaces and how that program has been redeveloped, that we've been engaged with, and looking forward to further developing that space too. As I said earlier, there's more work that needs to be done, but we wanted to make sure the arts and culture and Aboriginal economic development and other things were in there.
That's great, thank you. And knowing that arts and culture is one huge way to enable independence and for the person who is creating art, to enable them to have a financial independence. Because I know a lot of employers may not be offering the kind of employment that someone wants or is good at. And I'm just wondering, are we having people who can work with people and say, what are you good at? So that you can achieve the success that you want. What do you feel you want, so you can be trained in that way that allows you to succeed? And that's what I'm wondering. What program involving arts are we looking towards? I know you've got a very modest budget here for what you're trying to achieve. I think you could have twice as much and be able to go further. So I understand that, but I'm looking at people who might not necessarily fit into a mold and yet can be absolutely successful. Because I know this to be true, having run a business in the downtown east side, I see success. I know that changes are possible and that people can be independent. So how are we helping them or offering counseling or training, or is that part of your future programming?
One of the pieces in the strategy that is addressing that is the RFP that's currently out for the Lux space. And that really is about meeting those people where they're at, whether they're self-employed and searching for opportunities, or they're looking for volunteering, peer-supported work. And so ideally they go into the Lux, they engage with people about where they're at and what they do, and our partners, or our community partners there, are able to connect them to the other assets and resources in the community that can help them expand what they're doing and build on what they're doing and access the type of help that they require, whether they're an artist or making bannock, whatever it might be.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm under time.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Very impressive. So under time that Councillor DeGenova is not here for her questions. So Councillor Louis, it is on to you.
Well, then I'll take all your time.
No, that's not how it works, but nice try.
Thank you. This is a great piece of work, and I think bringing together a lot of history and policy framework that guides this action. Very pleased that we're again refreshing some efforts that have long, I think, been stalled for a period of time. Unfortunately, I was there in 2004 when that plan was made, and we had some successes, I think, and some movement in areas. Others, programs, like it says in the document, they live on. But I'm concerned that we find ourselves in the same situation again, where the 2004 plan, I remember it vividly, it required a significant amount of participation from partners. And when I say partners, I'm pointing to the provincial and federal government, and we were missing that for a great period of time and didn't get the investment that was necessary. Again, we're looking to them, not solely. This is a multifaceted piece of work, but how is it that we can gain, that we ensure that we get the necessary investments, or as part of this? Where's the inputs that, as a result of us doing this foundational piece of work, which I agree with, that we can then create little pieces that we can then go to the provincial and go to the federal governments to ask for their support? Because I think part of the failure of 2004 was it was a large plan, that we had multiple pieces and we said, fund this, help us work on funding this big piece of program is so necessary, and we failed as a result of that. Let's just call it what it is on the greater, because we still have the same situation, worse in some instances, in our downtown east side. So maybe just talk a little bit about that.
Right. Good question. I think one of the differences here is that previously that strategy was criticized by many folks in the community for being a little more top-down than bottom-up. And subsequently, I think that it lacked a sort of longevity that this strategy is poised to have, because there's more community involvement in creating the actual content itself, honoring the work that is currently happening, and working to support the community to really implement and drive this thing forward. And already in terms of scaling that up from the ground up, I'm happy to say that we've had financial commitments or interest in the phases ahead from Vancouver, Van City Community Foundation, from Central City Foundation, from Simon Fraser University, and from other major partners, including United Way, on further developing some of these program pieces and projects and collaborating together. And I feel that hints to a type of momentum that can be built to take to the province, take to the federal government and other partners. I think it'll be a very powerful statement to be able to approach them and say, it's not just the city coming to you with this. This has really come from the community, with the community, and there's a great opportunity here to really work with us on some innovative, really powerful pieces of programming and projects. So,
okay. One piece I note here, the success of this initiative will come from the strength of its partners. And one partner that I note that seems to be absent is the Chinatown BIA. Can you just speak to that and what happened and what's going on there?
So a number of groups from Chinatown were involved in the process, and Chinatown BIA, to be fair to them, did have one of their staff people who was there. It was not an executive director for the BIA, unfortunately, because I don't believe they have an executive director currently. But the Chinatown Concern Group was involved, the Ma Foundation, the Hua Foundation, and others were at the table. A lot of young leadership in Chinatown, frankly, was very engaged in the process early on. The BIA, we look forward to continue working with them and engaging with them and hope that they will be more active in some of these pieces moving ahead. One of the things that came up was that colleagues in planning are working on right now is exploring the idea of legacy businesses, similar to what San Francisco has worked on, and questioning how in a Made in Vancouver context we can put in place some responses that can help retain some of the cultural heritage that is embodied in small businesses in the area. And that grew out of conversations with those folks from Chinatown who were engaged in the process. So short answer, they don't have an executive director who was unable, to be there full time and engaged. They did contribute to the process, I think, as best as they could given the circumstances. And I look forward to engaging with them moving ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor DeGenova has returned to the chambers, so has some questions. Councillor DeGenova.
Wait till my mic is on. There you go. Thank you very much for the presentation. And a number of councillors have asked questions that I've marked off my list, but regarding sort of economic opportunities and that people don't often see certain things that are economic opportunities as such. They consider it has to be business, whereas actually I think social enterprise can be business. And in fact, I've had experience working with social enterprise through a nonprofit and creating that with people with disabilities. So I see sort of how really it takes a while to start, but once it does, it can be more stable than a business. That being said, have you considered any opportunities? And I know that, I believe it was Councillor Ball who had brought this up perhaps at the last opportunity we had to discuss economic opportunities in a report. And I'm wondering regarding sort of bringing some of those ventures outside of the downtown east side, almost in like a pop-up shop capacity. I'm not creating the idea, but I've been to Van City Buzz's pop-up Christmas store in the downtown east side and trying to buy locally and buy gifts there and support the community, but at the same time, outside of the community is an opportunity. I know that there's a shop actually right on Hastings Street that has fabulous goods. I'm not going to name one shop or favor one shop over the other, but like I love the downtown east side bags and hats and other wearables and local art. And I'm just wondering if there's any opportunities to take that outside of the community, and perhaps it'll even encourage people to come down because they might not even know it exists. Have you considered this? Yeah. Sorry, that's a very long-winded question, but I put it all together.
Absolutely, and it's in helping to expand the market presence, if you will, of those social enterprises through things like engaging the hotels, the convention center, finding other places for them. And in order to do that, previously we had a social purchasing portal. What we've heard from the community that, especially folks who are involved in that, is that it's not enough just to have a standalone portal or a directory or something. You actually need support to go out and do that brokerage, to develop those relationships, to do that business development, just like any other business. And so the strategy calls for some support to develop those opportunities like that.
Thank you. And I know that Community Services does such a fantastic job of celebrating the successes of the social enterprises and economic opportunities outside of social enterprise. I'm just wondering, is there any way for us to celebrate that at the city? Have you been in touch with communications about a feature opportunity? I found out maybe last year about a flower, it's not so much a shop, but an organization that sells wholesale flowers to women to empower them that came from this, most of whom came from the sex trade. So if I'm going to put in an order, or if I want to purchase flowers, I try and be socially conscious that way. I'm just wondering, have we considered that? Because I sometimes feel that people don't support things because they don't know about them.
Excellent suggestion. I do believe that some of that is present in the city's Excellence Awards, and we could perhaps look at ways of further helping to to support our community partners who are doing that great work. But I do believe a piece of that might be in the Excellence Awards, and maybe we can expand on that.
Fantastic. And there's a chance perhaps just to speak with communications about possibly get the people who don't attend the Excellence Awards or don't go to that area on our website, but maybe in using social media as a tool, if community services feels that that's something that would be helpful. I just, I certainly would be sharing it, and I can't speak for other counselors, but thank you very much for the great work.
Thank you for those very concise answers to staff. I'm going to advance the queue and we will move on to speakers. Thank you for your patience to all of our speakers here today. So we're going to start off with Alicia Maxfield, who, I'm sorry to cancel, there are a lot of long titles here, who is the Community Economic Development Coordinator for the Downtown Eastside Community Economic Development Strategic Action Committee. Ms. Maxfield, you can, there's a, thank you, Ms. Sachs. Sorry, I was trying to explain how to bring the mic down, but
Okay.
there we go. So for speakers, so I'm realizing these are our first public speakers, so you have up to 5 minutes to speak. I'm sure Mr. Regan briefed you extensively on this. There should be a clock just to your right there. Yeah, it'll start in a minute. And there might be questions, very concise ones from counselors afterwards. You are welcome to answer or not answer as you see fit. Welcome, Ms. Maxfield.
Thank you. So my name is Alicia Maxfield, and I'm the Community Economic Development Coordinator with the Community Economic Development Strategy, and I support the Downtown Eastside Community Economic Development Strategy. My role as the CED Coordinator is to be a resource for the committee and the Downtown Eastside community by providing community engagement opportunities and supporting the logistics and coordination of the committee. My focus for the presentation today, I don't know if this is moving forward.
You've got the presentation committee.
Okay. My focus for this presentation will be to share information about my engagement process, quote the needs of the community, and share key findings from my community engagement work. I conducted my community engagement process I conducted my community engagement process between July and October of this year. I met with 31 organizations and collectively spoke with 62 residents from the Downtown Eastside. Some of the organizations I met with include Downtown Eastside Women's Center, Downtown Eastside Market, Culture Saves Lives, Residents Occupying Tent City at 58 West Hastings, Youth Collaborative for Chinatown, Urban Native Youth Association, Salvation Army Harbor Light, Gallery Gachet, and the Carnegie Community Action Project, to name a few. My approach was to meet people face-to-face to ensure a rapport could be established and more authentically. My engagement techniques included knocking on doors of various organizations, attending different service and group meetings, conducting pop-up engagements at community events, and speaking with organizations over the phone. I also inquired if residents or organizations would like to remain updated on the process or be directly involved in participating in the committee. Of the 62 residents I spoke with, 45% wanted to remain involved, and 73% of organizations were happy to receive updates. I did experience challenges meeting with people, as people were weary about whether providing information was worth their time. Residents and organizations really stressed that they want to witness tangible programs be developed from this committee. Next slide. I'd like to share a few direct quotes that I heard when conducting interviews. People need space in the Downtown Eastside where they can go and say, this is what I know and can do. Here's the type of work I enjoy. What opportunities are available and who is hiring? Increase the welfare rates. Make necessary changes to the income assistance system so people can have a chance to escape poverty. People do not want to report all of their earnings because they will lose the other supports such as medical care benefits, which they cannot afford if they do not receive income assistance anymore. Create more indoor spaces for vendors and storage. We need storage space down here. There's so much talent in the Downtown Eastside, so many artists. Amazing what they can do with so little support and supplies. We need maker and vending spaces for artists and people who are good with their hands. There cannot be culture without noise. We need affordable and supportive space to host cultural events where everyone is welcome to participate. We need an affordable grocery store and maybe help the Bannock ladies to open up their own restaurant one day. There's no social infrastructure in Chinatown. There's no opportunities for young people to develop leadership skills beyond owning a business. Success stories need to be shared so that other people can understand how to do reconciliation work well, such as hiring Aboriginal people out of the Downtown Eastside to be in leadership roles. From my community engagement work, I've concluded the following key findings. People cannot participate in economic development if they do not have, first, stable housing and income. Increase the safety and security of the neighborhood by hiring local community members to perform this work. Increase the number of low-barrier income-generating opportunities and provide incentives to local employers and social enterprises who are involved in social impact hiring. Develop an employment hub space that operates with flexible hours. Provide affordable community spaces that connect community members through art and culture activities, inclusive park space, and enhancing laneways with local food stands and fun activities. Improve infrastructure for informal economy by providing indoor market space, storage space for vendors, and mobile carts. There's strong need for affordable commercial retail space where people can purchase basic goods and sit down for a local meal and have the opportunity to be employees of these spaces. And support development of leadership opportunities for Aboriginal people as well as the youth in the downtown east side. Adapt city planning policies regarding community benefit agreements to include members of the community be involved in decision-making process, provide more accessible life skill training for residents with barriers to maintain employment, and provide education to employers on maintaining positive relationships with low-barrier employers to understand the unique challenges of hiring someone who is on income assistance. It is pertinent that the city approve of the Downtown Eastside Community Economic Development Strategy. It's valuable to this community, and there's a longing for its community-minded process to enhance well-being and economic development of the Downtown Eastside. Resources and actionable support from the city are needed to implement these recommendations, measure their impact, and remain accountable to the community whose lives are impacted immensely by this strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maxfield. That was incredibly well timed and a great presentation with no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Carrie Bird, who is here as the manager of the LED Lab, who is also on the Downtown East Side SEDSAC. I'm just going to use the acronyms from here on out.
No problem.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bird.
Is my mic on? Yeah. Hi, councillors. Thank you. So I am with the Local Economic Development Lab, but I've been, thanks, Mary Claire, seconded to the Community Economic Development Strategic Action Committee since June 1st in the capacity of a facilitator and process designer. So I'm going to be pretty quick today, and I'm going to talk to you at a high level about the process that I experienced, what I observed in the last 6 months. So since June 1st, I have watched the 35 different organizations, activist group, residents, BIAs, a very diverse committee of people really learn to work together and grow together. I've seen our committee members be very generous in their contributions to this strategy. People prioritized this work because they felt that it had the opportunity to create systemic change. Committee members were very thoughtful in their comments. I witnessed people really listening to each other, to raising concerns articulately and with tact. And when, the energy in a room can really shift when an idea is put forward and others realize that they also want the same thing, and sort of energy is really built around some of the initiatives that are included in the strategy that you're looking at today, including the CART system that Wes was talking about, or CBA policy, as I know our co-chair Colin will be talking about in a couple of minutes. I think we've really done our best to create an inclusive process. So we did allow people to come into the process sort of within the first couple of meetings. We provided written materials in advance that could be picked up at City Hall, at Social Policy, at Carnegie Community Center. We did provide translation at our open houses in Cantonese and Mandarin. We tried to connect residents who don't have phones who don't have email by phone. So Alicia has done a lot of really great work at making herself accessible and available in a variety of ways to both residents and as well as the organizations that we've been meeting with. So we've tried to be very flexible in this process. So what's happened in each of these interactions is that I've really witnessed the relationships between people in this committee change. And there's a palpable appetite to work together and to collaborate that is really exciting to me. And as we worked with Wes, Tom, and Mary Claire, our relationship to the City of Vancouver really changed. And the vulnerability that Wes was talking about earlier, I know mattered a lot to committee members, that there was this two-way dialogue that was happening through this process was really, really exciting. So trust is built through repeated interactions that are characterized by honesty and authenticity. That's what I believe. And in fact, there's another part of building trust, which is following through. So I think my recommendation here today is very clear. So let's adopt the CED strategy. Let's respect the work that went into the process, and let's build the foundation of trust between the city and the community in order to advance this shared work and together. And 693 is the number of hours that committee members dedicated to this process in an accelerated timeline. So I think that's really impressive. And the final point I want to make is that the recommendations that are in the CED strategy, or rather the CED strategy co-creation process wasn't the beginning of a new process. This is really built upon, as Wes has mentioned, the work of the local area plan, and really builds upon work that's already going on in the community. Wes talked about catching up, right? So many of the ideas that were put forward and are included in the strategy that's in front of you today have been developed by existing groups and networks like CCAP or Our Place or Urban Core. So it's really important that as we move forward that we recognize that there's this whole concert of community economic development activities really happening in the area, and the CED Strategic Action Committee is one vehicle for change and impact, but it's not the only vehicle. So it's important that we work together and we stay closely connected to many of these different, the Poverty Advocacy Coalition, I'm not sure exactly what they're called, or the Sex Worker Exiting Roundtable. There's the now Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Committee. So there's all of these other groups that are meeting just like us, and we need to ensure that we stay connected and respect all the work that's already going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bird. I appreciate your points. Thank you. Okay, no questions from council. So we've got Mr. Stansfield. You are next up. Oh, sorry, and Mr. Stansfield is here as the co-chair of the said SAC.
Yes, I am. So my name is Colin Stansfield. I'm the executive director of Potluck Cafe Society, and for the last 6 months I have been the co-chair of said SAC. I took that seat merely to keep it warm for Hendrik, and it was unfortunate that he wasn't able to be here today with us in body, but he's certainly here with us in fashion, in spirit, and I know the legacy of his work is woven throughout this plan. In Wes's presentation, he highlighted 9 pillars that inform the strategy. I think there's a very important 10th one that I would have put up there, and that is reconciliation. I think there's work that can still be done in this process to further Vancouver's commitment to becoming a city of reconciliation. The City of Reconciliation Staff Report 2416 states that there are 27 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action that the city felt it could directly impact. It doesn't state which 27 those are, but I would like to just draw your attention to number 92, which is business and reconciliation. If I could take a moment of my time to read it, it says, "We call upon the corporate sector in Canada to adopt the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a reconciliation framework and to apply its principles, norms, and standards to corporate policy and core operational activities involving Indigenous peoples and their lands and resources. This would include, but not be limited to, the following: commit to meaningful consultation, building respectful relationships, and obtaining the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples before proceeding with economic development projects. 2, to ensure that Aboriginal peoples have equitable access to jobs, training, and educational opportunities in the corporate sector, and that Aboriginal communities gain long-term sustainable benefits from economic development projects." I would suggest that some would probably interpret that more narrowly and think merely of natural resource development, but that any community economic development strategy or economic development that happens within the city of Vancouver on the unceded and ancestral territories of the Coast Salish people needs to be informed by call to action number 92. I would also suggest there's probably an opportunity then to make sure that this is informing the work of other divisions. And where that came to fore in this process was learning that CED largely was something that was held within the Social Policy Department. Where we figured that out was with our Community Benefit Agreements Working Group. So what we did was we got together on, I think, 6 different opportunities and came up with 6 principles that we thought needed to inform community benefit agreements. Those aren't explicitly written out in the strategy in front of you. And I think why that is that the strategy has to get passed from division to division to division, and there isn't a strong familiarity with the principles of community economic development. So for the point of getting them on the record, I want to list those 6 items. First, that the community needs to represent itself in community benefit agreements negotiations. That 2, that agreements carry the full force of municipal authority, and so to the point earlier from the councillor about needing to use the stick and not just the carrot, we want to make sure that there are teeth in this process. 3, that the process must be facilitated by an independent third party, not merely a private consultant hired by the proponent. 4, that agreements need to cover all 4 phases of development: pre-construction, construction, occupancy, and operations. That's how we're going to make sure that we're able to plan ahead for all the different resource needs and labor needs that go with these projects. 5, that the city needs to play the game too. City of Vancouver developments need to also engage with community in an empowered and meaningful way. And 6, that there needs to be accountability back to community. The sort of murky world of community amenity contributions and developer cost levies isn't going to be enough for the community to accept community benefit agreements. So talk then specifically about 2 points that Potluck would love to champion in the project that's in front of you. Partnering with anchor institutions and recognizing the immense skill and capability of Vancouver's very rich social enterprise community. Specifically at Potluck, the ability to use food as a vehicle for community economic development. There are any number of contracts that total hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in fact, that are handed out in a piecemeal fashion that often come with a price point so low it's shameful, really. And the only people who are able to answer those RFPs are large multinational corporations who aren't able to then hire locally. If we could start to bring those together and plan over a 5-6 year period how we can consolidate those, we're going to be able to get to a price point that will allow us to feed more people in the community, but more importantly, hire more people in the community, because we know that there is an undeniable link between food insecurity and income insecurity. Potluck wants to help with that. And finally, really important, the recognition of task work and informal employment that is in this strategy. I think Wes was right in pointing out that so much of the work previously has been committed to the right end of the spectrum. This notion of formal employment and supported employment, but it just isn't enough. Potluck spent 15 years trying to fight that game, and we've recognized that it hasn't gotten us far enough down the road. So our newest employment initiative, NAC, that has also been referenced today, is all about meeting people where they're at, finding out what skills they have, awarding them with the credentials that employers will recognize, and finding them those task-based employment opportunities. Because there are 10,000 people living on income assistance in the downtown east side, each and every one of whom is allowed to earn additional income each month in the form of an earning exemption. Add that all up, it's $56 million a year of money that would flow into the pockets of our most vulnerable and marginalized community. Translated, that's 302,000 person hours every single month for employers who are able to think openly and inclusively about who and how they hire. NAC is just that. For people facing barriers to employment, NAC is a clear path to meaningful work through skills-based training. And for employers, NAC is a hiring strategy to achieve community impact through inclusive employment. We look forward to championing this strategy through those 2 initiatives.
Wow, I feel like you guys should give courses to council on how to stay in a 5-minute time limit. That was very impressive. Thank you. Councillor Deal, questions?
Yes, thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Stansfield, for being here. I'd like to just ask a little bit more around the food issue that you raised. Can you give us an example of some of what you see as some of the contracts that could be combined? I mean, I'm not quite being able to picture it right now.
Yeah, so in the school board contract that went out a number of months ago is an example. And the way that looks for Potluck is when we look at how we would submit a bid for that, we're either able to have our labor funded or the ingredients funded. And we have a mission around good food and good jobs, so we can't give up either one of those. If we were to partner that Vancouver School Board procurement RFP with the Downtown East Side Vancouver Coastal Health RFP that went out, we start to get to a number where we're able to not just meet the needs of those budget-constrained anchor institutions, but also to be able to provide more food for others. And so when you talk specifically about school programs, you know, there's this challenge that's constantly raised about how are we going to feed those 200 kids that are scattered across so many schools. The very obvious answer is by feeding every single kid. And we can do that when we bring larger, more targeted versions of social procurement and using food as a vehicle for economic development.
So you're talking interagency as well as interagency.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Deal. Councillor DiGenova.
I had a question regarding a follow-up question to what I had just asked of our staff. And your business is the perfect example of one that reaches out beyond the downtown east side, although you're locally based. And I know that I've enjoyed potluck services before. I was just wondering if I could ask you if you would have any advice for how the city could help to empower. I know it's not our job specifically to take that entire thing on, but what could we do to help empower local businesses in the downtown east side?
Certainly by throwing the weight of your purchasing power behind our companies. And so the City of Vancouver has been a fantastic champion for Potluck for 15 years now. We certainly appreciate that. But also looking to other organizations in the community that have that as their mandate. Buy Social Canada. I know David LePage is in the room, and he's there and he's able to do that work. So some things you don't need to take on yourself. You just need to look to those organizations that are already here and they can do it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Stansfield. We have next up Davin Boateng. Okay, it sounds like I pronounced it wrong. I'm very sorry.
Davin Boateng.
Sorry, say it one more time.
Davin Butang.
Butang. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Welcome, Mr. Butang.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm Davin. I'm a resident of the downtown east side. I spoke here last year, actually, and I'm still with the Binders Project. I'm actually a staff member now. Got promoted. So yeah. So I started this committee with Anna. We right when it started, and I was quite impressed. I like all the results, and so there's two things that came out of it that I'm directly involved with. The first one that you guys talked about was the CART program. I came up with I proposed for it, and when I say I mean like the Binders Project, because this is one concern that all our Binders have. So yeah, the carts, what I'm visualizing is like a universal cart system for all of Vancouver. So have like a cart share program so everybody in Vancouver could use it, because right now we're using shopping carts. And there's a big stigma on it. When we walk around, everybody thinks that we're like homeless bums when we're actually just binning or vending and all that. So I would like to have a cart that all of Vancouver uses, because especially in Vancouver where there's like a subculture where everybody uses carts to bike around in, like trailers. So that carts would be half cart, half trailer, so that people can hook up to their bikes. So yeah. Anyways, I could talk about this all day long with the carts. I mean, think about it for a super long time. But hopefully that'll come about. It'll be great. And then second thing too is we're doing we want to be part of the needs assessment, which is again something that as I'm coming from the vendor perspective of it. So it'd be good for us to actually talk to everybody in the downtown east side and see what everybody else is kind of doing. And as they say, what is it, like meet you where you're at. And we'll like literally be doing that. We'll be on the streets, meeting people and asking how we can help, and hopefully come up with some new ideas, some new business models, or just help people with what they're doing at the present time. So yeah, I'll be quick.
That was very concise. Mr. Butang, you do have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yeah, question away.
Yeah, just a quick one. You are a great salesperson. I must admit, loved working with you.
Yeah.
Are you still with?
Yeah, I'm still doing that for sure, doing the Hope and Shadows.
Yeah,
definitely.
absolutely. Are you still? That's right. Are you still with Megaphone and?
Yeah, I said we do. Wait, when I worked with you, it was just for that big push with the Megaphone. Yes. So I still do that, but I just do the Hope and Shadows for the Christmas time.
Okay.
Especially this year because I'm getting more busy, which is great. So.
Right.
Focusing more on.
Yeah, and those two projects, the Hope and Shadows and the Megaphone, they're very much fundamental. Are they?
Yeah,
in your mind?
We have Sean Condon. Let's start off that. Like he's actually with Van City now, but he's been part of the whole process. And working with him too. That's one of the things with the needs assessment is we're actually looking to find out permits to help. Because presently, like even myself, when I go vending, especially when I leave the downtown east side, like I like going up to commercial to sell books and whatnot. The police will still sometimes roll up on me and be like, hey, you have to leave or we'll confiscate all your stuff. Right. So this is one of the projects we're doing is we would like to have permits for all the vendors and make it easier for people to vend in the city of Vancouver.
Excellent. Do you have any idea on sort of how much extra earned income there is from people who sell Megaphone and Hope and Shadows?
How much earned income?
Yeah.
Oh, well, for the Hope and Shadow calendars, it's for the months of like November, December, it's probably easily like an extra $600-700. Is this?
Wow.
Yeah. It's a great. Yeah. It's a great program.
Yeah, I've got more than one.
Yeah, and these are kind of programs that we like to enhance on and have it grow in the downtown east side with other people vending in different things.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your work.
No problem.
You now have inspired questions from Councillor Meigs.
Only one, I think. I'm just curious, because there's been a discussion about this kind of a functional cart or bin for a long time. I said, are you at the stage where you could just say whether or not it would be manufactured by people like yourselves, or is there a partner that could it come fast, or is this going to be a long process?
No, so yeah, I say I sometimes get nervous and jump ahead. So a couple of things I forgot to mention. When you mentioned about the carts earlier from the like we call them the UBU carts, the urban building units. I actually I didn't design them. These were university, but I actually built them. I was with United We Can for like 6 years. So I built these carts and used, I was pretty much a majority use holder doing the pickups. So I learned a lot from building and using those kind of carts. And there's many things. So we already have designs. So first thing is I was coming from the vendors aspect. So we want to have a cart that's for multi-use. So people to use for vending or people to sell their food stuff and all that. So we want something that will include everybody in the downtown east side. So that's something we're processing. And then another thing too is we want these carts to stay on the streets. So like a good quote I read from Brazil is we don't want to build 30 carts just for 30 people. We want to build 30 carts for 30 people a day. So that could just consistently be recycled and people could just use it every single day. So they're going to be bigger, heavier carts so that people can like lug them up into their rooms. And sturdy because we want them to last for many years and then eventually just start growing. So we've been working on designs. We got manufacturers. Until everything gets approved, then that's what we'll start doing. The first phase is actually just the assessment phase for the carts.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Boateng.
Yeah, no problem.
So we no longer have time to hear two more speakers before lunch, so I'll just take this moment to do the procedure stuff because we can hear one more before lunch. So I need a motion to extend the meeting to complete the business. Thank you. Anyone opposed to such a motion? Nope. Okay, and we'll recess at 12, which will likely be after the next speaker, Mr. Landon Hoyt. Welcome, Mr. Hoyt, who is here on behalf of the Hastings Crossing BAA and also a member of SEDSAC.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Just very briefly, I just wanted to share a bit of perspective from the BIA side on this being a part of this committee. We were thrilled to participate as one of the local BIAs on the CEDSA committee. Our mission, as most of you know, as the BIA in the Downtown East Side, centers around social innovation and community inclusion. The majority of our programs are focused around making that connection and building that bridge between traditional businesses and nonprofits and social enterprises. So a lot of our programming focuses around that and is built into this plan. We're hoping that the CED strategy can be an example to other communities throughout the city. I know that you're considering this as kind of a pilot project moving forward, and I do my job with the other BIAs in the city to kind of share what we do in the Downtown East Side and encourage them to take on similar types of responsibility and mandates. So I'm hoping that we can be an example to the other BIAs when they eventually are participating in their CED strategies. We as Hastings Crossing are strongly in support of the strategy and its elements, which include things like strengthening the employment continuum, working with anchor institutions like SFU and Port Metro, and to be leaders in social hiring and purchasing, and creating that social procurement directory that was talked about earlier. We as a business community are also strongly in support of raising the welfare rates. I think that's a unique approach or position, I guess, as a BIA taking that. That extra money in the pockets of low-income residents in the Downtown East Side really has potential to strengthen the local economy even more. And then the major piece of this, I think that most of the business community is interested in is this series, the Community Impact Real Estate Society that Wes spoke about at length earlier. Moving forward with this version of a commercial lease trust will really help to ensure affordable commercial space is preserved for new and existing businesses that provide for the low-income community, including low-income residents and entrepreneurs. I think this is a major, major opportunity for the local business community, the low-income community, and the Downtown East Side community as a whole. However, I have two comments and just more suggestions and recommendations on the lease trust specifically. One is I really, really strongly encourage the city to contribute their own properties to this portfolio. I think BC Housing is coming forward with quite a few, and the city really, really has an opportunity to include some of their properties in this to build and stabilize the affordable space for social enterprises and low-income serving businesses in the area. And also, secondly, I just want to ensure that we establish as part of this very clear guidelines for the requirements for the businesses that we're filling these spaces with. So similar to what you said, Councillor Carr, around verifying these social enterprises, social impact employers, I think that's really important to make sure that no one is taking advantage of the system that we're setting up and that it's fair for the low-income community, but also existing businesses in the area. So I plan to continue to be a part of this group and ensure that those requirements and things are followed up with and made fair and equitable for everyone in the community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyt. I thought we had time for another speaker, but Councillor Carr has questions. Thanks for keeping it concise, though, Mr. Hoyt.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Thank you. So my only one question is around how you verify. Like, what is it, the sort of the verifiable part of it? Whether the measurements or indicators that you're looking for.
Well, I think that there's a lot of existing platforms such as Bisocial Canada that exist and already has sort of a accreditation, if you will. So I think that we can really adapt from those types of programs. We also have community-wise through the BIA, which has kind of evolved over the years, but we encourage our businesses to participate in that, and I think it could actually be a local version of that. So, you know, you think of like things like LEED accreditation or, you know, anything like that. You know, there's ways to, I think, adapt that, but we could actually you know, use some of the funds or whatever in this process to create that and you know, celebrate those businesses that are participating in that way. So,
sounds exciting. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hoyt. Thanks you, Councillor Carr. So we are done for the morning. We'll be back at 1 o'clock with apologies to the speakers who will need to come back. There is a lovely food court across the street for those of you that are looking for some food. And we'll be back at 1 to continue on with this item. Thanks. Okay, we have a quorum of councillors in the chamber, so I will your patience, everyone. Okay, we are on to speaker number 6, Matthew Smedley, who is here from Mission Possible with the Downtown Eastside SEDSAC Committee, also a member of the Downtown Eastside SEDSAC Committee. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm the counselor. No, I'm not. I'm actually the executive director of Mission Possible. And our charitable organization has been around for over 25 years in the Downtown East Side. But it was back in 2009 that we began our first social enterprise. And our organization now provides employment readiness training for individuals with barriers to obtaining traditional employment. And we operate 2 social enterprises, MP Maintenance and MP Neighbors. We are on track to train over 100 individuals this year, as well as place 50 people in transitional jobs. Over the last 7 years, we've employed nearly 175 individuals. This has resulted in nearly $1 million of wages being created and circulated through the Downtown East Side. The reason I mention these milestones is not for recognition, but because these accomplishments are, at least in part, due to many of you right here in these chambers. In 2009, we were given the opportunity to begin hiring individuals in the Downtown East Side through the Great Beginnings funding. This allowed us to leverage that available funding, bring on other social impact investors, and ultimately, we began to see individuals move toward more stable, sustainable livelihoods through part-time transitional employment. The challenge for us at Mission Possible and other social enterprises that have been part of the SEDSAC committee is that none of us are able to hire everyone. The message of core idea number 1 in the strategy is that livelihoods are on a continuum. Not every individual is ready or able for steady employment. Even steady part-time employment is really hard for a lot of individuals. That's why it's so important that there be a diverse array of opportunities that serve people at various points on the continuum. The city can help achieve this through increasing its investment in community economic development, as well as investing in the studies outlined in this strategy. These studies will help us understand the economic landscape better, identify deficiencies, and continue to create solutions. I'm confident in West Regan asking for this investment for the Downtown Eastside community because I know that this kind of investment works. I'm a firm believer that none of us in this beautiful city are locked into a certain income or ability bracket. When Vancouverites have the opportunity and the support we need, we are often able to make small incremental moves across the employment continuum. It's true for individuals who are struggling with the effects of poverty as well. When the assets, abilities, gifts, and talents of individuals are utilized and enlivened, they can reach their potential. Not only that, but they can redefine their potential altogether. It was Jane Jacob who said that poverty has no causes. Only prosperity has causes. There are a large host of organizations and individuals working to create prosperity both socially and economically for those who are currently lacking it and have been part of this strategy. I hope that you will see fit to fund the initiatives that we have laid out and help us all move the needle on the impact that community economic development is having in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smedley. You don't have any questions. Thanks for coming back after the lunch break. Next up, we have Wilson Liang, who is here as a member of the Downtown Eastside SEDSAC. Welcome, Mr. Liang.
Hello, everybody. My name is Wilson. I'm a resident of Strathcona neighborhood, so I'm also a member of Strathcona Resident Association. Live right next to Chinatown. I walk by Chinatown every day. In the past few years, I witnessed the change of Chinatown, and Vancouver is one of the best cities for living in the world. And Vancouver Chinatown is the second largest Chinatown in North America, and I don't think nobody wants to lose the status of one of the best cities in the world, and we also don't want to see we losing the Chinatown in the second largest in the place. But the reality is, every day or every month, and we see the change in the storefront. And this is walkable economic community. It's just shrinking. And I've seen the stores closing up, the groceries are disappearing, and the seniors are telling me like they have hard time to meet their daily shopping needs, and this walkable economic is slowly walking away. So I just want to stress, and in this economic strategy, and there's an urgency if we were to retain and attract more local serving business, which is cultural appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liang. You do not have any questions. Thanks. Next up, we have David LePage, who is here from Bi Social and also a member of the Downtown East Side SEDSAC.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon, and I'm going to try to keep my remarks short as well. I'm a member of the SEDSAC committee, but I'm also wearing a number of hats this afternoon. I'm the founder and the CEO of Bi Social Canada. I'm the chair of the Social Enterprise Council of Canada. I also chair the Social Enterprise World Forum. So I have an amazing opportunity oftentimes to see what's going on. And you'll probably be pleased to know that the Newfoundland Labrador legislation this afternoon is discussing a social enterprise strategy for that province, which is a real amazing breakthrough as you are sitting here talking about a community economic development strategy for the downtown east side. You really have to be complimented, and you have to understand the leadership role that you are accepting as a community, as a municipality that's willing to look at a shift in relationship between government and community. I started working in CED, and Wes and I were trying to figure out like how long ago it was, but there was a different Trudeau who was Prime Minister at the time. And my experience has allowed me to work in many different communities, and I started working in the downtown east side in 2000. In 2001, the Vancouver Agreement spent $250,000 to bring in consultants to tell the downtown east side how they should become an economic development engine. It went nowhere. In 2005, senior government funded a program and decided that outside people would be better in telling the community how to run their community and be successful in building a healthy community. I compliment you again in supporting the beginning of a community economic development strategy because you're shifting the relationship between the community and government. You're shifting not only leadership, but you're shifting the way we look at community development. This is not about economic development without social development. This is not about anti-gentrification. It's about diversity of an economy. It's not about employment only for a sector of the community. It's about employment for all members of the community. And as Matt said, poverty is the loss of prosperity. What we're talking about in community economic development is how do we bring prosperity to all members of the community. And so I really want to thank you for what you've done so far and want to really encourage you to support the proposal in front of you to continue this effort. Because it's not just the proposals and the funding that you're approving. You're actually approving a new relationship with the community. So I want to congratulate you and recommend we stay on that course.
Thank you, Mr. LePage. I had a question for you. Several speakers, including yourself, have referenced the Vancouver Agreement and the 2004 economic strategy. I guess it does bring to mind the challenge of sustaining a strategy. So this is phase 2. There are, I don't think the Vancouver Agreement ever made it beyond phase 2. So it's a question about how do you continue the commitment. There's lots of pieces in here that won't mean a lot for people if they're not acted on over a longer period of time.
Yeah, and I think, thank you. I think the real important thing to remember, and that's why I think this process that you're supporting is really an element that allows the continuation. Because in the past, most of the economic development has been from outside the community, directing the community on how to be successful. But when we start to change the conversation to ask the community what will be important and what are the biggest investments that are needed, and not just low-income community, but the neighborhoods, the BIAs, the small businesses. And I think we're starting to see a shift that is not just the city that has to be doing this. Wes referenced the efforts that BC Housing is working in terms of commercial diversification and including retail space as a way to improve the opportunities for the low-income businesses as well as creating employment. Social purchasing that's been mentioned a number of times is about anchor institutions, but it's also about other levels of government becoming involved. 2 weeks ago, I testified in front of Parliament on Bill 227, which would allow the federal government to put a social purpose on all infrastructure. So as we enter into infrastructure investments in the Vancouver area, we will have the opportunity to leverage the federal money in terms of how that contributes to a CED strategy as well. So I think this partnership is not just the city with the community, it's actually a shift of the city, the private sector, and the community and government working together.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming today. Okay, next speaker up is Carol White, Executive Director at the Downtown East Side Neighborhood House. Ms. White does not appear to have made it back. So Phoenix Winter, who is the president of the Carnegie Community Center and also a member of the Downtown East Side SEDSAC.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. My name is Phoenix Winter. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm on the unceded lands of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and give thanks to those people for allowing me to do the work I do on their beautiful unceded lands. I'm a co-chair of the committee. Hendrik and I were co-chairs originally, and then Colin stepped in when Hendrik got sick. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the process of the committee. There was not a lot of low-income people on the committee or a lot of residents in the committee, and we needed more Indigenous people on the committee as well. So there were originally we were committed to 5 meetings from April to the fall, and they weren't supposed to last longer than 2 hours. And just in a way, being considerate of people's times, it ended up, like Wes said, like 693 hours of scheduled meetings, which is an incredible number of meetings to be expected to attend. And sometimes the meetings were changed at the last minute, which is fine if you have text and have unlimited internet access. But for people on lower incomes that didn't have access to computers, it was difficult to participate. Also, we had somebody come to the meeting who was low income, and he didn't understand the terminology. So there was a lot of city speak involved that made it really difficult for people who weren't initiated to understand. So there's ways that the process could be changed to make it more accessible to people that aren't in the know, and so that more residents and low-income community members and Indigenous members could participate. Also, when we hired our coordinator, Alicia, who's been doing a wonderful job, there was initially a desire to hire a resident or low-income community member to be staff, and unfortunately that didn't happen. But the idea is that we wanted to train somebody from the neighborhood to take that place, and it's really important that that piece take place, because one of the criticisms of the committee in the Downtown East Side is that it's not made up of residents and there aren't a lot of low-income people on it. The committee members also spoke strongly that they wanted to see an increase in the welfare rates, that would be beneficial both to businesses and, of course, to the people who get the increase in welfare rates themselves. Unfortunately, the language in the report is rather watered down from the commitment that the committee members made. Additionally, City Council could do more to rein in the VPD to decriminalize the informal economy, including street vending, binning, panhandling, and sex work. These should be exempted from ticketing, harassment, and arrest, because the VPD is often the first point of contact, and people are almost saying like they need to have somebody keeping watch for the police when they're vending, because they never know when the police are going to come and do a street sweep. And people survive by vending wherever they can find a place in the downtown east side, and they deserve not to be harassed. I mean, they're harassed enough as it is, and I know one of the councillors spoke about giving carrots but needing sticks, but people are facing so many different sticks in the neighborhood all the time, and there's increasing deaths by fentanyl, and you know, it's some people are saying it's the worst they've ever seen the downtown east side. And what is needed, some people want jobs, and good jobs, not the ones no one else wants to do. We hired 3 people for an SRO collaborative convention, and 40 people showed up wanting the job. So if the job fits a person, people are willing to come up and show up. And also, there's a perception that people are lazy, but many volunteer, and just like the Carnegie Center could not run without the volunteers, and people are volunteering in the downtown east side to keep the downtown east side things running. So, and I just wanted to emphasize the urgency. Like Wilson mentioned, the businesses are closing, and the small businesses that people relied on, the mom and pop businesses, are closing, and it would be nice to give them a tax exemption for small businesses, not just for big businesses like London Drugs. And I just wanted to mention some of the stores that are closing, like Leroy Barbecue Meats, the Chinatown Supermarket, the Fresh Egg Mart, Superior Tofu, and the Golden Wheat Bakery. And so where will the residents get the necessities that they require? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. You do have questions from Councillor Meggs.
Well, just one, and it's a big topic, so I'd just be curious in response to it. I mean, with this question of police activity, I've listened in on a similar conversation regarding access without fear to city services, and the police department's trying to work on a policy so that people of uncertain or no residency status can have some confidence to bring forward areas to work with the police where they need safety from, say, domestic abuse, that kind of thing. So it raises some very difficult questions, and I'm only familiar with it from that standpoint. But there are guidelines that are in place and policies that are supposed to guide the police in terms of sex workers. Did you, in the course of this work, discuss other mechanisms or building on that would sort of solve the problem you're pointing to? Because it's not a simple one.
No, that's a big problem, and it's not something that I have an expertise in, but it's the idea of making streets safe for people. And if you have to worry about the police plus your own safety on top of that, that's an extra worry to take into account. So, and the police don't have a good reputation. It's like you try and lay low. You don't want a beating. You don't want to become a target of the police. So I think part of the issue is not making it a criminal charge, and not the police not giving out tickets for things that could lead to arrest or even just it's a hassle. Like if somebody's jaywalking and they get a ticket for it, it's a hassle. But if you're doing something you need just to survive, you know, to get food or to get a place to stay for the night or money for if you're a user, you know, you do what you have to do, and it's hard already as it is. It's not easy. So to add something like unwanted attention from the VPD doesn't help.
If I could do a supplementary, something occurs to me here. I mean, you're really talking, I guess, in city words about things like the informal economy. I mean, people are doing stuff which really is not harmful to anyone, but it may be a run afoul of a bylaw. Has there been any discussion in the community about some like intermediary group that is community directed, that's not police, who kind of identify and support and help manage this? I'm thinking about the example of the street market, which got into kind of a community-directed scenario, which certainly, from my point of view, was helpful. There's 1,000 people signed up, I guess it was, to work in it. Has there been any thought, or are you aware of any initiatives to try to extend that experience to the wider community outside the strict street market or sidewalk market situation?
Are you aware of any? I'm just asking Maria from CCAP. No, I'm not aware that there is. Yeah, if there are resources for something like that. I know on the other side of the fence there was Cop Watch, which was there to keep an eye on police officers. I haven't heard as much of it recently, but it was there that served a bit of an intermediary with people who had issues with the police.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, thanks for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. Next up, we have Maria Volstrom from, well, not listed here as being from anywhere, but I'm sure you'll let us know if you're here from somewhere.
Yeah. Just before I start, there's two Downtown Eastside residents here who'd like to speak, but they have not been put on the speakers list. And I know Jean Swanson is not here, so I wondered if Aisha or Hendrik could take her spot. I think Jean is after me.
We don't have a provision for that, but Aisha did sign up in time. Henrik did not. So.
Okay, you're on it. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'd just like you to consider including Hendrik as well. I think he's been an invaluable part of the SEDSAC committee and of a lot of committees here in the Downtown East Side. He was here. He's over there. Yeah, he's in the back. CCAP, we did some research for the Community Economic Development Strategy that we undertook over the summer. This is actually almost not tall enough for me. And I think the idea is to release it at a town hall in January or so. But what we did was we did town halls. We surveyed over 400 retail shops in the Downtown East Side, and we talked to Downtown East Side residents about what kind of shops they would like to see in the neighborhood, about also what kind of barriers they face to accessing employment and other positions. And so some of the initial things we found was that nonprofit places, big chain stores with low prices, and Chinese grocery stores and restaurants were the most popular places for people to shop and to eat. Affordability, proximity, quality, non-judgment, and sense of community were some of the top factors people mentioned as important in choosing where to shop and to eat. New retail stores, cafes, restaurants in the more gentrified parts of Downtown East Side were listed as places where people do not shop or eat. And not just that, they don't feel welcome in these spaces, and sometimes they're actively excluded and policed out of these spaces as well. Price, language, prejudice, and security were listed as some of the top factors that made retail exclusive to low-income Downtown East Side residents. And so one of the key kind of questions we were asking through this research was, what is retail that serves the low-income community? And our finding was maybe a bit contradictory, was that actually there is no retail that serves low-income residents. In the sense that, let's see here. A person on welfare has $18 at the most, actually less than that, to spend on food each week. So this means that even if a shop is relatively affordable and also welcoming to low-income residents, and it's less of these shops in the Downtown East Side, as Phoenix said, a person on welfare can hardly afford it to buy anything at market rates. Instead, people on welfare and disability and other forms of social assistance have to rely on non-market or free sources for food. That includes, food lineups, the UGM, Evelyn Cellar, and the Carnegie. While more affordable and inclusive retail does not truly meet the needs of low-income residents because they're so poor, they do not either contribute to gentrification and the loss of low-income housing in the neighborhood. However, we're worried because as the neighborhood changes, it is likely that these businesses will also start increasingly catering to higher income residents. And that's also why we're worried about giving tax exemptions to businesses without any kind of conditions on that they'll continue serving the low-income community. And so what we did when we surveyed the shops in the Downtown East Side was we divided it into 4 different kind of categories of shops. We talked about zones of exclusions, and we mapped these. And so zones of exclusion are spaces where people are unable to enter because they lack the necessary economic means for participation. Zones of exclusion also become sites marked by increased surveillance and policing. Only those with status, privilege, and wealth can enter. All others are watched carefully, interrogated, and even criminalized for being in these spaces. And so what we found through the surveying, and I'm sure you all noticed this as well, is around developments like Woodward's, almost all the low-income shops or that cater to the low-income community have been replaced by high-end shops. Right there, we found shops that they sold little juice bottles for $10, There was a place you could get eyelashes for $200, but these are the kind of places that are coming into the Downtown East Side, and obviously low-income Downtown East Side residents don't afford to enter these spaces. Then there's other kind of retail, and we call it gentrifying retail. And so gentrifying retail is retail that caters to and seeks to attract higher income residents or visitors. These retail spaces makes the neighborhood more attractive to middle-class people and incentivizes further investment and also gentrification, which is contributing to the loss of low-income housing and businesses. And so actually what we're seeing is that a lot of, I see my time is up, shoot. Actually, even a lot of these social enterprises that are in the neighborhood and they hire some low-income residents, maybe as cleaners or whatever, they actually still contribute to gentrification, and they don't cater to low-income residents. I have a few more things to say, but maybe someone else from CCAP can continue this presentation.
You do have questions from Councillor Affleck, so perhaps that will help bring it out.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. I guess it might be where you were going. Is there a solution that you have for us that you wanted to, like, is it putting in specific retail that's underwritten and that's dedicated to lower income, or?
Yeah, I think, and maybe Aisha will develop on some of this as well, but the kind of recommendations that we came up with in CCAP and through our meetings was, we really need measures to address the root causes of poverty and homelessness. It's like, I think Phoenix and others say it is like, if you don't have housing, right? Or if you're not also criminalized for being on the street, which is currently what cities approach to homeless people, it's really hard to get employment or even to participate in these kind of programs, right? But also, I think one really important thing, in addition to supporting retail in Chinatown and so on, we really need to stop these zones of exclusion from coming into the neighborhood. So I think the city could implement measures to control what kind of businesses comes into the neighborhood, and that downtown Eastside residents have a say over which businesses get business licenses.
And you don't think the downtown, the plan provides some security for that at all? Like that there is measures in there for the kind of development that will be built could include and likely will include retail that might be subsidized?
I mean, there is this program with BC Housing, but that's only for buildings that are owned by BC Housing, right? But there's a lot of talk about all these vacant storefronts, and you want to reduce the vacant storefronts by 50%. But we're worried, what I'm hearing in the community is like people would rather have vacant storefronts than like a yuppie coffee shop, Mm-hmm. And so reducing the vacant storefronts just for the sake of reducing them really, it's not meaningful to downtown Eastside residents and actually has a negative impact on the community. And so, but I think another thing the city could do and should consider is also, revising the downtown Eastside local area plan and looking at zoning measures. A lot of these businesses came into the neighborhood after the city opened up these areas for gentrification, including Chinatown, right? It pushed up the land values, it pushed out the small businesses, it made these neighborhoods, with all the new condo developments going in, you have these coffee shops and restaurants where they're selling coffee that starts at $5, but they're not catering to low-income downtown Eastside residents, they're catering to the new condo dwellers that are moving into the neighborhood. So,
thank you.
Ms. Wallstrom, you do have more questions from Councillor DeGenova.
I just had a question based on your answer to Councillor Affleck, and that was regarding what you were talking about with vacant storefronts. I'm not sure if this is even possible. I wasn't here when the downtown local area plan was passed. I wasn't on council at the time. I'm wondering if, for instance, some type of measure where perhaps market would be the market rents in a sense, I'm not even sure we could do this, but some kind of structure where there was a discount for social enterprise, nonprofits, or locally based downtown Eastside businesses or stores, and then maybe a small percentage that was charged onto market rent for, I'm not going to call them yuppie coffee shops, but perhaps let's say businesses that did not originate in the downtown East Side. Mm-hmm. Or don't add to the local service or purpose. Just from what you were saying to Councillor Affleck, it sounded like you were looking for a solution. I'm just wondering, is that something you would suggest, or do you have any recommendations specifically based on that? I'm not suggesting.
I think that's one of the ideas coming out, is to give tax exemptions to community businesses or whatever. But I'm
like
sure
a tax exemption, it's another way, but yeah.
Right, but my worry about it is, right, it's like a lot of these, they're private, they're businesses, right? They don't have a social mandate where they say we're going to serve low-income downtown Eastside residents. And so how do we make sure that if they get a tax exemptions that they continue to serve the low-income community, right? And that's something that worries me. But also, how do we make sure that those tax exemptions go to, the actual businesses and not to the landowners of these spaces? But one thing we talked about at CCAP, which I like would be have a tax surcharge for, so they would actually pay higher taxes gentrifying businesses, and I think that would actually help the tier.
That's
New
what I was,
source of exclusion, right?
yeah, and I wasn't suggesting it. I was just asking if that's what you were suggesting.
I think that would be a good idea. But I think ultimately, and this is what came out through the survey as well, is we need more non-market, you know, I don't know if you'd call it retail, but places that serve food and
social enterprise.
I mean, I personally, I don't really like social enterprises, but non-profit, non-market, I think they're funded by the government, you know, like the Carnegie, for example, which is not really a social
I think I understand. I see a social enterprise, and I'd like to ask you what you see a social enterprise as. Do you see a social enterprise? I see it as an organization that reaches out to people who otherwise wouldn't have that opportunity, empowers them, and pays a fair living wage.
Yeah, I think there's a wide spectrum of social enterprises, and the definition is kind of loose. Not all social enterprises are even not-for-profit, right? You have some for-profit social enterprises with a social mandate, but I think the problem with them is that they hinge on the market, right? And they're still trying to leverage the market to make a profit, right? And so in the Downtown East Side, what that means is you have a lot of social enterprises that are catering to higher income residents, right? They're selling like fancy coffee or chocolate and things like that, which actually has a negative impact on the community.
So you're okay, just to be clear, if they make a profit as long as it goes to social good or a social mandate?
No, I personally think there should be non-market places that are subsidized by the government to provide for poor people. Like people don't have enough money to buy food, and I think the government should step in, and they shouldn't have to rely on the market for people to survive. No.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Next up, we have Jaime Syed. Welcome, Mr. Syed.
It's Himi.
Himi.
Himi
See,
Syed.
that would have been my second guess. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. I'm an insider-outsider. I'm from Toronto, but I live in the Downtown East Side. I'm in Vancouver. I'm studying at the CED program at SFU. And as an outsider, you may not appreciate what SFU actually is. I have come to understand that SFU is to cities and urbanism what MIT is to science and engineering. Having lived here in the Downtown East Side since July, I've come to understand that this part of the city actually is a Silicon Valley for social innovation and social enterprise. In Toronto, we have these things, but they're spread all over the city. There's no single concentration, critical mass of so much human activity right across the board, be it ethnic, be it Chinese, Aboriginal, different income groups, or even an example like Woodward's, where everybody came together and people are still arguing about it. So as an outsider, I would encourage you to not simply receive this report, but embrace it and extend it. If I may, through the chair, actually answer just a few concerns. Talking about sticks or carrots, talking about other levels of government, or if they didn't step up in 2004 when you've gone through a similar exercise. I lived briefly in Ottawa, and I lived in Vancouver actually in 1996. In 96, when I was first time here, I worked in a store at 7 West Hastings. It's no longer there. And this was prior to your city purchasing those hotels. So I've gone through the entire 24-hour process of what goes on in the Downtown East Side. Coming now, I see so much more energy and opportunity. And what CED is what BIAs were perhaps 20 or 30 years ago. And Toronto, my city, actually invented the BIA in the modern era. What you're doing here is taking it miles ahead. You have 2 BIAs here that is part of the Downtown East Side, so the Strathcona and the Hastings Crossing. Each of those, Strathcona has a part of their mandate, sustainability. The Hastings Crossing within their mandate has social innovation, not enterprise, innovation. So that encompasses much more. I am just here as an outsider and as a resident to encourage you that the downtown east side is not a solution in Vancouver. It is a solution for Vancouver. And the downtown east side is not simply Vancouver's downtown east side. It's Canada's downtown east side. What you have is not simply a BIA 2.0. You have a process. And this is something that the rest of the country will look to, will learn from, and certainly it's a pleasant surprise while I'm here. And rather than me going back to Toronto, I've decided to spend more time living in the downtown east side, learning directly the solutions that you have that my city or the rest of the country certainly could benefit from. If I can give you one single recommendation, your social procurement is exciting. It is a platform that allows you, it will allow you to bid on something I learned is available when I lived in Ottawa. The federal government and departments right across the different bureaucracies have something called NMSO or RMSO, National Master Standing Orders or Regional Standing Master Orders. When we talk about bringing in low-income people or people who don't have skills, your social procurement is involving those people. Your social procurement platform will allow you to bid and to get the contracts that may, if you win, deliver these regional services from different parts of the federal bureaucracy. So when we say federal government, if we break it down into bite-sized chunks and we bid on these things, cities don't have a mechanism, so they miss out on all this. These are not table stakes. Excuse me, these are not table crumbs. These are table stakes. And with that, I encourage you not simply to do what my city does and screws up things all the time and just receive the report and then file it. Please accept, embrace, extend what you have here. It's exciting to me as somebody studying CED and living in this neighborhood and becoming part of the neighborhood. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Syed. Thanks for coming. No questions from council. Okay, we have Aisha Apia, who was registered, but we misfiled it. And then after that, I understand Hendrik did not register to speak, but is a member of the committee. So if somebody had a question for him as a member of a committee, that would be appropriate.
Thank you.
Oh, Aisha, if you want it to go down a bit. Maria, did you see how that was done? Yeah. Wherever is comfortable.
Thank you very much. Council, greetings. Mayor, your worship, good to see you all once again. We are talking of process and procedures. I'm holding Carnegie newsletter from 2007 up to date. We have gone through these systematic procedures with you, and it has been ignored. So today we come again about how we evaluate the downtown east side once more. So I'm going to table Carnegie Community Action Project out of Carnegie newsletter of November 1st, 2016, and I would love to have copies delivered to you. The city's community economic development strategy is going to council 29th, which is, I came yesterday and it was today. Now let me go on. What the people of the downtown east side addresses, and I'm going straight because I'm a realist and I love things to be real, and I'm getting a lot of the fantasy going on about why and this and that. We all know we all live in this city, and I love this city too much, and I'm heartbroken to see what is going on in our community, the central of our city. So this is what they came with it. Address the root causes of poverty and homelessness. An inclusive community economic development plan needs to put housing and social assistance rates from front and center and propose aggressive measures to stop gentrification, implement rent control, to advocate for more social housing and to raise the rates. Implement measures to stop new zones of exclusion. The city seeks to reduce vacant storefront by 50%. By vacant storefronts are better than zones of exclusions. Zones of exclusions pushes up rent, land values, and contribute to the overall gentrification of our neighborhood. The city needs to take immediate measures to stop more zones of exclusion coming into our community and neighborhood. Use zoning, not tax exemptions, to reverse the loss of shops. I know I don't have too much time, so I'm going through. Stop the criminalization of all survival work. Expand and support non-market food services in the downtown east side. Ensure jobs for low-income residents. Take measures to destigmatize unemployment. And that is a lot of people in the downtown east side can't work. The city needs to make immediate measures to destigmatize unemployment in the downtown east side and recognize the dignity of who don't have a formal job. And Ms. Genova, you wanted to know what is YOPI. I would love to speak on that. As we of the low-income community, I'm a mother of 3 sons and a daughter. I also work with the high-risk youth with mental illness. I've seen enough. And to tell you that, don't feel too comfortable here because our generation after us is very at risk. And a YOPI, Ms. Genova, I see as someone in the elitist club, the fraternity club, whether male or female, or the high income club, middle class, perhaps if we have still. These are the people moving into the neighborhood and driving up prices and gentrification the neighborhood, whereby food that people can afford based on the welfare rate, they can't because they have all moved out. If you come, I'll walk with you and I'll show you where the food used to be and where there are no more, and the YOPI shops have gone. And we say YOPI, why? Because we have Versace in our neighborhood. How many people can afford Versace? That is what we call YOPIs. And to end this, I would love to end with poems, because I'm a poet as well, and some words of wisdom that will help us all, because we are humans. We have souls. And this is a proverb from the continent I'm from, below the equator, where my umbilical cord is buried. Today's globalization is based on competition and profit. It will achieve a truly human face only when everyone say I while thinking we. This is from Aminata Traore, one of our matriarch society women. And if you allow me, I have 1 minute. I see that.
You actually have 0 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll give you copies of the Economical Development Strategy from CCAP. I'll make it available to you through your staff. Thank you very much for my time and for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Appiah. Thanks for coming. Could I get the clerk to grab the document from her? Okay, so that is it for registered speakers. We have questions to staff, and to note that Hendrik Buna, who is here, sorry, I've not had an occasion to say your last name in a while. So Mr. Buna is here, as is Ms. Blythe, who is the manager of the Downtown East Side Street Market, should we have questions related to that. And of course, all of the staff who were here earlier, Ms. Sack and Mr. Regan, to answer questions from council. You have something that...
If we had wanted to hear from him and ask a question, we could do so. So I had thought you were on the queue to do that. If not, I would. Yes. So I'm sorry.
So Councillor DeGenova, I have no idea what sort of intervention that was, but did you have questions? Yes. Okay, so we'll do the usual thing where we put our names on an ordered list, and I'll start with the first person on the list, which is Councillor Deal. Councillor Deal, questions for any of the people that I just...
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Regan, perhaps we've heard a variety of experiences from people. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
We've heard a variety of experiences from people who were on the committee, and I would like to hear from Hendrik what his experience was as well. But perhaps I'll ask Hendrik to tell us just very briefly what his experience on the committee was, and then go to you for how we can address some of the concerns that we've heard while championing some of the successes we've heard as well. So, Hendrik, would you be willing to just let us know what your experience in the committee was like?
Yeah, hello. I'm Hendrik Beuner, Hendrik Hoekema, we had remembrance of. He was very much part of this committee, so I'm trying to step in his footsteps with having the same name.
Same name, yeah.
Was inherited from the Netherlands through generations. So yeah, I'm a Dutch person here, so I'm very much, come very much from a social country, you know, where we take care of each other. There's hardly any homelessness, although things are changing because of all the neoliberal influence in the world, but in general I stick to my roots, and we got to take care of the root causes. So in general I thought this CED SAC, by lack of a better name, was a really good experience for me. I truly believe that the city has opened up itself to hear the people who live in the downtown east side. I've been a resident since 2000. And I'm part of many committees and sit on many boards, Pivot Legal Society, Urban Core, Vancouver the Neighborhood House. Carol White is here, by the way. I want to say some good words about the Neighborhood House. Those are the kind of social services that we need. The Neighborhood House is very open, indiscriminate to anyone. They serve the best food in the city that you don't have to pay for. You can have a 12-course meal there, all really good vitamins, nutrients, vegetables and all that. So I really encourage us to do more with the Neighborhood House. You know, we'd like to expand with having more family services available. We take kids to the community garden and teach them something about gardening, always have a good meal after. So we do lots of good things through the Neighborhood House. Another thing that I'm really for is to open up a platform of social procurement, I believe it's called. I'm not totally familiar how that's worked out yet, but I'm planning on staying on the advisory committee. I've been part of all the working groups. I've gone to all the meetings except for the last few because I just got too busy. But what I'd really like to see for a site like 58 West is like to see it community controlled. You know, we need supportive housing in the sense that it's truly supportive to the community, not supportive to Vancouver Coastal Health. We need other kind of healthcare facilities that are acting to cure things from the base up, you know, like not Band-Aid solutions. Like we don't need people drugged. Like I live in supportive housing unwillingly, actually. I thought it was just going to be social housing. I live in the Woodward complex. I'm quite happy to have a roof over my head and to have all the space that I got. I wish I had twice as much space, but we have a beautiful 10th floor. Anyway, I went up there the other day. It's just a little story. I hope you like it. To get a handkerchief and a Band-Aid. I got a cut in my hand, and I had a runny nose. And up there was a team of 4 surgeons greeting me. One to let me in the door. Well, they asked me if I could wait 10 minutes. By that time, I already had a Band-Aid on my cut, and I found a handkerchief somewhere else. The surgeons don't carry Band-Aids and handkerchiefs. They wanted to stick this thing up my nose to see what it really was that I had in my nose, and I said, well, there's mucus up there, and that's what he concluded. Yeah, indeed, there's mucus on there. What about the other side? Well, it's okay. They still wanted to give me a prescription, even though I said I hadn't seen a doctor in 10 years. So they gave me a prescription for nasal spray and steroids. I says, I don't want steroids up my nose. So I went to see the nurse yesterday because they put the prescription in my mail slot. And I said, what is this all about? And anyway, it was to dry out my nose.
I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot
of drugs, you know. Okay. So what we want at 58 West is, if Coastal Health is going to be part of that, we want to see some facilities like Galerie Gachet. We want to see some upcycling of recycled goods, possibly a bottle depot. Those are the kind of services that really help the community, not prescriptive drug treatments. And West very well knows we don't want to be prescriptive. We want it from the community. So I like to see that supportive housing being controlled by the community and for the community. And also we can get jobs there.
Thank you very much. Wes, you have 30 seconds.
I will say that out of the 35 organizations, several of the committee members were either low-income residents or advocates or activists working on issues relating to low-income issues and poverty. But we can, continue to work to extend that, perhaps an advisory committee solely of low-income residents to help round out some of that representation, and to work with the low-income caucus, for lack of a better term, on the committee. This is a process, and we can always improve it. So absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Well timed. Thank you, Councillor Deal. Other questions from councillors? Oh, okay, I did have some, so I'm going to throw myself on there. Questions. Welfare rates. Somebody noted that it had, so council has a long-standing policy of supporting significant increases to welfare rates, so I'm curious as to why that didn't come forward as a reaffirmation through this report.
Directed towards me, Madam Chair?
Either one of you would be great.
In the strategy, it I think very clearly lays out that we need to connect both the work around community economic development to the work on advocacy, because poverty alone will not be addressed by jobs and entrepreneurship in the downtown east side. There are simply too many residents that have a range of different barriers that will prohibit them from generating income to the degree that they will need to be able to afford to buy food in those local retail shops, as Ms. Walston pointed out. And so the advocacy piece, connecting that to the table, the poverty reduction table, is an important part of what makes this strategy different than previous strategies as well, by acknowledging that and including that piece in there. So I do think that I'm glad it was brought up today, and it's important to note that this strategy, I don't think anyone has envisioned this as a cure-all for the downtown east side. It's an important piece of the puzzle, and it connects to that advocacy piece, which is absolutely crucial.
Okay, sorry, things are flashing on and off over here. Second question was around, I think it relates a bit to the exchange between Councillor DeGenova and Ms. Wallstrom, related to it's really like this triangulation of, is it zoning, is it incentives, is it like what tools? It sounds like everyone has agreement. The report speaks extensively to it. I know that CCAPs, this has been a longstanding issue for them around preserving the kind of retail environment that the residents, particularly low-income residents, need to be able to survive. So what can we do as a city, and how does this report speak to that?
The two pieces in there, most immediately, one of the RFPs or RFQs, we've asked to help further explore how we can align the types of incentives that the city can put in place with our social impact assessment goals, with the healthy city strategy goals, with the reconciliation goals we have, and as well as the downtown east side plan. So trying to bridge that connection between the local economy and the social outcomes that are desired in these policy documents. And so we need a bit of help to try and make that link. And so part of phase 2 is doing some of that research about how we connect the tools that we can use in the context of the charter around economic revitalization with the goals and strategies we've set out in our healthy city strategy and these other documents. So that's an important piece of trying to make that connection. And then once again, the social purpose real estate collaboration, getting back to one of the earlier questions about the tools that we have, or subsidies or exemptions that have been mentioned. None of those are explicitly laid out in the strategy. There's nothing about exemptions per se, but the cross-subsidization model that CIRES, the Community Impact Real Estate Society, allows us to engage in as a partner in that nonprofit, effectively is able to do things that we can't otherwise do through policy. So that's a programming response to the retail gentrification, where the yuppie coffee shops, as we've heard earlier, can actually pay the rent in a property that's charging them 40, 50, 60 bucks a square foot, whatever it might be. And the profit from that can subsidize the low-income serving grocery store, or the low-income arts space, or the low-income diner, or whatever it might be. And so that, to me, is a tremendous opportunity for the city to continue building on.
That's great. All right, well, that's it for my questions. I'm just going to move us to the main queue here, seeing no other questions, and put myself on to move this one. Okay. So I am very pleased to be moving recommendations A, B, and C from the staff report. It's a bit of a challenge. I mean, I feel very excited about this because it's the outcome from the Downtown East Side Local Area Plan. It was the first plan that we formally included the concept of economic planning in. What we learned is that wanting to do that and being able to do it at the same level that we do urban planning, social planning, transportation planning, all these other things that we've done for many years, they're two different things. So this is the step to sort of beef it up to the level that we might have hoped that it was in the plan. But it's nowhere near the end, and that's sort of my, I'm very excited, but I'm excited for what can be as a result of the decision today as opposed to what will be. So it does speak a lot. I think several of the speakers spoke to the follow-through and how important that is, and really mindful of the Vancouver Agreement. I look at all the agencies, Potluck, for example, some of the agencies here today did not exist prior to the Vancouver Agreement. That was that first wave of economic planning in the downtown east side. But because that approach was about what governments thought might work as opposed to what community knows needs to be there in order for the community to work, it could not sustain itself in the way that it needed to. The things that made sense sustained themselves, and the things that didn't went by the wayside, including the agreement itself. So it's not perfect. It's not the whole community. It's 35 people at a table. I think they've done an incredible job. It was really good to hear from Ms. Bird and others how people have really deepen their relationships and really learn to hear each other and find ways to accommodate the things that they're hearing at the table. Because I think ultimately, if we could find a way for all 20,000 people living in the downtown east side to do that and the rest of the community to hear them, that would be the answer to supporting the community and supporting itself. I think the concept of embrace and extend is such a critical one for this, so that I guess what I would invite council today to see is that by approving these 3 recommendations, that's a commitment to following this work through, that it's not just about the vote that we have today, but about the results of the kind of research that we just heard about, and committed to continuing to follow that through, committing to understanding. Ms. Wallstrom invited some of the councillors down who might not have seen some of the changes in the community to come see them firsthand and see the kinds of impacts they're having on the community, and how really push ourselves. The answers around whether it's incentives or sticks or carrots or all these things, we're really blazing some pretty new territory here. And I think the more connected we are, the more we're listening, the more we're hearing each other, the better chance we have to move it forward. So thank you to everyone who's been doing that. And I hope to see support for this so that we can move forward on the next steps. Councillor Deal.
Yeah, you've spoken very eloquently, Chair Reimer. I just have a few things to add. I'm very vigorously in support of this. As someone who's been liaison to the BIAs, I know that they've been looking at ways to support small independent businesses throughout the city. And here's a model that supports not only the small businesses, the independent businesses, but also takes a whole community approach to that. Also with people involved with the arts and culture sector, another area where we have such a wealth of artistic talent in the downtown east side, that any way we can find to support that, but also make it a form of livelihood as well as a form of expressing oneself, I think is super important. And I guess the last thing I'll say is that I mentioned it earlier in my comments, when I see people who are doing so many creative things with so few resources from the traditional sense, I see someone who is very resourceful, is very creative, is very thoughtful, and has a lot to offer us all in learning to make our way through this world. So I think that's a piece of creativity and thoughtfulness and resourcefulness I think we can all tap into, and I think processes like this help us to learn from each other that way. So I want to thank everybody who came out, the entire committee, and I really want to thank our staff as well. I know they're not all here sitting behind you anymore, but it's a great team, and as we've all said, you can always do more. I think we've made a tremendous step here, and I very much look forward to seeing where it goes from here.
Thanks, Councillor Deal. Councillor Louie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add my words of thanks, this, of course, is an ongoing issue, problem, opportunity in our city. That's the work that's been done that's come before this, I think, provides some guidance for us. I think that what it means for me is that as we pass this, as was said, don't just pass something or receive it, that we need to take some action. That this is about us redoubling some of our efforts to ensure that we put the proper efforts in place. When we support so many different community groups in a number of different ways, our community grants that I was quite proud of, that we added $1 million extra in community grants to support the community. I think that went a long way, but this is a small drop in the bucket in what is necessary for us to collectively put together to help many people have the opportunities that the rest of us take for granted, I think. And so this is something that I hope that we keep not in the back of our minds as we do the rest of our work, but rather this becomes the thrust of much of the work that we do here at the city, and help lead the way for others to follow whenever we can. I do want to thank the community for coming out and speaking, making a compelling case for this. I hope that we do get the necessary votes. It requires 8 votes of council. We have 8 votes here. And so if we can, we will move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank everybody for coming forward today. So many spoke in such an inspiring way, and it is quite wonderful, actually, to hear the determination for change and the positive, very, very positive aspects that we've heard today. So as I said earlier, I'd be happy to vote for this twice, but once will be enough today. Thank you.
Well, that may solve our need for 8 votes, Councillor Ball. No, it's a joke. You only get 1 vote today. So that's it for speakers to the motion. I'm going to move us to the voting queue, even though I'm not supposed to do that. I'm sorry. Sorry to the clerk. So if everyone could place their vote. Councillor Stevenson, did you want to vote? There we go. Okay, we have unanimous approval, so the motion passes. Thank you very much to staff and all the speakers, and we'll see you again, it sounds like, in the not too distant future. Okay, so that brings us to item 4, which Councillor DeGenova had held. This is the increased municipal ticket fines for operating without a business license and failing to comply with license conditions report. Ms. Toma, who we like to give a good workout to, is just running into the chambers. I'm sorry about that. We'll just take a minute while people are coming and going here. See, nobody's watching at home, so I don't have to narrate. The broadcast system is down, so I don't have to narrate what's going on right now for people wondering. It's great. We'll just wait so it's not too chaotic. Okay, well, I do have to narrate. Apparently it's back up. So for everyone watching at home, we've just got one large group of speakers leaving, and we are on item number 4, and we have Ms. Toma here to answer questions from Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. My first question is regarding an update on some of the, I suppose I will say, fines that I know we were at 830 tickets issued, 205 fines paid. The last time you came to report back to us on cannabis dispensaries?
So the updates we provided on a weekly basis, and they're available through our communications group. And I believe the latest numbers are at about 1,001, and nearly a quarter of them have received funds that have been paid.
A quarter of them. So the numbers there are 250?
Yes.
And then how are the fines that aren't paid dealt with? Do they go into collection?
Yes, so they get 3 notices if a fine is not paid. So once a ticket is issued, the ticket has to be issued based on the violation that's noted. The violation is noted by our property use inspectors. The ticket gets issued. If there's no payment on the ticket, there's a reminder that goes out before the due date. At the 3rd reminder, if still no payment, then it gets sent into collection and potential for the prosecution by the city prosecutor.
Okay. So I'm not sure what's going on with my microphone, sorry. Thank you very much. I'm also wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on the collection process. So for instance, do we have in-house collection services or do we outsource those? And if so, do the collection services get a percentage of the fine if they're able to recover it?
I'm not 100% sure on the collection in terms of the fees, but I do know that we are currently in negotiation to go with an outside company that does the collection, and that's being handled through the finance department, but I can get that answer to you.
So, thank you very much. So currently we do our own in-house collection.
No, it's with a company, but I believe they're looking to switch to another company and their negotiations.
Thank you very much. Another question that I have is regarding, I understand that there's 21 city staff that are able to go out and fine. I suppose it would be more than, perhaps you could elaborate on what the role of those 21 people.
So the report in front of you is to increase our MTIs to the maximum allowable fine under our charter, which is $1,000, and that's for violation of one, operating without a business license, and this is for all businesses, which we've seen an increase in, and also operating outside of conditions of licenses. And this is really to, kind of like the sticks and carrots. This is really like the stick that we've noticed that it makes it more financially gainable for somebody to not pay a $250 ticket than to come forward and get a business license. We're hoping to influence the outcomes and the behavior with this increase.
Okay, thank you. During the public hearing process, I understand that the maximum fine was $10,000, and it says that here in our report on page number, I believe it's 2, that there is maximum fine. It can result in fines of up to $10,000 per offense. Can you tell me what it would take for us to get up to that number, and how often can we increase the fines under our charter?
So the charter allows $1,000 maximum for MTIs. MTIs are the tickets that are issued by our staff. To get the $10,000 fine, that has to go through prosecution. So it would have to go through the court system. Only the courts can impose a fine of $10,000.
And do you have an average on how long it takes to go through the prosecution?
It depends on the violation, depends on the bylaw, depends on the response from the operator. Sometimes we end up revoking the business license and the prosecution happens, a year later.
Last I checked, sorry, I'm running out of time. Last I checked, we had 27 injunctions filed. Is there an average time that each of those businesses have been open and staff have been visiting those?
Again, specific to the marijuana dispensaries, the MMRU, they've been operating for several months. Staff are going there as oversight. So we do have 2 property use inspectors that offer oversight for inspections. They check all of the requirements that for the licensing, for the development permit application stage. We have a lot of different establishments at different phases of the process.
I just have 10 seconds left, so I'm going to try and...
DiGenova, could you let the staff finish the answer and you can go on at the end?
Oh, thank you.
So
I appreciate that,
finish
Madam
up
Chair.
the answer.
Well, it's just that the program overall and what we're asking for in the increase of the ticket fines is really to incentivize and to ensure that we have the proper operators in the city, and this goes across all businesses. We have our new fraud hotline. We're getting a lot of information. We're getting a lot of information from our fire department that they come across businesses that don't have valid business licenses. This is not in particular to any one type of business. This is across the city. We need to have both the carrots and the stick, and then what allowances we have under the charter is up to $1,000. So we're asking council to allow us to be able to do that.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to finish
You
last question.
are out of time, but as with all motions that have, all items that have a motion, you can keep asking questions for hours if you need to in order to satisfy yourself enough to vote for them. Okay, Councillor Ball, it is your turn.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for being here. I had an interesting question come to me yesterday from a new Canadian who didn't realize we had so many regulations, and is wondering, and says other people are wondering, what happens if you don't know and you make a mistake and then the city officer comes to you? Like, what's the process if you're genuinely, here from somewhere else and just beginning and don't understand all of our regulations?
We do have warning stages. My office is very reasonable. We've worked with a number of businesses. I know one in particular, there was a dance studio that was in a location that wasn't properly zoned for that. We worked with the owner of the property and the business to give them enough time to relocate. We gave them 6 months. So it's not an unreasonable thing in terms of a request. If they weren't aware, if they didn't know, we do this in a number of different businesses. What we're trying to do as well is to have the stick that's big enough to incentivize good behavior, because what we've noticed is that there are good operators, the ones that intend to play by the rules, the ones that didn't know, and then once they're made aware, they come into compliance, but we still have those bad operators that we can't seem to influence.
And I wasn't speaking about them.
Yeah.
It was just simply.
No, absolutely. There are wordings. There's a lot of collaboration that happens with businesses. It's not a one-time, one strike and you're out type situation.
And the other question I had was, and again, this person asked me that, how do people find out? Like, how do they know, or how do they find out what the process is for becoming legit?
So the website is the first place that I would point people to. Calling 311. 311 has scripts that will allow people to move in the right direction. We'll give them contact names, and then just actually phoning our office. What we've also tried to do with business licensing is partner with outside agencies. So we work very closely with Small Business BC, a bunch of other associations. We try to reach out to the Trades Association too, because what we brought in on a permanent basis is the shared license across different municipalities. So we're trying to do both the communication and the engagement to ensure that people are aware you need a valid business license to operate a business in Vancouver, as well as the enforcement side. And if we come across a business that doesn't have a valid business license, that's our first point of contact. We reach out to them, we let them know, we inform them of what they have to do. We ask them to come in, to ask questions, and we go from there. They don't get a ticket off the bat.
That's really helpful. Thank you. I will make sure I pass that on in all my liaison meetings. Thanks again. Thank you.
Councillor Meggs, your turn.
Thanks, Ms. Tolman. So I welcome this change, but I just wanted to be sure I understood why now. I mean, it seems to me we're encountering a number of areas where we're proposing to regulate where the previous fine was really a rounding error equivalent to a cup of coffee. And I'm thinking of short-term rentals where if the council approves a regulatory regime, we could see people operating in violation and making this much money in a week. So is this one of the things that you're considering, that it would be a deterrent in cases like that where violations are very lucrative for some people?
Absolutely. It's about influencing outcomes to get the outcomes that we want. And even though we haven't landed exactly where short-term rentals are in regards to MTIs and how those would be kind of issued, it is something of consideration, absolutely. And we're noticing a lot more in terms of the bad behaviors, the bad operators.
Well, we don't have bad operators in certain areas. We don't have too many wind up all the way before council for a business license hearing. So can you give me a sense of what share of the enforcement is now done by MTI? Because I think it's by far the largest share, I would assume, given that there's a handful of business license hearings each year.
It is. However, the MTIs, in order to issue an MTI, you have to first establish the violation, and it depends on the violation. Sometimes, specific to certain standard of maintenance issues, we take a collaborative approach. When it comes to untidy premises, we actually have the right to clean the yard with our own contractor and put it on the tax roll of the property owner. So there's a lot of work that we do behind the scenes that may not even be in an MTI. When it comes to a business, we work very closely with the BIAs as well to ensure that we don't further put onus on the small businesses. Graffiti is something that we're partnering with all the businesses on. So there's a lot of different bylaws and violations that we're trying to move towards. But as of late, and with our desire to move to a business license rationalization of where we're going to, create a better framework for businesses in Vancouver, we're noticing that there's a little bit of an increase on the lack of knowledge of requiring a business license.
So there's two more things. It's part of the philosophy that the majority of businesses, the vast majority, are complying, but their ability to make decent earnings is undermined by others who are free riders, in effect, operating outside the system?
Correct.
Okay, so it's to support the good businesses, we do the enforcement. The second thing is, I don't see, we're in the budget discussion, I don't see a cash grab here. If I understand this, this is to save us money by encouraging better behavior before we get to the more expensive enforcement that comes after the ticketing process.
Yes, and then to encourage the behavior of the operators.
Right.
Because right now, for certain businesses, it's more viable for them to receive a ticket of $250 than to come through the process of acquiring a business license.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor, oh, thanks, Councillor Meigs. Councillor Louis, did you have questions? Okay, I will have to advance you, Councillor DeGenova, and you can go on at the end. I'll need you to move the motion because there has to be a motion on the floor for you to continue to ask questions. So, Councillor Louis.
If I understand it, the MTI program, which was implemented, is much more efficient than long process. The other process takes about a year. For it to work itself through, potentially longer, through the court system. And so how much cost is there involved with going through that long process? Do you have that information?
I don't, but I could get that for you.
Likely much more, well, we know intuitively it's much more expensive as a result.
Much more expensive and time consuming.
And because of the consumption of that long period of time, then the aspect of a ticket or the fining is meant to persuade the individual or entity from stopping whatever action that they're doing. But this long delay allows for a period of time where they would just continue, would they not?
Correct.
And during that time where they continue, would we, if they were to continue because they're fighting it in court, what happens during that intervening time? Would they be allowed to continue that activity?
They are until the decision is made in terms of the court, and even though we continue to have oversight, it's highly unlikely that we would continue with ticketing. So we would have oversight to get the information that needs to be presented in court, but highly unlikely that ticketing will continue because it's, I guess, bad faith when you're going into the court system and you're waiting for a decision to continue with the same systematic process.
So it would be the one time that we would make them aware that they're not in compliance according to what we believe, but they would have this opportunity, so to speak, because it's before the courts, to continue to operate outside of what we believe to be appropriate, and that inappropriate behavior would continue on for a much longer period of time than rather than going through an MTI process.
Without collecting the revenue services, yes.
I was going to ask whether or not the $1,000 that is being recommended is appropriate. It's the maximum that's allowed under the charter, but is that sufficient?
It is. I mean, when we're issuing out $250 tickets, they're perceived as, you know, Councillor Meigs referred to a cup of coffee. It's not enough of a stick to incentivize a change of behavior. $1,000 does have a bigger impact. So I think we need to try the $1,000. It's the maximum that's allowed under the charter. We need to monitor that. We need to see if behavior does change, and then report back to council. So that's something that we're planning for.
Okay, so for this, the MTI is allowed under the charter. The $1,000 is allowed under the charter. So this is not something new that we're undertaking, but we're applying this to the maximum that's allowed, and hopefully to deter some of that behavior that we're seeing out there. And your thinking is that it is increasing. Is that right?
We've just seen an increase, or maybe it's not the business, like the element itself. It's increasing. Maybe we're just more aware of it.
Okay.
Because we have other avenues in which we get the information.
I just want to touch on the question of Councillor Ball's earlier, which was some people are unaware and, you know, they're under the court of law. A little bit of legalese, Latin, non est factum. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. But what you're saying is that we don't strictly apply that. It's not, but rather we go through an education process.
Correct. Yes.
And how long is that education process?
It depends, because we end up getting a lot of inquiries at the inquiry center. That's sort of our first main of contact with a new business coming to the city. There's, certain, depending on the business they're looking to have, there's certain requirements they have to clear off before they get their business license. So we walk them through it. We even take them to the other side in terms of if they need something from a zoning clearance, if they need clearance from the health department, whatever the requirements are for that particular business, we help them along.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Louis, I think you'd be doing Councillor DeGenova a favor to move the motion, so
I would be very pleased to move the motion. Thank you.
Okay, in which case she can continue to ask questions. Councillor DeGenova. Councillor DeGenova.
I was happy to move the motion. I didn't know you could just move the motion when we were in questions, but I'm learning something new every.
Councillor DeGenova, just so that the rule is clear, we were technically no longer in questions until a motion was moved, because each councillor only gets 5 minutes unless there is a motion on the floor. So in order for us to continue to be in questions, we needed a motion on the floor. So the procedure has been completed correctly, and you are back to questions.
I understand. I'm sorry, I misunderstood because you told me I had to move the motion. Thank you very much. A question that I have is regarding this new fraud hotline, or I'm wondering if you could elaborate where people would find that information, the phone number for that hotline, and what you would expect people would call that hotline with, because I'm sure there are people perhaps who have different ideas as to what fraud truly is.
Absolutely, and I don't know the exact number of the hotline. I was made aware of it because there was information coming through there that may not actually be suited towards the fraud hotline. But the simplest thing is 311 and the app, the 311, the Van Connect app. If people want to make us aware, if they've come across businesses that aren't operating under a valid business license and under our regulations, that's the best way for us to get the information. 311 and Van Connect.
Thank you very much. I also, I understand from information that I had requested of staff that there was a budget of $315,900 for enforcement. Is that correct?
For what enforcement?
For enforcement regarding the marijuana, the cannabis.
Yeah.
I had one try. I was allowed to use it once.
We are in the process of finalizing the information and just the budget folks were going through their budget book process, but we will bring that over to council hopefully within the week.
Okay, and would you say that right now the system, considering I also did reach out to staff and ask about the amount of time it takes enforcement officer to visit a dispensary that is not regulated under our zoning amendment bylaw, because I want to mention that some of them are. It would take roughly approximately an hour of their time. Is this a revenue neutral structure right now?
You'll have all that information as part of the memo that we're preparing. But in regards to the enforcement officers, we do have 2 dedicated enforcement officers for the marijuana dispensaries, for the marijuana businesses. And their job is more than just the issuing of tickets. As I've said, because we have so many different, we had 176 applications. They're all at different stages of the approval process. Some of them are actually getting their appeals overturned at the Board of Variance. There is an inspection process throughout each of the approvals. There's a lot of checks and balances that it's a property uses job to ensure that they visit. So it's providing oversight to the entire program. So those 2 individuals are providing oversight to the entire program. It's not just a matter of ticketing.
Thank you. And I should add that perhaps you weren't present, but our chair said we can't use the word marijuana. So I'm not sure what word to use. I'll use cannabis, but I'm not sure. Maybe that applies differently to staff than councillors. Thank you.
Are you finished, Councillor DeGenova?
I am.
Okay. And for staff's benefit, what I did say was that words that weren't germane to the debate at hand would not be appropriate. So I appreciate you sticking to the subject matter. Thanks for coming today. That moves us to the main queue, where Councillor Louis, should you like to speak to the motion you put on the floor, you are very welcome to.
I'll just briefly speak to the report, and for all the reasons that have been illuminated as a result of the questioning, I think it's prudent for us to move in this direction given the increasing intensity of non-compliance and this tool that is being implemented certainly is much more efficient. And if we are to deal with these non-compliant entities, this would be the most efficient way, and to use taxpayers' money in the most efficient way, and to receive, I think, the best outcomes and most responsive outcomes as a result of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Louie. Councillor DiGenova, to the motion on the floor.
Yes, I will be supporting the motion cautiously, and I will continue to be looking for the memos that I really very much appreciate that staff have provided and in keeping that up-to-date information. The reason I use the word cautiously is because I actually would like to see the fines be stiffer. And the reason for that is when you add up the current fine, and then I've just taken the data, and right now if you divide the amount of dispensaries by the amount of tickets, let's not even talk about how many have been paid. Each dispensary is paying less than $250 a month to operate. In a sense, I could say illegally, but I suppose outside of the amendment to our zoning bylaw. And I think that that's very unfair to those who did go through the process, and I believe it's 21 dispensaries currently that have licensing under the city. Yeah, I have heard from people who actually have gone through the process who have said, I could have opened in another neighborhood and made a better profit if I didn't go through the process, but I did, because I wanted to make sure that I was doing everything above board. So it's important that we remember that there are those individuals out there who are trying to provide, something that I'm really looking forward to being legalized and regulated. I think that cannabis can be very helpful in many medical senses, as we've heard from several people who showed up for the public hearing. So I'd like to thank our staff for all of their hard work. I also am keeping in mind, though, that we have empty homes and short-term rental, as well as SRO enforcement, and it seems that we're spreading ourselves very thin on the enforcement overall. So I may keep mentioning cannabis, but I may keep mentioning empty homes, short-term rental, because I feel that each of these policies put more of a burden on staff if we certainly aren't increasing our staffing levels to meet the promises that we have made. And those promises were to shut down and enforce all dispensaries outside of the zoning bylaw, and now we have more than ever. And I do appreciate the fact that there are a number of them, and we can't go back in time and shut them down as other municipalities did, such as Surrey and a number of other Metro Vancouver municipalities when they first came in. But I do hope that we will get to that point and we'll be able to offer a fair licensing system, as we do with our other, or I would say the majority of our licenses. So just very thankful to staff for the information. It's something that you know that I'm very interested in, and I'm happy to support the motion because any increase in fine, I believe at this point, considering the history and what we see here, will hopefully send a message that you do need to follow the city policy, and it will reward those who have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Did anyone have anything to the motion on the floor? Nope, seeing none, I will move us to the voting queue. Councillor DiGenova, I don't have you as voted. Councillor Stevenson, okay, everybody is in favor. So that was a good, healthy debate on that one. So it's been passed. Thank you to staff for coming back for that. We'll move now to item 7, which is the members' motion on Homeowners Advisory Committee. Councillor DiGenova, did you want to introduce your motion?
I'll briefly introduce my motion. I understand that there's a speaker here, and then I'll have the opportunity to speak to it later. I would like to ask, I'm hoping that council will allow an amendment to be made. This is the first motion that I have made regarding an advisory committee and the structure of an advisory committee. So I've sent and gone back and forth with some wording with the clerk that I'm hoping that council will entertain as an amendment to the motion. Thank you. Chair Reimer?
So are you introducing an amended motion or a motion and then amending it?
Amended motion.
Okay, so then it's up to you to decide whether it's amended or not. Okay.
Thank you. That's fine. So I had brought this forward because I think that there's a number of issues that could be addressed with a homeowners advisory committee. I think that it's fantastic that we have a renters advisory committee, and I thank Councillor Reimer for bringing that forward. I think that any steps and measures we can take to include thoughtful public consultation in issues surrounding housing and development are very important here in the City of Vancouver. And my hope is actually through a homeowners advisory committee, we will see the rental vacancy rate increase. I think that there are a number of individuals out there who perhaps are homeowners who don't realize what the city's trying to do in providing more rental stock, but also in trying to make sure that we meet that priority that our mayor has mentioned many times about affordable housing. And secondary suites in homes or renting a home that you don't live in, although there's a tax side of that. And I actually brought this motion forward before we dealt with this, or before we dealt with the empty homes matter. I would hope that thoughtful conversation and an advisory committee that provides input to council in the way that we have under our terms of reference for our different advisory committees could be helpful in dealing with a number of problems. I think that there are also issues unique to homeowners. For instance, right now, and I know that we're in a public consultation process, we're going through a review of character homes. And perhaps having a homeowners advisory committee would help us to consider different ideas surrounding public consultation, affordability, housing, and although it says homeowners, it actually could inspire homeowners to help us to find ideas to inspire other homeowners to rent. And I'm not saying that it only needs to be homeowners. If you read the motion, it's anyone who has an interest in that. It could be someone who works in the industry and serves a home. I am open to what that may look like, but this is the reason I brought forward the motion, and I do hope that I'll have council's support on it.
Okay, Mr. Miller, I will invite you to the podium. I don't know, I think you were here last time and this time, so you've probably seen this procedure quite a bit, but 5 minutes. You can move the podium just to your right. There's a button that should help you. It's like an arrow that can help you lift.
Up?
Yeah, so that the microphone's a bit closer to you. Yeah, you don't have to be that close to the microphone. It actually distorts, but somewhat closer is.
How's that?
That's perfect.
I have a very loud voice.
Okay.
Legendarily. Thank you, council members and council, for hearing from me. My name is Harvey Meller, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to speak in favor of the establishment of the Homeowners Advisory Committee. My primary interest is in short-term rentals and basement suites. Till now at least, but that's not my only one, till now at least in terms of groups who are providing feedback to that process, it would appear that staff has heard primarily from pre-existing groups and from groups who would oppose short-term rentals. If we seek to have authentic engagement, it is essential to have a homeowners committee. This group will have an opportunity to meet, discuss, and vet the issues of homeowners. Issues around anonymity and confidentiality are part of the process that may keep certain, if not all, homeowners from speaking out, and this advisory committee can address those concerns. Additionally, the authority of a group has an important impact on the decision-making process. Without a group, I believe that it is inevitable that the concerns of homeowners will be relatively silenced. For one, people will want to avoid going public so as to not, quote, out themselves as a potential violator of civic laws. Additionally, short-term rentals are a complex issue involving many different types of activities, some of which homeowners may support and other activities which they may oppose. Homeowners may fear being associated with aspects of the short-term rental proposals brought forward by staff that they actually support, notwithstanding that there are other aspects of the proposals that they oppose. I think in light of this, it is essential that homeowners' interests be acknowledged through a group so that their thoughts and concerns can be raised on an equal playing field with those of other groups who are providing feedback to the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I admire your tenacity to wait to speak for 2 minutes on this issue. So thank you for that. Councillor Ball does have some questions for you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you for coming in today and for your brevity and also for the fact you could wait so long for us. So thank you.
No worries.
I'm just wondering, in terms of thinking of a home ownership committee, do you think that the homeowners, people who do own homes, can actually bring another perspective into City Hall that is missing? Is that why you think it's important?
Well, I read very, I mean, like I said, my primary interest is around the short-term rentals. Mm-hmm. And I read very carefully the report of the staff. And I am very sensitive to the concerns of staff and council around long-term rental and long-term rental stock. But I just felt, having really studied the area, that it was so focused only on that stock element, and all other concerns seem to have been pushed back, and particularly in the context of basement suites, which is such a small subset, mm-hmm. that there were a lot of other things that I would have liked staff to have considered. We talk about tax, but nobody really analyzed how much tax we may actually be talking about. Like, as an example, what primarily in the short-term rental context, we're worried about people that are serious about it and who would rent all year and who would, but for short-term rentals, be renting to other types of tenants. Mm-hmm. So, if you take a very nice suite like that, and staff itself acknowledged that it's kind of 2.5 times what they could get potentially as short-term rentals if they were fully used. We could be talking about a suite which would be generating $60,000 to $65,000 of revenue a year. If we look at GST and PST and hotel tax on that, we're talking about $10,000. If we look at income tax on that, we could be per year. If we look at income tax on that, we could be looking at another possibly $10,000 per year of incremental revenue that, because most of these homeowners would be paying tax if they were doing long-term rentals as well, but they would have a smaller profit. So just the increase in profit, and looking at that in terms of what an income tax on that would be, could be another $10,000. So, then there's all the incremental tourist revenue and the multiplier effect of the tourist revenue, the tax that would be collected on the incremental tourist revenue. We could be looking at a basement suite that's a nice one, generating $25,000 or $30,000 a year in tax. I mean, I don't, I'd have to study it. I'd have to work with people more closely. So, to me, if you allow a short-term rental, one unit, over the course of 5 or 6 years, you'd be able to build another suite from that revenue. And you'd be able to build another suite every 5 or 6 years after that.
So you're looking at people being able to come in as a committee and exchange ideas about what you're talking about. Yeah. But are you looking at other ideas as well, like wanting to bring other subjects into the discussion as well?
Are you talking beyond short-term rentals?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that the thing is, I don't have a strong opinion about the vacancy tax, for instance. I think that that's an interesting idea, and we laud that. And I think the main thing for me to speak kind of more generally is that we're Canadians. We're reasonable people. We understand that there's a problem. We want to work. We have our own vested interests, but we're not slavishly tied to our own vested interests. Mm-hmm. So I think that you would find that the homeowners, while still having a vested interest in certain kinds of things, would be very fair-minded. And we understand we live in a city that is very popular, and that has caused an incredible increase in price of homes and rentals and issues around that because we succeeded in making Vancouver a world-class city. And I think the homeowners are a group of people that want to live in a beautiful city that takes care of its people and has housing for its citizens. But that may be that they have other vested interests as well. And so I think that they would be a good group in terms of, we're Canadians, we'd be able to balance some of these interests in a more comprehensive way.
Thank you. Thanks
You're
for
welcome.
coming in and for waiting. Thank
No
you.
worries. Thank you.
That's it for questions. Thank you very much, Mr.
Welcome.
Miller. Okay, I'm going to move us to the main queue. Councillor DeGenova has already introduced their motion. I did have an amendment, although Councillor Affleck, did you want to speak to the motion and then I'll move us to the amendment queue?
Sure, thank you. I support, of course, this motion. I think it's important that all voices in our city are heard properly, and I think there is definitely a missing element at City Hall from the people who own homes, whatever those homes might be. And I think our speaker that came in, Mr. Meller, is provided a lot of good reasons why this would be a very effective tool for the city to create policy that makes sense for all of Vancouver and how we build our city. So absolutely support it and appreciate Councillor DeGenova for putting this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck. Okay, so since I'm the only one on this queue right now, I'm not going to move us to an amendment queue, but I do have an amendment on the floor, so consider this an amendment queue. The amendment is to put a moratorium on the creation of new Type A and Type B advisory committees, pending a review of existing Type A and Type B advisory committees as to how well they are empowering residents that have traditionally been underrepresented in the city's consultative processes. And to speak briefly to the amendment, while I appreciate the sentiments that Mr. Meller has raised, I think they're important ones. I am very mindful of the fact that the original purpose of the advisory committees was to balance off voices that aren't traditionally heard at council or in consultative processes. As you may know, council, only 2 of us are renters, even though it should be 6 out of 11 of the council members that are renters if it were proportionate to the public. We have things such as the Urban Aboriginal Advisory Committee because we have no urban Aboriginals on council. We have a Children, Youth and Families for similar reason, and I could go on. So when we were first elected in 2008, a new majority was elected. We only had 3 advisory committees. We're now up into double digits, and this one really has given me pause to consider that perhaps we do really need to look at the advisory committee structure and how we're ensuring that it is advancing its original intention, which is to ensure that people that traditionally have been minority, despite, in the case of women and renters being the majority in the city, not having equal voices, are actually having that opportunity. So perhaps the outcome of that will be that homeowners are indeed underrepresented in the city, but it may be that there are other avenues to better achieve the kinds of outcomes that Mr. Meller was speaking to. Councillor Ball, to the amendment.
Yes, with respect, could we possibly deal with this actual motion and then go to your motion, which is a completely separate thought and idea? Because I believe that it came about because we've had so many homeowners actually feeling that they are completely excluded in terms of their interests and the things that they think are important. So if there's any way we can deal with the first as it exists and then deal with your motion, I would be more than happy to move forward in terms of an examination or as you're suggesting. But it would be good in that there are 2, one is the opposite of the other. So I would appreciate that opportunity.
Sure, Councillor Affleck, what's your point of order?
It doesn't have any of the original content, so I'm wondering if staff can provide us clarity on whether or not this is in order or as it is not.
Councillor Affleck, it might assist you to speak into your microphone.
Yes, of course. I was hoping that staff could perhaps provide clarity on whether or not this amendment or the strike and replace is actually in order. I feel like it is not in all the essence of what Councillor DeGenova was doing, which I think Councillor Ball was addressing. So I'm wondering if staff could provide clarity on that, because I know that we've done this before and it hasn't worked, because I think I've tried this before and it doesn't work. So I'm wondering if staff
Okay,
could
that
provide
was a out of order point of order other than the original sentence. So I will rewind us back to that sentence and get the clerk's ruling. Clerk's
Chair.
advice, thank you. Councillor Louis for backseat chairing. You know how much I love it when folks do that. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, the motion that you've introduced as an amendment would be a strike and replace amendment, so we would have to deal with that first.
So the motion is in order. You are welcome
It is in order,
to challenge the chair, Councillor Affleck, in which case I would move us to a vote on that.
So it's a strike and replace, and therefore making the previous motion redundant after, if this passes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson to the motion on the floor, which is the strike and replace amendment.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Stevenson, again, I'm sorry, could you speak closer to your microphone?
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Sorry. Well, I would agree that we are at a point where we really do need to look at a number of advisory committees. As you mentioned, Chair, when we were elected, there were 3, and now we have a myriad of them. And I think it's time to stop and have a look. I personally am not sure about this particular one, but that's a different issue. I myself haven't had a lot or any homeowners saying, oh my God, we need a committee. But maybe other homeowner counselors are getting those kind of requests. Obviously, I had a number with renters and the GLBT Q committee and the seniors committee, but I haven't had a lot of this gentleman who spoke now is the first one I've personally heard say that it would be helpful. But as I say, some of the other councillors who are homeowners could certainly be getting as many as Councillor Ball indicates. But I think at any rate, it would be helpful to take a breath, have a look at all of the committees, see whether they're in fact living up to the expectations that we have set for them, and then proceed to have a look at any new ones from here. And gosh, there could be a whole bunch coming down the pike. I know that people have certainly spoken to me about pets and not being able to have pets, and we've been trying to deal with that. And in fact, I just had a call today from a reporter wondering where that's at. So possibly an advisory committee for those who have pets in order to lobby government, particularly the provincial government, so that everyone has the opportunity to have a pet if they're renting in either homes or in apartments, what have you. So I would be in favor of the strike and replace.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if Councillor Stevenson's thinking about that dogs playing poker poster for that committee. For the I'm not quite sure what the pet committee would look like, but you know, this is a disappointing strike and replace amendment. This, as I noted, is, and as Councillor Ball noted, this is a completely different approach, and it's surprising, and well, perhaps not so surprising, that this should come, this decision, this idea that Councillor Reimer should decide that this is a good time to start looking at these committees and put a moratorium on it. Given that Vision Vancouver has gone on a frenzy of committee creation over the last 8 years, and then suddenly when the NPA councillor brings forward a solid idea for a committee that I think will be beneficial to all of us here in the chamber and all of the people of Vancouver, suddenly we're going to put the brakes on the committee creation. I find this politically motivated, disappointing, and really inappropriate.
Affleck, just to remind you that anytime we attribute motivations to other people, we are in fact out of order. So calling someone politically motivated would inherently be out of order. So let's just stick to the rules of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the reminder. So I am not going to support this because I think it's out of step for what was intended today. If Councillor Reimer would like to bring forward a motion related to putting a moratorium on committees, that would be great, and that would be a perfect time to have a conversation and perhaps get input from the people of Vancouver of whether or not they thought there were too many committees or not. And perhaps from the committees themselves that already exist to get their sense. Perhaps they feel overwhelmed. Or perhaps from Councillor Ball and Councillor Reimer to get your input, given that you sit on the decision-making group that decides on how the committees are structured. And I think Councillor Stevenson as well. There's a lot of questions that come up from this, and I think that's a completely different conversation than what Councillor DeGenova was trying to achieve today. And I think that that's not fair in this chamber to do that, and not fair on the speakers that came and the people who've talked about this for the last few weeks when it first became public. So I won't support this because it's not relevant to the conversation that we're supposed to be having today.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. Councillor DeGenova to the amendment.
Thank you very much. I share similar concerns, although I don't sit on the committee. I'm the liaison to 2 committees. And in reading this motion, just from a policy standpoint, and I'm not sure if this is Councillor Reimer's intention or not, this isn't just a moratorium. This is pending review of all committees. We could see some committees that we have right now be deemed inappropriate or not necessary, and I think that all of our committees are necessary. I think that it provides a fantastic way for consultation, and it's not just the individuals on those committees that usually total around 15. It's the organizations they represent, the people they reach out to, and the fact that many of them, and I know that there's a rigorous selection process and application process. So I'd be concerned that by voting for the strike and replace, especially with like pending a review of existing type A and type B committees, is that review going to see recommendations that we, I couldn't see us living without a seniors committee or an LGBTQ committee or a Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. Also, our seniors and Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee work very closely together because they share similar issues. I would hope that our Renters Advisory Committee could work with a Homeowners Advisory Committee to possibly share those issues. I wish Councillor here he comes. I wish Councillor Stevenson was here, and now he is. Because the issues that he has brought up with pets and with animals, and I know many people who try to find rental accommodation and actually move to other cities because they can't have their pets, and pets are members of your family. So I grew up having I had a tarantula as a pet, so I may disagree. That being said, I think that a homeowners advisory committee, to speak to Councillor Stevenson's point, could help to spread the word or address the issues regarding why people are so against having pets in their homes and actually move forward in a positive way. I think that it's important to have all people at the tables, or all people at the table. I also think that it's important to note that we may have homeowners on our different committees, but they're not there under the terms of references I read them to specifically advocate for homeowners, and I've been told that before. So considering we've had homeowners here recently on short-term rental who were very, very concerned about the fact that they can't rent out their basement suite for short-term rental. One person specifically said that when her university-aged children aren't home, she does that to be able to pay their tuition. But someone can rent her suite and then rent it on short-term rental, which I'm not sure how it solves the rental problem because they wouldn't be staying there while the short-term renter was there. But that being said, I think these issues could possibly be addressed and we could give another group of people a voice. And I'd be happy to entertain any other motions in the future from counselors who would like to see other types of advisory committees also added to this. I think the more consultation we have, the better. One of the issues we've had here, and I've dealt with it several times, I know it's happened to other counselors too, is our agenda says Tuesday, people sign up to speak to Tuesday, they don't understand the process that it moves to Wednesday. So it's hard in a sense to have wholesome public consultation considering some of the procedural issues that we face here at the city. I'm not blaming that on anyone. It's just, I propose this because I've heard from a number of people who are concerned. And I think that renters face unique issues, but so do homeowners. And those unique issues are being able to provide rental and not having to perhaps, if you've lived here and you want to rent your home, sell your home and move away. So that's the reason why I put forward this motion. It wasn't a political motion. I don't expect that all the homeowners on there would be NPA or would be Vision. I would hope that they would just be a unique group from our city. So for that reason, I cannot support this strike and replace, and I'm concerned if we do, what could happen to existing committees if we review them. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you. I am sorry that we're not seeing two motions because I believe we should have voted on the homeowners motion. I think it's something that is desired in the city. I also would be happy to vote separately for the motion for re-examination and to see what could revitalize or bring different aspects of knowledge to the city. But because I believe we are not addressing the first issue and using this as a way to just sweep it away without voting on it, I will not be able to vote for it.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Meigs.
Yeah, thanks. I think that there's an important issue here, and it's captured in the strike and replace on the purpose of the committees to give voice to people who are traditionally underrepresented. And I think Councillor DeGenova's comments underline the access that homeowners have had to the consultative process to talk about the short-term rental issue. But it is also clear that we haven't heard much at all from renters as we deal with rental housing and a number of other questions that touch directly on their lives. So we have a renters advisory committee because they've been traditionally underrepresented, but we haven't seen the need for a homeowners committee. And we have a women's advisory committee for the same thing. I don't think Councillor DeGenova would be keen to jump into supporting a men's advisory committee. You know, we have Aboriginal advisory. I didn't put any words in your mouth. I'm just guessing that, but you know, and there has been quite a trajectory here, acting in complete good faith and without any political motives. The NPA Council eliminated advisory committees completely, practically, at the first part of that Sam Sullivan administration. So we've had quite a continuum of views here. And I think that it should be really clear to people that nothing in this strike and replace amendment affects at all the operation of the existing advisory committees. And if anyone has gathered that from Councillor DeGenova's comments, they should put their minds completely at rest. This will not impact them at all. But it might lead to improvements, because I know in the committee that I work with, the Cultural Communities Advisory Committee, they've been appealing to me to work with staff to find ways to more systematically refer questions that they see other committees dealing with that they're not getting to deal with, that they would like to deal with. They see issues out there that they would like the city to work on, which they've made recommendations. So I don't think it's ever a bad idea to see if there's ways to tune up and improve the system. I don't think the way to do it is to keep adding groups with all the cost in staff and support that involves. So we're not really able to support some of these advisory committees now at the type A level to the degree that I think they warrant it. So I welcome the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Meigs. Just to close out, because I would like to ensure the factual record is correct on some of these items. First off, this motion is not being swept away regarding homeowners. It is still a live motion pending this review of committees. I would note that there was an occasion when all of the committees in the city were swept away. It was in the mid-90s as a result of the then council's decision. In fact, I think it was Mayor Sam Sullivan who himself initiated a review of all the committees. They were all swept away. I managed to cling. I was chair at the time of the only one that survived that purge, and that was the Food Policy Council. Yes, Councillor DeGenova.
I just wanted to clarify that Mayor Sam Sullivan was elected in 2005, so he would have been a councillor before that. You mentioned the 1990s.
Okay, so just back to the actual comments that I was making. Mayor Sam Sullivan did initiate the purge that led to the lowest ever number of committees since committees were started in the city. And we are now at the highest ever number of committees. It does sort of lead one to think that it might be time to review it. Because as Councillor Meigs points out, if we have a men's advisory committee and a women's advisory committee and a committee for people who don't identify on either gender binary, there's a point where you sort of wonder, why is it that we have the advisory committees? And that is what gave me pause to think about this issue in relation to the Homeowners Advisory Committee motion. It may yet be that we find out that, unlike council, the majority of people on our advisory committees may indeed be renters. That would be surprising given the demographics of voters and people who come out to council and people who are involved in advisory committee processes. And it does also lead to this question. I think Councillor DiGenova sort of roamed through quite a bit of territory, but one of them, if I remember correctly, was related to when meeting times are being posted. I know there's quite a few people that have been waiting a very long time to speak to a motion that comes after this today, so perhaps there's better ways in general to do it than advisory committees. Be that as it may, or that being said, I do think that there's an opportunity here to really look reflectively at the work that we have advisory committees doing. As one of the 3 people on council that has to read through the binders, I'm sure you've seen them out in the council assistant area. The idea of having another committee that would generate potentially many dozens more applications, is a bit of a daunting task. And I appreciate Councillor Ball's enthusiasm to read through some more application as one of the members of the committee, but I do think it does bear some reflection at this juncture. I would also note, because nobody's really spoken to them, the Type B committees, the Gastown particularly, and the Chinatown ones, the membership is a challenging exercise in the modern era to accommodate all of the appointments, particularly with considerations such as gender equity. So in any event, it seems like a good time to pause. It does not in any way sweep away a homeowners advisory committee, but perhaps enables voices from people in all different kinds of tenures to be appropriately reflected in the decision making that we are doing here at council. I also wanted to note that until 3 months ago, I had a pet snake at home. It moved out when we were evicted with my kid, but it is a legitimate form of pet ownership. I wash my hands after every snake interaction, in case you're wondering. Okay, we are at the point in the meeting where we get to vote on this item. So this is in relation to the amendment to put a moratorium and review our committees. I need Councillor Ball, Councillor DiGenova. Okay, so we have everybody voted. So we have Councillors Ball, Affleck, and DiGenova opposed to reviewing the committees, but the other councillors in favor, so it passes. So that renders the other motion moot, which means that we are done that item. And I need to call a recess of committee. We're going to go into council. Councillor Louis is in his capacity as acting mayor is going to lead us through a council section to approve recommendations, and then I will lead us through the next steps. Councillor Louis.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Louise in the chair. Councillor Stevenson. Here. Councillor Deal. Here. Councillor Jang is absent. Councillor Reimer. Here. Councillor Meigs. Councillor Ball. Is Councillor Carr is not in the chamber. Councillor Affleck. Yeah. Councillor DiGenova. Mayor Robertson is on a leave of absence. You have a quorum, acting mayor.
Thank you. We are, of course, convened to deal with today's recommendations and actions from Standing Committee of Policy and Strategic Priorities to date, to this point, specifically items related to that are requiring 8 votes. Also in camera, council is required to meet in camera on December the 7th, 2016. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed under the updated agenda. Would someone like to move that motion? And a seconder? Second by Councillor, moved by Councillor Deal, second by Councillor Reimer. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations regarding item number 2 and item number 8, or so item number 5, which both require 8 votes. Could I have a mover of those 2 items, please? Move and a seconder? Second. Moved and seconded by Councillor Deal, Councillor Reimer. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. What is your point of order, Councillor?
Just not familiar with this procedure until we're done the business of the day for committee, and we still have one item. So if that was, we're adopting the, we just adopted the recommendations of the committee, and that motion is how do we deal with that motion and adopt it in council if we're going into council before the last item at committee?
You'll be clearer. It'll become clearer in a minute. Thank you. Thank you for your lack of clarity, and it'll become clearer to you in a minute. I will explain. We have not completed the work of the committee, but Councillor Reimer must leave because she has civic business in Ottawa to deal with, and we needed to ensure that we had 8 votes in council to adopt these recommendations of the Standing Committee. We will now recess the council meeting and reconvene the committee meeting. In advance of that, though, I have had a chance to speak with Councillor Ball, who would normally chair the committee meeting in the absence of the chair, and she's asked me to chair in her absence, and so I've accepted. And unless someone would like to take on that role, Councillor Stevenson, perhaps.
Okay, so my last official act then as chair, since we're back, have you recessed?
Reconvening, and so we are recessed of council, and I'll throw it back to the chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Louis. Just for those following along at home, it is within Councillor's purview, and we do from time to time, particularly when it relates to needing 8 votes for grants, recess a committee in order to approve in council and then go back into committee. So this is not an unusual or unforeseen process in the rules. What is unforeseen is that I won't be able to stick with you to the end of the meeting, but such is life. I am going to call recess to 3:15 so that I can transfer over the information that Councillor Louis will need to chair the meeting. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, we have quorum. We will reconvene committee. And the next item we have is item number 8. Commitment to affordable home energy in the city of Vancouver. It's been introduced and we have a number of speakers who are now all coming in. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. And this is the section where we will hear from speakers in regards to this motion that's before committee. Just for those of you that haven't presented to committee before, you have 5 minutes to give your presentation. At the end of your presentation, you may have questions from the committee members. You may not, I'll let you know. And you are under no obligation to answer the questions. It's for clarity of what you've presented to the committee for consideration. Our first speaker is Michelle Berger from BC Fireplace Services.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you'd like to raise the podium, you can, there's a button on to your lower right there, with a little arrow that shows you how to raise the podium.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Michelle Berger, and I'm the sales manager for BC Fireplace Services. We're here to support the favor. We're in favor of the motion, obviously. We're a local hearth shop, and we're proud members of the HPBAC, which is the Hearth and Patio and Barbecue Association of Canada. We were only notified of this meeting on Friday, so there wasn't a lot of time to prepare for this. And it's our understanding also that HPBAC was not consulted over this plan. And it's kind of shocking to us given their wealth of knowledge in the industry. Our business, of course, heavily relies on our customers having access to natural gas. Our business, we sell, we install, and we service all natural gas appliances, fireplaces, furnaces, boilers, and hot water tanks, which we'd like to remind Council that natural gas appliances do work in a power outage. Hydro does not. So if the power does go out for 3 or 4 days, anybody with a fireplace has got heat and they can cook. You know, there's a lot of reasons why you would want natural gas appliances in a long power outage. For years now, we've been partnering with Fortis to educate our own customers on the importance of replacing their old inefficient fireplaces and furnaces with new high-efficiency fireplaces and furnaces. So we feel that the industry has been taking their carbon footprint down over the years. And I've been in the business 22 years. There's been a lot of good things that have happened over the years. We used to have open fires all the time, and that's what people wanted. Now people are coming in, they're being educated, and they want high efficiency. So I think that it is evolving, and it's evolving quite high, actually. We've been told that only renewable natural gas will be accepted in this new plan. So if there's not enough renewable natural gas, which from what we understand isn't going to be for a multitude of years before they can do that, then obviously the customers that are going to be building are not going to put these lines in. So there's all of those customers gone. With that, if it does move forward, and I understand that this is a layered effect and that this is only the very first thing, but if it does come down to it where over time you're not going to be able to put natural gas into renovations, you're going to be starting to take those away. One of our main worries is that people with old inefficient units are going to be afraid to call a proper gas fitter in to get their fireplaces serviced, because if we have to red tag the unit and shut it down for safety purposes, they will lose their fireplace because they won't even be able to replace it with a new high efficiency unit. That could result in a lot of people keeping these old fireplaces burning that are not going to do anybody any good. You're going to have a lot of emissions going on out there where people would have replaced them with a higher efficiency unit, or you're going to have unsafe units out there. So in a closing, I just want to say that natural gas is a clean, affordable fuel, and we fully support this motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You have some questions. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much for coming and for waiting so long to speak. I had a question regarding jobs, and it came from a report that I saw in the media that actually I believe, and I'm not sure if it was your company or another, talked about jobs and how hard this would hit the fireplace industry.
Well, again, there's a huge manufacturing, and there's others here that will be able to speak to that a little bit better. You've got two large manufacturers here today with us as well. But you're talking jobs not just from, you're talking sales, you're talking service, you're talking distributors, you're talking manufacturers, all of the gas fitters that are out there. This is going to ripple down all the way. My job will be gone. If there's no natural gas for me to sell natural gas fireplaces, what am I supposed to do? You know, this is going to affect a lot of people. And that's not just, I understand, again, it's a layered effect, and that you're saying, oh, it's just this little part right now, but the overall, if this does go, it's not going to stop here. It's just going to continue going. This is our fear.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. Point 7 of my motion, it quotes the report that staff brought to us that was approved that outlines that the strategy expects 30% will be built prior to 2020, 30% would be built prior to 2010, would be built after 2010 but prior to 2020. So by 2020, there's an expectation that 60% renewable natural gas would be available. That's only 3 years, 1 month, and 1 day away. It's my understanding that from Fortis and from some of the letters that we've received that they can only supply it to less than 0.25% right now. Do you think that in the next 3 years there will be a major change that will allow us to have all of this renewable natural gas? Maybe that's a question I see Fortis is listed.
I think Fortis will be able to answer to that, but from my understanding, not a chance. There's not enough out there to supply, and everybody is up for renewable natural gas. Like, we all want this. This is going to be a good thing coming in down the road, and again, it's education. There's nobody that doesn't want to do this moving forward. We're just not ready yet. We're just simply not ready yet. But if the infrastructure is not there, how are they going to be using this down the road? It's going to be too expensive.
And then also in asking for comparables, I'm not a fireplace expert, although I am part Italian, and I don't know if it comes with being Italian that they like to have their fireplaces, especially gas fireplaces my grandfather enjoyed, but I'm getting there. Thank you, Councillor.
Well outside asking for clarifications. You're telling stories now. This is supposed to be a section where if there's a presentation for clarification because you didn't understand and wanted a little more information about what was presented to you.
I was trying to present information to ask my question, which I've seen other councillors do, but I understand there are different rules for me.
Councillor DeGenova, I'm asking you to not do that. I'm asking you so that you would focus your questions for clarity of asking the presenter, respectful of everyone's time, and rather than presenting your personal story. If you could do that, I would appreciate that very much.
Okay. Thank you. I'm asking, what is the cost difference to operate a gas fireplace versus an electric fireplace?
Well, the cost difference right now with BC, with the Fortis rates as of today, a 30,000 BTU insert will cost you about 22 cents an hour on high. That is a ton of heat. That's going to heat an area of probably 12 to 1,500 square feet. So it's not going to be on high for too long. Electric fireplaces, you cannot even take that into an equation because the heat is not going to heat that size of an area. They're not the same. They're not meant to be the same. An electric fireplace is a space heater. It's meant to heat a very small area, or it's meant more for decoration, whereas natural gas is meant to heat.
So a follow-up to that, if an apartment or rental apartment had a natural gas fireplace that could heat that,
absolutely,
that area,
it heats it fully. It would be able to heat a 2-bedroom suite.
So costs would go up if there wasn't natural gas.
Absolutely. We see it every day. We service fireplaces all throughout the Lower Mainland, and a lot of these old fireplaces that are in the high-rises are used and abused because they are in with the strata fees. and nobody wants to turn on the electric because it's too expensive to turn on the electric. So they use their fireplaces. This is their heat source.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Councillor Meigs with some questions.
Thanks for coming. I'll say straight out that I use gas to cook, and I have a fireplace. But my question is more philosophical, which is, and we'll check with staff on the consultation, but what advice would you give the city from your sector's standpoint in the face of climate change? Now, that's what it comes down to, because the purpose of this, of course, the original point is to try to prepare the city for climate change.
Right. So again, it goes back to, I believe that our industry has been reducing our share of the footprint over time because we have come with much more efficient fireplaces over the years. When I first started, they were B-vent units. They were inefficient. There was a lot of open hearth fireplaces. Now, you don't even sell those. You walk into my showroom, you're not going to see a B-vent fireplace that's going to be in the showroom. Most of the inserts out there are all direct vent inserts. They are super high efficiency models. And we've been educating along with Fortis over the last number of years. I'm thinking we're going back 9 or 10 years where we've been rewarding people with rebates for taking out old inefficient, putting in high efficient. So my answer to that would be that as we keep getting more and more efficient in the fireplaces, we can still use natural gas for space heaters. Our footprint is very small compared to a lot of other sectors out there, and I think it will continue to just get more and more.
Yeah, but some other sectors are not using, fossil fuels. So the question, I guess, is this, and you and I are in the same boat. I'm going to have to make changes maybe too, but you in answer to Councillor DeGenova, you were raising these questions of supply, and we see that with electric cars too. Like, is there enough places to plug in? Is it reasonable to assume you could recharge overnight? But we're driving to get that done because we think that's going to be necessary. Is there have you aware at all of any such discussion in your industry to say, well, we've got to drive forward this renewable natural gas because that's our lifeline? I mean, we could sit here and say, well, it's not going to happen, so we'll just have to take a buy on this one, or we can go back to the producers and say, what would it take to get there, I think, again, it's premature. I think everything is just starting to come in. I think people are just starting to be aware of what renewable natural gas is. And I think that it's, again, we're just not there yet. So I think that it is something everybody is excited about because it's a great idea. Who doesn't want it? But I think it's going to take a mixture of both in order to supply the demand. And we will get there eventually. But right now, nobody's ready for it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You mentioned that your industry has been changing and that you're bringing in new and more efficient instruments, as it were. Do you find that you're getting education from the companies that you deal with who create the more efficient, and that the knowledge that people should switch over or upgrade is out there?
Oh, well, I think we get that from both the manufacturers as the new products are being developed. It's almost in the industry who can make the most efficient. Mm-hmm. So it's a little bit of a race between the big industry fireplace manufacturers of who can get the most efficient fireplaces. So right. They're doing that themselves. And then when we turn around and sell them, of course, that's our bragging rights, that we are selling the more efficient units.
So that's critical for your business, that you're ahead of the game.
Absolutely. And again, Fortis has been partnering with us as all fireplace sellers, okay, mm-hmm. that we will do a rebate for you if you're taking out an old unit, putting this high efficiency unit in, I can get you a much higher efficiency unit because Fortis is going to send you back $300. And the public loves it, and they're asking for it now. Mm-hmm. They're phoning me, asking me what the price is on these higher efficient units. Mm-hmm. So the education has gotten out there, and I believe that they wouldn't even accept inefficient units anymore.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Those are your questions.
Thank you.
Next, we have Daniela Lucarino from Regency Fireplace Products, followed by Frank Hennessy. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'm here in support of the amendments to this motion on behalf of my company. Not only are homeowners going to be affected, but this plan affects the manufacturing industry that directly contributes to BC's exports. We have seen an example in Falls Creek where gas lines were excluded from this development. This cannot be undone. This is forever taking away that choice from people in those buildings. Page 2 of Appendix C in your policy shows that increasing electricity and decreasing gas costs homeowners an extra $9,000 a year. For a young family that already had to dig deep to purchase a condo in the city, an extra $9,000 every year is a very big hit. You're taking away the ability for a child to take a ballet class or a family to choose more healthy dinner options. This cost is significant, and while the councillors in City Hall may be able to afford this, the average Vancouverite cannot. Our company, located in Delta, manufactures gas fireplace products. We have been around for over 37 years, and over that time have provided residents of this city a stable job and a consistent living wage. Our employees come to work every day and work hard to live in this beautiful city. Over 350 people, including me, depend on Regency fireplace products to keep producing extremely efficient, safe, and high-quality heating solutions. With the new policy that encourages well-insulated and airtight buildings, a gas fireplace could potentially be your only heat source, especially in condos. By adding a gas fireplace, you're only heating the areas you need to, which are usually the areas you spend the most time in. Why should a room be heated with electric baseboards if no one is in it? My personal experience of heating a 650 square foot condo by just using the gas fireplace can attest to this. Gas was covered in my strata fee, and I've saved a significant amount of money by not having to turn electric baseboards on. Globalization has already taken manufacturing jobs away from our residents, and this plan that has been put forth will directly affect our sales. With reduced sales, we no longer need to employ as many welders, formers, cutters, packers, shippers, programmers, etc. This will hurt each individual as well as the provincial government. How long will these employees need to rely on EI, further straining our government resources before they find another local manufacturing job? While we all agree that we want to reduce emissions, we feel that there has not been enough research to definitively say that reducing gas consumption is the only option. FortisBC has already voiced their concerns of current utility companies even being able to provide enough electric energy to residents. Has the City of Vancouver even considered that? We support your recommendations for office buildings, but ask that you reconsider the decisions you are making for residential buildings. More time is needed and the public needs to be consulted, since this is directly affecting them and taking away their right to choose. Thank you.
Thank you. You have questions from Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much for coming and also for staying. I'll just get straight to the questions. Regarding jobs, can you tell me what you're concerned about for the jobs of, I suppose, would you be able to tell me how many people work with you specifically? Again, I don't know a lot about the fireplace industry.
Yes, absolutely. With my company alone, we employ over 350 people. So that includes manufacturing jobs as well as our office in Delta. So it's office work as well as direct manufacturing. We manufacture everything in Delta.
Okay, and would there be concerns? It's my understanding from the numbers that FortisBC had sent out to all of the councillors in a letter that with less than, I think it's 0.24%, but I will ask Fortis that just to clarify. Is there a concern that that's not going to be enough renewable natural gas, and that you mentioned a number of different trades, but for instance, plumbers, gas fitters, people who we've encouraged over the past years, get into the trades instead. This is where we need people in our province and in our city. Are you concerned that they might be concerned about working in Vancouver, living in Vancouver, and not be able to do that anymore?
Absolutely. This is an industry that directly affects our province, but not only that is the concern of being able to provide renewable natural gas, but you're encouraging with this policy, you're encouraging developers to not include gas lines in their development. And if you're not including gas lines, you're not giving them the opportunity to bring in gas, but you're not giving them the opportunity to bring in renewable natural gas down the line. So you're just taking that choice completely away.
Now, I'm not asking you a question I'd ask a developer, but from your standpoint, if you are developing a building and you don't have enough renewable gas, so you don't include gas lines and you instead go with electricity, would you think that it would be very hard to, once we had enough renewable gas, to transfer that back, if we ever have enough renewable?
It's impossible. Once you've constructed a building, you cannot, and you have excluded a natural gas line, whether it be natural gas or renewable natural gas, you cannot add a gas line back in under the building and supply all those units. That's our biggest concern. We've already seen that example in Falls Creek. Those buildings that have already been built without gas lines are lost to us. That is lost opportunity for our company.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have further questions from Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi. Just a quick question on the beginning of your talk. You talked about the $9,000 additional per household. Is household a house, or can you describe what that house would look like?
Well, this number came from page 2 of the policy that you guys have supplied. So I'm quoting directly from your policy. From my understanding, that $9,000 is based on a square footage basis, and I believe that was in regards to condos. So I'm quoting directly from the policy that I believe your staff members researched and put together.
Okay, so for you guys, when you're selling your fireplaces and you're saying to somebody who has electricity in their home, and you're saying you should put in a gas, if it's possible to put in a gas. So how do you do the math in those kind of situations? Like, is there a mathematical equation that to a resident to justify your sale, I guess is what I'm asking? How does it work?
There is no comparison, as Michelle had mentioned already. Putting an electric fireplace in does not compare at all to adding a gas fireplace. Electric fireplaces provide absolutely no heat. In our opinion, other people may have different opinions, but we don't think that they compare at all. Whereas in my previous example, I had a gas fireplace that heated a 650 square foot condo just using the gas fireplace, whereas an electric fireplace would strictly be decorative and not provide that same amount of heat.
Okay, let me put it this way. If I had a 500, 600 square foot apartment, and what would my electricity bill be approximately to heat? And any idea?
I can't answer that. I don't know how you conserve electricity.
That's true.
In my instance, in my 650 square foot condo, I did not use my dishwasher. I lived alone. I did not use my dishwasher. I would hang my clothes to dry. So I was very cognizant of my electricity bills because I lived on my own and I was paying those bills. So I can personally say that my hydro bills were maybe $20 a month, but I can't attest to anybody else. I don't know how they conserve energy.
Okay, great. Well, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have Councillor Deal with some questions.
Yes, thank you very much for coming out today, and thanks for waiting so long. Quick question for you. You've mentioned a couple of times the idea of heating your apartment with the gas from a natural gas fireplace. Is that covered by the strata, or does the person in the apartment pay for that?
In my situation, it's covered by the strata.
The strata is paying for your heat in your apartment. And is everybody using the heat from the fireplace to heat their apartment?
From my understanding, a lot of people were, but let's not forget, I pay my strata fees as well. So
No,
generally, I am covering the cost.
I live in a strata. I understand,
Yes,
but I was just
exactly.
curious. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Those are your questions.
Thank you.
Next, we have Frank Hennessy, followed by Tim Weaver. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to talk. Just to give you a brief synopsis, my name is Frank Hennessy, and I'm actually a technical sales representative, and I also run a sales operation selling boilers. Acrotech Sales and Marketing are a Canadian distributor founded in 1980, and they distribute lock-and-fire boilers across the country, everywhere except in Quebec. I represent that product in British Columbia, and I'm also a volunteer board member, director of CIPH BC as well. So that's a brief synopsis of my two roles. On a daily basis, what I do is actually the majority of my work is involved in specifying, quoting, selling, and giving technical advice on boilers to the commercial, residential, and industrial buildings. Basically, that's what I do.
So I was here yesterday at the meeting, and we had a lot of spare time while we were waiting, and I just looked at some figures. I have currently, just as an example, and of approximately $3 to $3.5 million of boilers due to be installed in the city of Vancouver between now and possibly the end of this year. And I'm just one small company. We have 2 employees in Port Coquitlam at the moment. I have 3 technical advisors that operate out of our head office in Ontario. So this is a relatively small operation, but we make some of the finest condensing boilers that are manufactured in the world. We manufacture possibly the largest range of high efficiency condensing boilers that is in the world. That's why we are specified on so many projects, high-rise residential products, condominium projects. We make an enormous amount of domestic water heaters, condensing type water heaters. As an example, in the last year, and today's my year end, so I've spent a lot of time this week looking at figures. As an example, I have sold 3 boilers between 80% and 82% efficiency in the last year. I have sold hundreds and hundreds of boilers that are 92%, 94%, 98% efficient, both domestic hot water heaters and boilers. Okay? If you decide not to allow this motion B1, what can happen is a lot of the condos and a lot of the apartment buildings and a lot of the commercial properties will redesign the buildings, go electric, which I'm not sure even if the infrastructure in the city of Vancouver will allow for those changes, and will not pipe those buildings for renewable natural gas or any type of natural gas. And what will happen is the infrastructure that natural gas can be provided to these buildings will be lost. And you won't be able to change it again. Unless you go to a
Mr. Hennessy, if you could just move closer to the mic a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You turn your face away from the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The mic can't pick you up.
But so I think what's very important to realize is that if you just dismiss and don't allow natural gas, which is a great benefit to the people residing in buildings, houses, and commercial properties in the city of Vancouver, if you don't allow this, you're going to cause significant job losses in not just my business, but in the trade businesses that I deal with on a daily basis, within the union trades that I deal with on a daily basis. There will be significant job losses. And taking tradesmen that have spent 20, 25 years, or like myself, that have spent over 30 years in the business away from this, will require significant retraining and a great loss of income, because these are high-paid jobs.
Okay. Thank you. You have some questions. First, we have Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. My first question is regarding jobs, and not so much jobs, but more so the training. I understand, actually, I think I was at an event for council, and I had heard more about how not only the city of Vancouver, but Metro Vancouver, the entire province, we have many institutes and training facilities here that are world-renowned for trades. And I don't know as much about that. That's why I'm asking you the question. Do you have a fear that will drop down, and that type of training and expertise will no longer be offered? And I would assume gas fitting for renewable natural gas would be similar to, if we achieve that one day, to the amount that would meet our demand, or to the supply that would meet the demand, that we would need gas fitters and plumbers for that as well. So could you comment at all on that and the strain on the industry?
If you take an example, just take one of the buildings that's been designed at the moment, like Burrard Tower and that type of thing. If you're going to go and actually put a boiler system in that building, the types of trades that could be involved in something like that is you have boiler makers, you have pipe fitters, you have gas inspectors, city gas inspectors. You have numerous different types of actually trades involved in the fitting, installation, servicing, maintaining, and piping of these types of units. All of these trades, if you go to if you only go to basic systems, will be lost.
Thank you very much.
There's a lot of employment for them in other provinces.
And just in from your experience in the I suppose for your company alone, what would you think the impact would be?
I think it will be quite dramatic because a company you know, of our size, it's to lose you know, upwards of $2.5 to $3.5 million in income from a province the size of BC would have a dramatic impact on our future business.
Okay, thank you very much.
Potential business in the future.
And how many employees do you have?
Here we have 2 directly involved here and 3 to 4 technical staff based in Ontario.
Okay.
Because when you're basically, to give you an idea, to put a boiler into a building such as any of the tower blocks around town, what will happen is mechanical designers will like MCW and these kind of companies will design that system. Then we take those plans and drawings and we take their specifications and we will quote according to those specifications. So we will select what type of boilers what type of water heaters, domestic water heaters and boilers will fit the specification for that building. So here locally is myself, and I have an associate engineer, Jonathan, who actually works with me as well. And then I have 3 technical and quotation specialists based in Ontario that help me with our function in British Columbia, but also to help other people in Alberta and other people in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and that type of thing. So those 3 people could also be affected by this because obviously it would be quite a loss of work.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You have further questions? Councillor Ball has some questions for you. Mr. Hennessy? Some further questions.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Ball.
Another question. You mentioned all the people in your industry who do a specific job and do well at it. And we at the city are always talking about hoping we can create jobs, hoping we can attract jobs. Are there any jobs out there, even if you were going to retrain people, who would pay for retraining? And if you did, what's out there for the kinds of people that you're speaking about?
The amount of jobs if you've been a pipe fitter all your life, or a boiler maker, or you're working in the gas fitting trades, to suddenly turn around at 40 years old or 50 years old, or my age, right? To turn around and actually retrain yourself in a new field. Sure, you have the knowledge, you have trades ability and capability. You could technically switch. I think it will be extremely difficult for a lot of people. Very expensive and a great loss to actually British Columbia.
So you think it would be more in terms of loss of jobs rather than any kind of creation?
For instance, if my operation closed down, the one I worked for, Aquatica Sales and Marketing, if our operation closed down in British Columbia, I would just leave British Columbia.
Well, thank you.
Because, we're not going to start.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Those are your questions. Next we have Tim Weaver.
Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak here today. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tim Weaver. I'm Vice President of Sales and Marketing with Allied Engineering, and I know you're probably worried another salesman sitting here in Council with you, but I just want to give you a little bit of information regarding who Allied Engineering is. Allied Engineering is a local manufacturer of residential and commercial boilers available in natural gas, propane, and electric, and we manufacture under the brand name Superhot. Next year, 2017, will be our 70th year of business. In fact, our original manufacturing plant was down on Granville Island, and there's still a plaque down there that shows where we were located. We moved up to the District of North Vancouver in the early 1970s when Granville Island was turned over to CMHC. What makes Allied Engineering very unique is that most boiler manufacturing is done out east, the other side of the Mississippi. So have a local boiler manufacturer here has benefited the mechanical contractors, the plumbing contractors, engineers, and designers for years. In fact, if you ask most contractors what the first boiler they put in the city of Vancouver, they're going to tell you it's a super hot boiler. Allied Engineering employs about 100 people, and most of those are part of the Marine Workers and Boilermakers Industrial Union Local 1. This, Allied Engineering definitely appreciates the efforts of the City of Vancouver to reduce greenhouse gases, but Allied Engineering supports the motion that was put forth by Councillor DeGenova, including natural gas into this policy. And the reasons is that the City of Vancouver, by adopting the policy in its present form, it will eliminate the use of natural gas. It just will. Even though this policy is just applying to the rezoning of new buildings that are being built on rezoned land, it is a slippery slope to the elimination of natural gas in new, retrofit, commercial, and residential applications. Also, with this a policy in its present form, you're eliminating choice to the consumer as to the energy mix that will work best for them and their financial situation. Right now, with the cost of natural gas being 1/3 that of electricity, you're already going to exacerbate an affordability crisis here in the city of Vancouver. And if down the road, when this does affect retrofit applications, the cost of changing over these systems is going to be monumental to the homeowner. And with new technologies involving natural gas, the current policy in its current form is going to make it impractical for developers, builders to hook up the infrastructure for natural gas to their buildings, and thereby shutting off technologies that will be available to them down the road, whatever form that natural gas is, whether it's renewable or not. I mean, for example, if you go back to the late 1980s, boilers, residential or commercial, were about high 70% efficiencies. Well, today, the norm is 95%, a huge jump in the past 25 years. So what's going to happen in the next 25 years when we see new technologies with burners, with heat exchangers, with new methods of capturing that remaining 5%? But that policy is going to shut people off to those new technologies. And also this policy, what it's going to do, it's going to stifle R&D. Why are people going to invest into resources coming up with new technologies involving natural gas, whatever form is in, if they don't have access to sell and install those products here in the city of Vancouver? Now, as far as regards Allied Engineering goes, the adoption of the policy as it stands without the amendment put forth regarding natural gas will definitely harm the ability of the men and women of Allied Engineering to earn a living. Yes, this policy will hurt our company. Sorry.
Thank you. You have questions from Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I had a question regarding affordability.
Mm-hmm.
You had touched on the issue of affordability. As you may or may not have heard, that's a priority here at the city.
Yep.
How do you feel that this will hurt affordability? I understand that back east, certain cities, you have no choice but to use electric heating. How would that hurt affordability here in the city of Vancouver to eliminate that option, as you mentioned?
I just had a phone call from a homeowner who uses an electric boiler and was complaining that he had heating bills of $1,300. So an average size house, it was on Salt Spring Island, but the pricing of electricity is so much higher. It can't help but affect homeowners and their affordability. I mean, just like a lot of the other people that have lived in condos in Vancouver, I turned off my electric baseboard and used the fireplace to heat it.
Okay, so I'm going to try and get to this question really quickly, giving contextual information. If the cost of natural gas were to go up because we were to eliminate users of natural gas by way of policy, would you expect, or do you have experience in, how would that affect people in retrofitting their own homes? So for instance, furnace systems, would they need to change over knob and tube? I've heard from a number of senior citizens who are very concerned, actually all of council has. So I'm just wondering, would they have to change the entire systems in their homes and companies, businesses, buildings?
Well, I think what you're going to get is you'll probably end up having people who will put off having servicing done because they're afraid that they're going to have to be forced into changing their systems out. So now you're creating a dangerous situation. You know, you're going to get, you know, heat exchangers that need cleaning, that need replacing. And, you know, and the thing with high efficiency products is that, you know, you definitely have to do the maintenance on it. You know, you have to do maintenance on it. And so if people are afraid that they're going to be shut down or taken off the grid, as it were, you're going to see people reluctant to get the servicing done. And then down the line, if they do need to switch things out to meet the new policy, the cost is going to be monumental. I mean, you're talking venting, you're talking about a totally new heating system that's going into some of these houses. So a dollar figure, no, but cost-wise, monumental.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, you have questions from Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much for coming in. And just speaking technically, we have, I think many of us have used natural gas for years on the basis that it's clean, that it is natural, that it is clean, that it is environmentally friendly. And we heard from some of our earlier speakers that changes had been made over the years to make it even better and even more efficient and use less. So where is the technical aspects now in terms of the kinds of things you're looking at? Are you seeing constant improvements? Is that why you continue to believe in the product? What's the difference between you and, you know, between gas and something that's burnt for gas, you know, or I mean burnt for, to create energy? I'm interested in why you're committed.
Well, we have to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as a manufacturer, you still have to respect the environment, and you still have to, you know, want to do what's best for, you know, for the environment. So that's why, you know, companies like ourselves and others like Frank investing large dollars into research and development to come up with higher and higher efficient products so that you can meet these demands. I mean, the technologies, like as I mentioned, the technologies have changed very rapidly in the last 25 years. People weren't interested. People oversized their products. People weren't interested in putting in higher efficiency products. But as the public becomes more and more educated, they want those products. There's no two ways about it. They want those products. So manufacturers have realized that they have to spend that money in R&D. They have to make an investment into trying to find that higher efficiency product. And so you know, all you need to do is go to some of the larger trade shows in the United States and Toronto and then in Europe, and you see the technologies coming. You see it coming. It is going to happen where they're going to gain higher and higher efficiencies with, you know, in my particular industry with boilers, it's going to get higher. It's going to get higher and higher. And so it's coming. It's not there yet, but we've seen it happen in the past. It's going to happen in the future as well. We have to, right?
So change is happening in your industry because the public have become aware of the need for change. They're asking for better products, so your scientists and technicians are developing something.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have further questions, Councillor Meggs?
Just on this question of conversion, though, I mean, think about the car industry where, you know, it is a huge contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. But I can buy ethanol blends in town, and if I want, I could anticipate the day when I could run on biodiesel. So, you know, there are ways that we can move even existing technologies. You've talked about efficiency, but is there any pressure from your sector on the gas producers to produce more of the recycled natural gas? Because I mean, all of this conversion problem would go away if there was a dramatic increase in that supply.
Yeah, I bought a TDI diesel and look where that got me, right? So, but from an industry standpoint, no. I mean, as it was brought out earlier with renewable natural gas, it's still kind of, you know, the genie in the bottle type thing. It's still being worked out. You know, we're still a long way. I mean, we'll manufacture a product for whatever is required as far as natural gas goes. I mean, that's not a problem. You know, as an industry and in working together with companies like Fortis, yeah, I definitely think that that would be, you know, something that we can work greater and closer together in finding out ways to produce this renewable natural gas. But that's still down the road. Like, I mean, it's you can see it, but it's still down the road. You still need to have that mix between now and here and then to get to that point.
I think others would argue that mix is there. The problem is that the urgency of the need to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions is so great that on so many fronts, I feel like the time is now. I mean, we know how to do many of these things. We just have to do them at scale, or we're going to have significant problems. And I guess I'm wondering if your sector is feeling that about gas. I mean, you need a renewable alternative in a bad way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said earlier, is I think as a manufacturer, you have to, you know, realize that it behooves us all to look at ways to reduce greenhouse gases. But that said, I think that as a manufacturer, you know, we look at the huge jump in efficiencies that we've made regarding our products and trying to reduce the greenhouse gases. You know, we've invested dollars and, you know, time and effort into doing that. And then all of a sudden to have say, well, all that time and effort you put into doing your share of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and now, sorry, you're going to be cut out of the loop, as it were. And you get back to cars, you get back to vehicles, you get back to the trucking industry, you get back to, you know, all that, you know, huge greenhouse gas coming from that, right? You know, where do you put all the blame? You know, I think you have to look at, we've done our part, and we're still looking to do even more. But I think to take it away from us after we've done so much, I think is unfair.
I don't see it as a blame issue. I see it as us having to work out a strategy collectively. You know, I certainly don't wash my hands of any of that, as I said off the get-go. But I'm not, this is a question period. Anyway.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Next we have Mike Powell.
Good afternoon, members of council. I'm here today wearing two hats. I'm representing HPBAC, which was the Hearth Patio Barbecue Association of Canada, which is a trade association, the members of which are involved in the manufacture and distribution of gas fireplaces, barbecues, and patio products. I also work for a gas manufacturer in North Vancouver. We are fully in supportive of the amendment that has been brought forward towards this policy. And what I'd like to say today, I'm going to be, it might sound repetitive, but those are the red flags and the things that I think would be good for you to be cognizant about. First of all, I'm going to talk about the lack of dialogue with BC's gas fireplace industry that got us where we are to date. I then want to talk about the negative impact of the current policy upon the industry and new homeowners and restriction of choice. In terms of lack of dialogue, I don't know whether you know this or not, but for your edification, there are 6 major gas fireplace manufacturers in the lower mainland of Vancouver Island, and their product represents 20% of all gas fireplaces sold in North America. This is a hub. Just about all fireplaces sold in Vancouver are from these manufacturers. We are recognized as leaders in this area in fireplace innovation. In the past 20 years, gas fireplaces have moved from just being a general heating unit to become technical appliances. And they now have low fuel consumption and effective BTU output, and this is ongoing. Every one of these manufacturers is investing heavily in new technology and trying to move ahead and keep abreast of what is going on in the world. Given our knowledge, accomplishments, and expertise, countered by the negative impact of this policy, which we see will have on our industry, we're profoundly disappointed the city did not consult with us, any of us, on this. Surely it's in everyone's best interest to talk and reach a consensus for the public good. We're also curious as to how this Vancouver policy will dovetail into federal and provincial government initiatives to ensure a cohesive and unified Canadian policy. And both we and our competitors are involved in various committees on those levels. We therefore put the onus on the city to engage in meaningful consultation with both residents and the gas fireplace industry. My second point, the negative impact on the industry and new homeowners. As it is, this bill is going to result in job losses and have a bad economic impact and a negative multiplier effect. Dealers will be without product to sell on their floor. All they do is our dealers sell gas fireplaces and wood fireplaces. That's their product, that's their specialty. So if that is removed from them, they're stuck with a lease and a bunch of people they've laid off. Those people could be floor salespeople, they could be installers, they could be gas fitters, they could be auditors. Orders from them to manufacturers like ourselves and my colleague here, who's a competitor, will drop off. When those orders decline, we have to consider what the impact is going to be on our production staff and also the outside suppliers who make the metal parts, the components, people with paint shops, people who produce cardboard cartons for shipping product, printers of brochures. They will all see their businesses decline, and in turn, their suppliers will also be affected. The cost of heating a home with electricity far exceeds the cost of heating with natural gas. FortisBC estimates using electricity instead of natural gas say that a family of 4 will pay an additional $1,500 a year. That's the cost today, okay? Not 8 to 10 years from now, when these are going to be looked at as the good old days. And lastly, I would like to cover off restriction of choice. This policy, as it is right now, is intrusive and it limits people's economic freedom. Vancouver is already the most expensive city to live in North America. Residents don't yet know about the extent of this bill's changes and impact on them. And that cost and lack of choice is going to result in public outrage, and that you can take to the bank. Assuming sustainable natural gas to be the answer, right now, as of yesterday, dealing with our engineering department and the numbers that we could get, that sustainable gas might be a good alternative, but to say that it is the answer today is just a fallacy and indicates a lack of due diligence in creating this bill.
Mr. Powell?
There are 108,000 natural gas customers.
Mr. Powell, you're well over time. You can see your clock there, but you do have some questions, and we'll start off with Councillor Ball.
Thank you very much. Could you just finish your sentence, and then I will understand what you were saying?
Okay. There are 108,000 natural gas customers in Vancouver. Renewable natural gas supplies 0.15 of 1%, and that comes from Vancouver, 0.15 of 1%, okay? And that 0.15 comes from the Vancouver landfill in Delta. So you want to extrapolate that out right now and tell me that sustainable natural gas is going to occupy or provide for everybody here. I mean, you're talking hundreds of landfills the size of the one out in Delta. It doesn't compute. It's just not there yet, okay?
Thank you. I had a question, just the size of your industry, which I certainly wasn't aware of the size of your industry.
It's a low-profile industry, I have to admit.
And so I've been interested in hearing all the different people working in the industry. And if you could talk a little bit about the kind of things have changed over the years and the research and development and how things are have grown and improved. If you could talk a little bit about what you've seen over the years with the industry.
I've been involved in the industry since 1999. Quantum changes, not just here, but throughout the industry. People have a totally different look upon heating their homes now. Homeowners used to have one fireplace in a house. Today, under the theory, the methodology of zone heating, it's not uncommon to have 2, 3, 8 fireplaces in a home. Turn down your fireplace, turn down your furnace, and turn up the fireplace in the room that you're staying in. Also, you know, you can go to various conferences now. There's a big one that just finished in Boston, ABX, the Architect Boston Expo, and they're tied in with LEEDs and a lot of these green industries. They have all sorts of conferences and workshops there. We send our engineers, we send people there to attend these things, to hear what's on the forefront of those sort of areas. It's not uncommon to run into our competitors. So people are very well aware of the fact that the public is demanding energy efficiency. They want good value for their money. And if you don't keep up with that, and if you aren't proactive, you're not going to be in business.
So you're happy to have renewable energy. That's not the problem.
That's not a problem.
You just want there to be the ability to use as many choices as possible.
I really think people need to be able to make choices. And I think, you know, you've got to understand this. As much as this is a noble plan, if there are no gas fireplaces here and somebody wants a fireplace, they're going to get an electric fireplace. All the electric fireplaces are made offshore. First of all, I don't need to tell you how people offshore generate their factories. So that's coal-fed, okay? So anything you're saving here is getting multiplied next door in the other, across the ocean.
Very helpful, thank you.
You know, you just have to realize that that's it. The other thing is that our dealers will lay off their salespeople and everybody else. Somebody wants to buy an electric fireplace, they go to a big box store where unfortunately the staff are on minimum wages. And those are the ramifications.
I appreciate all the information. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Next we have Councillor Deal.
Yes, thanks very much. Over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks for bringing your perspective today. Something I've been pondering as I'm listening to these things is there are many times in our history, in recent and longer term history, where systems have had to change over time, either because they were forced to or because it was through choice of human activity. Would your companies consider switching to producing and manufacturing electric fireplaces if that was the future of your market?
No.
So you wouldn't consider shifting with the market?
Sorry, I'm interrupting. Yeah. I shouldn't.
Notice.
Okay, electric gas fireplaces are not heaters. They're an aesthetic thing, okay? We're in the heating business. The engineers that we employ in our plant, which is CSA designated, I might add, they know gas. Their function, their responsibility is to keep looking and seeing how we get greater heat output, greater BTU output, with a smaller and less use of fuel.
Okay.
We're doing that all the time. It's ongoing.
Yeah, and I truly appreciate that. I used to be the chair of the...
We cannot, there's a specialization involved in this. And the other thing is, you know, if a policy like this goes through, and word gets out that some of the manufacturers might be wobbling as a result of it, I'll tell you this, the big guns in the United States are going to come shopping for our engineers. They're on an economic roll down there. They're doing very well, and we'll get raided, no question.
Well, for instance, I used to work as a biologist, and the technologies that we've used in biology have shifted hugely over the years, and it meant that industries changed with the technology that we used, and it might be that one individual had to find a new career, but hopefully in terms of a longer term, that the number of employees over a great number of years would shift to the newer technology and would indeed be occupied and employed in the future. I mean, this happens fairly often in a number of technologies. That's why I'm kind of confused. Is there no future in bringing the manufacturing home for the future products that we will be using locally? I understand with your individual employees, and by the way, I truly appreciate the work you've done in the industry. I used to chair the Regional Air Quality Committee, and we were always appreciative of the increased efficiencies that were being produced.
Thank you.
It helped us with our policies a great deal.
Yes.
But in the longer arcs, do we stop technology, or do we allow for a long-term shift to a new technology which will also employ people?
Well, I understand what you're saying. I just have to talk about my backyard here. There's a huge supply of natural gas in this province, and whether it's used here or shipped overseas, it's ongoing. It's deemed a clean fuel, and our responsibility is to look at controls, smaller units that give out more heat, or whatever. I mean, it changes like that. Can something adapt to be electric and gas? I don't know. I mean, those are interesting discussions that we have internally with the engineers. So,
right. Or adapt to use renewable gas sources as they become more available.
That's true. And timing is the issue there, I think, you know.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor DeGenova.
I had a question. Oh, sorry. One question about barbecues. You had mentioned that you're one of the industries that you're here to represent, associations.
The HPBAC has got, yes, Hearth, Patio, and Barbecue Association of Canada.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a question regarding, I suppose, other means of barbecuing. And I'm a fan of barbecuing. I'm sure the chair would call me out of order because it's the only time I'll let my husband cook. But what it really comes down to is I understand that the other means of fueling a barbecue are by charcoal briquettes or by propane, natural gas, clean burning, but also more cost effective.
Well,
would you be able to comment on that? I don't expect you to be.
We don't make barbecues, but I know this much. Yeah. Because of condos, small patios, and what have you. There are gas lines for barbecues outdoors, just like outdoor living rooms and what have you. Charcoals and propane are the alternatives, and they're much dirtier.
Okay.
Propane is effective, but it's dirty. And you know, there's Whistler converted over some years ago. They everything up there, you know, kitchen stoves and what have you. They were all on propane. It was much cleaner when gas lines were laid through and it was converted to.
Okay, thanks. I have actually a follow-up to Councillor Deal's question. You had mentioned it was 0.15% that renewable gas from the landfill would fuel.
As we calculated and got from Fortis yesterday, today, it's 1/15 of 1%.
1/15 of 1%.
And that is drawn from the Vancouver landfill in Delta.
And we have a goal here to reduce our garbage in the city of Vancouver. So we've been doing that for years. So I'm guessing the goal to reduce that, in a sense, reducing garbage, and I'll ask Fortis about this, but reducing garbage is good in some ways, but it takes a lot of, it would take a number of landfills to provide the energy.
I mean, we were shaking our heads. We just said that's going to take over 100 landfills. What's that going to do to air quality? What's that going to do to tourism? I mean, you just think about it. It's unrealistic. There've got to be other ways to do those things. So.
And in moving over to different technologies, as Councillor Deal had mentioned, that would mean only the amount of people that would be able to service the 1/15 of 1%.
Yeah.
So it would cut a number of people out of the industry. I just wanted to check.
Yeah. Yes. On that. Yes. As I said, I think timing is everything on the alternates like that. We're not there, and you know, we think so. You know, there's some things here that are premature, and I think, you know, ideally there would be a collaborative effort to work on, you know, how this implementation is going through that you seek, but also how to dovetail in various gas products, so people have a choice, and the ultimate goal is reached as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are your questions. Next, we have Jason Wolf. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here today and for letting us all speak about our industry. And you've heard me before speak to natural gas and renewable natural gas, but I'm happy to do so again today. Over the last couple of months, there's been some debate as to whether or not the City of Vancouver is actually banning natural gas. We know that our customers are concerned. We hear that in our call centers, people calling up and going, what's going on? Can I install gas appliances? We've been very clear in our position. We are in favor of energy efficiency, and we've been in favor of that for quite some time, but we are not in favor of banning natural gas. That's why I am thrilled today to be in support of the motion. Natural gas, as you've heard from the former speakers, is clean, it's affordable, and it plays an important role in energy in British Columbia. You've heard that natural gas is 1/3 the price of electricity, and this speaks to the affordability issue. There was a question earlier about heating in an apartment for using a natural gas fireplace versus electric. And I did some very quick calculations on that, and for an individual apartment, a natural gas cost for heating would be $165 a year. For electricity, that would be $700 a year. So in a small condo, you're talking a substantial increase in costs. As other costs increase in our city, it's great to have the option of natural gas. We're also very supportive of the province's goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and the city's goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And we've been involved, as you've heard, in a variety of incentive programs where we provide funds to our customers so that they can more easily afford to put in more efficient equipment. In fact, every year in British Columbia, we spend $35 million on this initiative. And in 2015 alone, we reduced the amount of natural gas that would have otherwise been sold by 420,000 gigajoules in British Columbia. That's the same as taking 4,300 cars off the road. We are also leading in other ways to reduce emissions, and specifically I'm talking about transportation. There are trucks roaming through Vancouver, some of which owned by the City of Vancouver, that are now using natural gas, which reduces emissions by 40%. You need a natural gas line to a building to have that occur. We are also, as you have heard, the leader in renewable natural gas in North America. We are the only utility that we know of that not only brings renewable natural gas into our system, but offers that as an alternative to our customers. And to clarify just a bit on the comments of the volumes and quantities, that 0.15 of 1% is the amount of renewable natural gas we bring in to our system every year. And so that leaves a lot of room and a lot of need for more, but it's not available yet. Vancouver consumes 26 million gigajoules of natural gas a year. Right now, with 300,000 gigajoules being produced, that won't even meet a quarter of Vancouver's needs. A total amount of potential renewable natural gas in the next decade or so equals about 7-8 million gigajoules. Again, Vancouver's 26 million. So even within the next decade, if we exhausted all the supply sources of renewable natural gas, we would only be able to meet about 1/3 of all Vancouver's needs. And then what about the rest of the province? We think they should have the ability to use renewable natural gas too. So I won't go into some of the other points on the hearth and barbecue area, but certainly on the barbecue standpoint, that's a very good point that was made earlier, because the alternative to using natural gas for cooking on a barbecue is, of course, propane. It's dirtier. We are seeing a lot more barbecues go in multifamily and houses, et cetera. But again, even if you wanted to use renewable natural gas, you need that gas line going into the building. And as you saw in our letters, if these sources of natural gas are taken out from options for customers, be it heating because of the 50% reduction in GHG emissions, be it fireplaces because of bans in various zoning requirements for, say, Southeast Falls Creek, et cetera, a developer or a builder may not choose to put that natural gas line in. They won't have the option to use natural gas that's renewable in the future. So in closing, we strongly urge Council to pass the motion put forward by Councillor DeGenova. Thank you very much, and I'm happy
Thank
to
you.
take
You have a
questions.
number of questions. First is Councillor Meggs.
Well, thanks, Mr. Wolf. I mean, we could go on for quite a while about all these issues, but I guess my main one is this, is there any way the city could achieve greenhouse gas emissions proposed while keeping natural gas? I mean, the conundrum that's placed before us here is, if we do this, we'll raise costs and wipe out this industry. That's the proposition on one side, but we have this goal, which you say you generally support, to try to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions dramatically, and a whole chunk of them come from the use of gas. So are you proposing we give up that goal?
Not proposing that you give up your goal to reduce emissions. I think we differ in our opinion of dramatic or not. Right now, as I noted, there isn't the supply yet available for renewable natural gas that will help the city meet those goals. So I think the proposal to reduce emissions by 50% that was noted yesterday is premature. That should wait until there's supply. We haven't yet brought in the Delta landfill. We do have some other landfills. We are looking at technology for wood waste and converting that to renewable natural gas, but that technology is not here yet.
But how fast could you do it?
There is one pilot project on wood that we are funding that's in Ontario. If that is successful, you'd have to scale it up. You're looking at 10 to 15 years to get scale of the Delta landfill quantities, and then you'd have to put those in. So you're talking probably 20 years before you would actually get quantity of wood, and that's assuming technology works.
Well, that's wood, but there's other ways to go. I mean, I guess the problem we have as policymakers, and I wonder, where you fit in this one. I mean, my understanding, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong on this, we have natural gas in terms of district energy. Without that, and we've had our issues with Fortis on that front, we're not going to achieve the city's greenhouse gas objectives at all. And then there's this piece, which is another very large piece. Your proposition, as I understand it, is to continue for the foreseeable future to rely on natural gas. And doesn't that mean I have to give up on the reduction or getting anywhere close to our goal?
Well, I think you will continue to achieve reductions by seeing more efficient equipment, as we've heard. We'll continue to bring more renewable natural gas in, and that will help you towards your goals. Whether or not that will mean that you'll achieve your goal in 2050, I don't know. That's a little too far out in the future for me to know where technology goes. We're certainly working towards that. I'm suggesting, though, that the policy as implemented yesterday is in advance of what's available.
Okay, so my only other question is on the cost thing. There was a time, I mean, natural gas is very cheap at the moment, but that hasn't always been the case. What's the price today compared to what the peak price was? And can you tell me how long ago that was?
Just speaking on commodity alone, so not the delivery costs. The price prior to about 2008 was $8 to $10 a unit, and now it's around $2 a unit. And renewable natural gas right now is about $15. So the question, will that come down in price? We certainly hope so, but right now the process to clean it up, plus the steps to do that and how you clean gas up is different than regular natural gas. So the price will remain high for quite some time.
You
would come down.
You were at at $10 on the natural gas side. How close was that to the cost of electricity?
Electricity at that time was a little closer. I can't remember the numbers. It was.
As I recall, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, the prices were much more comparable at that stage. And we're not likely to see that again, not because electricity is so much more expensive, but because natural gas is so much cheaper due to a huge arrival of supply. I mean, I think the provincial government's very keen to see 5 LNG plants because we've got a huge pool of natural gas.
We do have a huge pool of natural gas, certainly, and we would expect, not being able to forecast myself, but we expect pricing to remain somewhat where it is now, around the $2 to $4 range, probably going forward. So it will remain low, which is good for the residents of Vancouver and those of British Columbia who need to have a low-cost source.
But not so great if we're worried about climate change. I guess that's my point. I mean, if we're producing fossil fuels, we can't see our way out of the climate change trap, and it's an uncomfortable place for us all to be, but particularly if I'm a natural gas producer.
Right now, we hear the concerns, and we are taking those steps, certainly, to reduce emissions, but at the same time, we're mindful of what our customers are asking and requesting of us, and they would like to keep access to natural gas.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I have a number of questions. The first question would be, and it's a follow-up to Councillor Meg's question. Vancouver has, we've spent many years trying to reduce our garbage and reduce our footprint and reduce the landfill. Now to find out that that actually could be helpful in producing renewable natural gas. In looking forward, and our population is only growing, how much land would we need in the city of Vancouver? Because we'd also, you had talked about projects back east, but we'd have to transport that. Is that correct? Whereas the natural gas that we have now, I understand, is not only cleaner, but more locally sourced and based.
Yes, our renewable natural gas program is all about having those sources locally in British Columbia. And there are really a few sources of renewable natural gas. You have landfills, wastewater treatment plants, agriculture, and green waste. Those are the common ones, traditional. And the quantity available for that in British Columbia, because you only have so many landfills, you only have so many wastewater treatment plants. So the availability of that renewable natural gas supply is about 8 to 10 million gigajoules. Again, Vancouver is 26 million. So that alone, we can only get so much gas out of a landfill. You can't produce more. Wastewater treatment plant, the same thing. So then we would have to look to that other source of wood. And right now there isn't technology for that.
Okay, and then just a follow-up question to that, and I'm not trying to say that it's not clean, but in a sense, burning wood, you're still putting something back into the atmosphere that wasn't there before. Is that correct?
Well, there isn't technology yet. So the technology, as they're trying to do in Eastern Canada, is to do something called gasifying it. So using a chemical process to then release methane rather than actually burning it. So then if it was pure wood waste, not cutting down a tree, but actually wood waste, then it would be renewable. But that wood waste also has competitors looking for it. So pellet plants, using it for biomass heating, there is competition for that source. So we would have to pay for that even if there was technology.
Thank you. I won't name names, but I've seen an email from one of my colleagues suggesting to citizens in Vancouver that renewable natural gas can solve all of our problems, and we will be able to supply all of the citizens
Councillor
in
DeGenova,
Vancouver.
I would suggest that we focus questions directly on what the presentation was, and speculating because we don't have access to what you're referring to, and you have referred to another council member
I said colleague.
Even without naming the name.
I said colleague.
So I would suggest you focus the question on what the presentation was rather than what you may or may not have read.
Could you please stop my timer, put it back 20 seconds?
If you could continue, please.
I just want to state that I said colleague, not counselor. If you could, do we currently, you said 30 years. It's 30 years away for us to be able to possibly provide the amount of renewable natural gas. I understand there's been stories in the media, I don't know if that's okay to say, regarding Shambar and the fact that, you know, they're a great example of using it. I'll ask you to comment on that first, and I have one more question.
Sure. So the Delta landfill, 250,000 gigajoules of gas will come off that. That'll supply the city-owned buildings in Vancouver, the majority of them, if not all of them, as I understand it. But you're left with all the other 106,000-ish customers that wouldn't have access to it. So the potential supply of renewable natural gas in BC, if you include would supply all of British Columbians. But again, technology and supply are the issues, and we're not there yet. And so to put in a policy restricting regular natural gas, suggesting that renewable will meet all those needs isn't realistic yet. We hope to get there, but it's not anytime in the near future.
Okay, thank you. I'm also wondering if through the consultation process, there was a press release put out, I believe, by the mayor's office stating that Fortis was a part of this consultation. Did you endorse this plan? And I'll remind you, you don't have to answer any of my questions.
And no, we didn't endorse the plan.
And do you support the plan as it currently stands? Our staff have said in the report many times, I think I counted 6, the word aggressive, that this was an aggressive timeline. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the timeline is aggressive because, as I've mentioned, there is not the supply for renewable natural gas yet. And so we need to move in step with that so that we have the supply necessary.
Thanks. And I just have 20 seconds left. So my last question would be regarding Fortis's bottom line. And that's also something that has been stated in the media by certain individuals, that the gas company just wants to keep using gas because they'd make more money. But you also provide renewable natural gas, so you make more money providing renewable.
That's your 20 seconds, Councillor DiGenova, by your own clock. If you could answer her question.
Sure, I will answer. It makes no difference to us whether it's renewable natural gas or regular natural gas from an earnings perspective. It's the exact same to us.
Next, we have Councillor Ball.
Just very briefly, the city, metro, many areas of government have had a zero waste program that everybody's been promoting, and I think a lot of people working hard to fulfill. So what happens when there's not enough garbage, not enough waste?
Well, that would reduce the amount of renewable natural gas possible from landfills. The hope would be that we can replace that with some of the green waste that goes to compost, such as the city of Surrey has done. So they've diverted all their green waste starting in 2017, and that will be digested and piped into our natural gas system. They will use it for their trucks. So there are some opportunities there, but as landfills reduce the amount of waste going to them, that will mean that there's less opportunity for renewable natural gas coming off the landfill.
Ah, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Trying to cope with that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a challenge because certainly we do want to reduce the waste going to our landfills. That's a great goal, but it does have an impact with respect to this.
Okay. Next, we have Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor DiGenova kind of asked a lot of the questions. One of the things that and I don't know if this exists, and it comes up all the time here at Council when I try to ask for sort of data of, from the point where there's extraction or the access to the resource and then the use. And is there any data that you guys have or that's created that shows from the point where it's taken from wherever, whether it's a tree cut down or extracted from the earth or from a garbage dump, to the point where the consumer uses it, and it shows you everything from it gets in the back, like if it's wood pellets that we're burning to create neighborhood energy, which is the plan in the city, and staff have said that that's cleaner than what you have to offer. But I've never seen any real true data that shows me from the point where we take it from where it's the source to the use and looking at it for apples to apples. Is there anything that exists like that so that we can look at that as a city and go, well, this one makes the most sense for the GHG emissions or whatever it is our goals are?
Right. I don't have that for all. I can speak to a few parts of the energy industry on that. On the natural gas front, it's actually very efficient. So from the source to the combustion of the fuel, you're getting, and I would have to check my numbers here, but well above 80% of the energy out from the furnace from when you drill it and you get the gas out of the ground. So that includes the transportation on the pipe, getting it all into somebody's house, any losses of gas or what have you. The system is very efficient, very efficient. The electricity system in most jurisdictions, because there's a variety of sources of generation, is much lower. It is less than 50% efficient because of the losses in energy, both in line loss. There's much more loss of energy through the electric lines, but also in those districts that use, say, gas or coal for generation, there's a lot of loss there. But even just in the line loss alone, it's much more than in natural gas. So it's a less efficient system for carrying energy. In the wood waste or what have you, we haven't done that kind of analysis. So I don't know what that is. There would be a lot of steps involved in that. For example, pellets. You have to gather all that sawdust from around, then you have to put it through a process that uses a lot of natural gas to dry it and compact it, and then you have to truck it and ship it. And so there's a lot of energy loss in that process alone.
And it's a resource, much like gas, where you have to, as Councillor Meggs was talking about, it's a resource. So you have to, the price goes up and down, just like
Yeah, and
so does electricity for that matter, I suppose.
Well, exactly. It's a commodity. It's volatile. But in the case of wood, for it to be carbon neutral, it has to be a waste. It has to be something that doesn't have a better use, that is truly waste. You can't go down and cut a tree down and then call it renewable. It has to be lying on the ground already, or has to be a byproduct of another process. So forestry that cuts down and you take the sawdust. But there is also a lot of competition for that resource. So pellet plants compete for that. Boeing suggested they were going to try to make biofuel out of that. So that would be competition for it. So we would have to acquire that raw material, that sawdust, and then digest it and create biogas out of that. And that's only if we could pay for it and it was worthwhile. So it may be too expensive.
It would be very interesting, and I think that if you know, for you guys to, and with all the industries to get that data, because it's very challenging for, I think, us as policymakers to make decisions when we really are getting information, I find sometimes based on not the full information, as far as, you know, when I ask about that diesel truck that carries those wood pellets in the future, what does that mean? And the data, to me, it's not evenly presented in a way that I think that we as the people who are governing have to make our decisions. So it's something to think about.
I will commit to you right here that we will work on getting the forestry data on that to figure that out to the best of our ability. I know that when we looked at the policy that was put forward with the 50% reduction in the building, I had engineers working on that for days to try to understand what it is, because as you say, it is complex. It is not simple to compare one energy source to another, but I will commit to you today to have my staff start to look into that, and if you wish, I can report back once that's done.
I think it'd be very helpful, and I think it also takes away. I mean, I know that the big conversation we've heard about is affordability at the end for the end user, but as we know that if it's a commodity and the prices go up and down, that argument can vary depending on the moment in time. So to know what the GHGs are of a product coming from the source to the end user, if this is the issue we're trying to deal with as a city, which clearly it is, and as a world, it might turn out that who knows what will be the best, but I would say that it would be very helpful for us to know that.
Yeah,
And
because
I appreciate you committing to that.
you're looking at cost, as we've noted before, but you're also looking at the GHG impact of those energy sources.
Absolutely.
And there's a balance between both.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Deal.
Yes, thanks very much, and thanks for coming back. A couple of questions just based on some things that you said. First of all, you talked about some numbers in terms of heating a small apartment with gas versus electric. And what was your number for the electric cost of a small apartment?
The electric cost would be slightly more than $700.
Okay, I have a small one-bedroom apartment. It's actually not small, it's 700 square feet. It's an old building, extremely energy inefficient because we need new windows. We're going to get those in. And it cost me between $180 and $210 a year for electric heat. So I'd love to know where that number comes from. The second thing that you've said is that if we put through this policy, which still allows for gas, natural gas of different sources to be used for cooking, that developers wouldn't choose to put the lines in? Is that something you said?
Well, a developer or builder has to look at all their costs when they decide to build a building. And so if they're bringing in natural gas for a variety of uses, that means their cost to Fortis to actually pay for us to bring the service in is amortized over more buildings and more uses. If the only use they bring it in for is, say, cooking, it may not be economic for them to do so.
And yet it's been done in Southeast Falls Creek and the River District.
There's no gas in fireplaces in Southeast Falls Creek.
For cooking, there is.
There is.
So
cooking.
if it was restricted to cooking, it was still worthwhile for the developers to work with Fortis in Southeast Falls Creek and the River District, two large things. I'm asking for clarification.
Sorry, if everybody could stop talking for a minute.
So I was asking whether it was true.
Councillor Deal?
Okay.
Hold on. Everybody stop talking. What is your point of order? What section of the procedure bylaw has been breached? And what specifically has been breached? Councillor, this is not a point of order. Councillor Deal, could you continue, please?
The question was, where does that data come from? Because my evidence doesn't show that.
I didn't suggest that they wouldn't put it in. There's a strong likelihood they would not. But if they do, that cost is going to be passed on to the consumer. So again, it would increase the cost to you purchasing that place versus if there were other options for natural gas in that building.
Okay, thanks. I'll look up that data, and so far it certainly has proved to be worthwhile. My third question had to do with policies. You said that the timelines were unrealistic. Do you think that having policies that push differences in technology help to provoke that change?
Yes and no. Vancouver is a generally small market from an energy standpoint in North America. And so this technology that we're using for renewable natural gas is emerging. We are the first right now. We are trying to move it forward, but as of yet, it's not there. And so we don't see the motion that Vancouver has to reduce emissions as a way to increase the technology faster than it can occur elsewhere.
Even though leaded gas was in until the EPA demanded the technology change, and then it took about the same time frame as we're asking for here to shift to unleaded gas in all but a very few places in the world?
Well, again, what I'm suggesting is that the policy go in lockstep with what's actually available, because right now there isn't the availability. So when it is, then the policy can change and encourage it. When we see codes and standards change beyond the speed at which industry can meet those needs, then you see people switching to something else or getting, as we've heard earlier, taking other ways around and getting the same piece of equipment that they had.
Do you believe, and I don't know the answer, and you may know it, so you're in the business, do you believe that unleaded gas was available before the policy was put in place that people needed to make the changes?
I don't know enough about the specifics of that.
Interesting to
I can't
find out.
answer that.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Deal. Mr. Wolf, you earlier had stated that 50% was too aggressive, and the comment was that this plan was aggressive. What percentage would you support?
Well, I would have to actually have my engineers go and sit down and figure out what could be done with the existing both building stock technology as well as the technology in gas equipment.
Okay.
And
so with in this instance, though, the rezoning policy that was passed by council, it doesn't actually say natural gas is banned. But earlier you had said your customers were concerned with the banning of natural gas. Have you expressed to them that it hasn't actually been banned? Or because it sounds as if you're perhaps not communicating to them that there's still a choice to use natural gas.
There's a choice for customers if they can get it. If the policies of the city of Vancouver,
are you planning not to provide it?
If the cities of the policy or the policies of the city of Vancouver restrict the variety of ways to get gas, and a developer doesn't put it in to the customer, that's the same as a ban. They can't get it.
And you're planning not to provide it?
We are required by law to provide it to customers if they ask, subject to an economic test. But if customers don't request it, or builders don't request it because they've determined that it's not in their best interest to put in because of the variety of restrictions put in place by the city, then to the consumer, they don't have that choice.
So with this specific rezoning policy, it is meant to be layered in over a 15 to 35-year time frame. And it's not long enough for the industry to catch up or to make adjustments?
The broad zero emissions policy, as I understand it, is over a very long time frame. What was discussed yesterday, and the 50% reduction starts with new rezoned buildings in 60%.
Councillor DiGenova, could you please stop interrupting the speaker?
Sorry, as I understand the policy and what was presented, I think it was by Mr. Pander 2 weeks ago, starting May 1st in newly rezoned buildings, they will have to meet that emissions reduction target. To meet that, you have to take heating out of the equation.
Okay, and so in regards to the supply, we've, I think, canvassed the landfill part. You described wood waste and gasification, biomass gasification. It's not an emerging technology. In fact, there was a conference here in Vancouver just in October. And so the way that you're describing it is as if there wasn't the technology and they're still developing it. But my understanding is that in fact it exists.
There is biomass gasification for heat production. So Nextera in the city does that. The technology to convert wood waste into methane to be used in a pipeline is not there yet.
Okay. So, but there's also not just those two sources. There's agricultural waste, which is a significant opportunity, I think, for emerging technology. Some of the challenge is the transportation of that agricultural waste, which inhibits, I think, that opportunity to a degree. But if we can get that changed, isn't that also an opportunity? So when we talk about the limitation due to the lack of supply, there's many emerging and existing technologies that could supply. Would you not agree?
The agricultural waste is actually one of the technologies that's a little more advanced. It's still emerging, but it's a little more effective. We have 2 supply projects on for that. You do mention the transfer of waste, and that is an issue we're trying to work through, because if you could transfer more waste, you would get more RNG, but the numbers I gave you consider that.
Okay, so in regards to your supply of service to your customers, do you have a breakdown of what it goes into heating, what goes into cooking, and further breakdown of barbecues? Do you know this?
Looking at all our customers, about 75% of the gas use is for heating and hot water. The rest is broken up between fireplaces, cooktops, and barbecues.
Sorry, what's 75% for heating?
Heating and hot water heating.
Hot water, okay.
The remaining 25% are the variety of other uses, fireplaces being the next largest.
Now, it was asked earlier whether or not you had participated within the process, and you had. You disagreed. The information that we had received in the report was that the city had offered detailed cost tables to you. Our information was that the costs per building would rise in terms of energy costs, but the overall, the residential building would rise in about $6 per month for an 800 square foot building, and that the apartment would be offset by reduced maintenance costs overall, which would yield a net savings overall. That was our information. We provided detailed analysis to you. You disagreed, but you failed to provide your analysis. Are you ready to provide that now?
We would love to. We would need the actual detail part of that analysis. We had asked for that. We haven't been provided that. What we were provided by Mr. Pander and his team was high level, and I've had my engineers try to recreate that, have failed to do so. But if we had that information, we could look at it. We disputed the numbers primarily because, as we understood it, the base case scenario used electric resistance heat as the energy source, and so moving to more efficient buildings was going to reduce energy costs. Makes sense. But if that analysis had used natural gas heating as the base case, it wouldn't have been possible to actually have those savings.
Well, regardless of the energy used for heating, the changes to the rezoning bylaw itself in terms of the type of building would reduce the demand, and therefore that changes the entire equation, because if your end user, no matter what the use, or in the case of the building, changes their consumption pattern, that changes, I think, the formula. And that's what the premise on that report was. Lower demand over time reduces the case for different technologies. So
lower demand will reduce the...
Sorry. Apparently, the speaker is ready to answer, and if without your interruption would be, I think, much appreciated by both myself and the speaker. So if you could cease interrupting, that would be very good. But if you can't help yourself, then please leave the room. Thank you. Please continue.
You're correct. Reducing demand, all things equal, no matter what the energy source, will reduce costs. However, because of the delta between natural gas costs and electricity costs, those savings won't be there if your base case was it was natural gas. Natural gas is much cheaper, and the changes to the building code will actually result in increased cost to consumers.
Thank you for your answers. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ian Tosteson.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address this issue. I'm going to try to come at this a little bit different. I think you've heard about the science. There's been a lot of input into this, but you know, I was one of the guys that brought Al Gore to Vancouver in concert with the city of Vancouver. So as my son said, you know, you must be particularly sensitive to this kind of stuff, and I am. And I want to make that point. I also want to make the point that our industry and the restaurant industry in British Columbia, but particularly in Vancouver, is very passionate about this. They're driven by guests of the restaurants that we talked about consumers driving efficiency. Guests of restaurants expect restaurants are doing the right thing from an environmental point of view, from an energy point of view. The business owner is caught in that because they don't have any choice. They've got to lower their costs. And I think you understand that the majority of restaurants in the city are independent, small restaurants. A lot of restaurants in the city are ethnic. A lot of them don't speak English, and a lot of them don't understand what's going on. And there's a food court right next to my office on West Pender, and I've scanned all 15 restaurants, mainly ethnic restaurants, and you've scared them. And some of them say, I'm going out of business. I can't cook without gas, because they can't, because gas is a fundamental part of what they do. I can't say what I've been told, don't worry, we're not banning gas. They don't understand. They understand their livelihood. They understand their gas burners. They understand lineups. They understand cost, but they don't understand any of this kind of stuff. And so I ask today that we find some common sense and some commonness around this issue and respect the fact that, you know, there's almost several thousand, and Mark, my colleague, will talk more about the statistics, in this city that are providing employment, they're providing experience, they're providing enjoyment, they're providing an atmosphere. And we have just sort of taken them and said, you know what? We're not going to have natural gas, or we're going to have renewable natural gas. No one knows. Even the restaurants like Tap and Barrel, very educated people, they don't understand what's being talked about. The brewing industry, where I came from, I talked to them. They're scared because their boilers are gas. So we're upsetting a whole bunch of confidence here, where the challenge, I think, for every one of you sitting here today is to work together and work with Fortis and work with these fine people here and challenge us to find and get to the solution, not just make arbitrary, this is what we want to do, because you're really causing a lot of problems. I got to tell you, I've never seen an industry so upset. The last time I saw this was during the HST debate, and that was horrible. We spend all our time now answering phone calls after phone calls of small business people who are employing in this city thousands of people, wondering what is going on here. So I really think that there's a time frame here with even the way you're going right now. That time frame still allows us to develop other technologies and force the use of natural gas and force us to become more efficient and force Fortis to use technologies to drive the use of natural gas. But I think if we essentially get rid of natural gas before we are confident about renewable natural gas, we're going to end up in a mess. And I can speak for our industry, it doesn't work in electricity. It truly doesn't. It works on gas. Someone told me in a large chain restaurant, they said if we had to use gas or electricity, we'd have to turn electricity on full all the time. We could never turn it off because you're always wanting instant heat, and that's the attraction of gas. I speak in support of this amendment. I really wish that we could work together. There's a history in this room of working with this industry together. There's been some great things the city has done, and you've done for industry, and we appreciate that. But I think it's an opportunity right now is to back off this a bit here. Let us work with you together and see if we can come up with the targets in the future that we're all looking for. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You have questions? First, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. And I understand that we've all, as councillors, received a number of emails in our correspondence group from restaurants and from chefs and from people in the industry. Could you elaborate on sort of the culinary training and overall, I guess, Vancouver, as I stated in the motion, we're considered a culinary capital in many ways. We have culinary tourism. Would we lose the opportunity to bring people here that could further put us on the map if we...
Well, the president of a large pizza chain told me this morning that they would affect their investment decision. They used to want to invest here because it's sending out uncertainty. So even if it's not today, it's down the road. They don't want to do that. So that's number one. I've talked to the chefs at White Spot. I've talked to chefs at, as I mentioned, Tap and Barrel. I've talked to chefs at Hawkesworth. They grew up on gas. They were trained in gas. And so, you know, they'll say, we don't even know how to cook with like it doesn't even, it's not even part of their DNA.
Now,
it doesn't mean that
uses renewable.
And that's not, Councillor Meggs, that we keep doing gas forever. I'm saying is that there's a transition here that perhaps includes gas, but includes this, as I try to say at the beginning, this highly charged emotional commitment of this group of people to make their community stronger and better.
So I guess, and I like to compare, and I'm asking you if this is a fair comparison, to compare how many of us, actually I know many councillors here drive gas vehicles that use oil. I can't speak for anyone else. I've driven hybrids before, but we're moving towards electric vehicles. So there's both options are offered. I'm not forced to go out and purchase an electric vehicle, and the city of Vancouver hasn't yet said, although they've closed many gas stations. Is that a fair comparison to what you're saying?
I mean, the option, the cost of converting to electric would be horrendous, number one. But number two is it's useless, because the amount of electricity you're going to use to do what they're doing right now, given the efficiency of gas, doesn't make any sense.
And another question that I have, you had mentioned that you had heard from many of your members that are very concerned. In Vancouver, we pride ourselves on having a number of fantastic restaurant options. Would you be concerned that any of those restaurants would move themselves outside of the city, even maybe possibly to Burnaby next door, because they wouldn't be as concerned?
I think the bigger issue is, and this is going to cause, in my opinion, a lot bigger problems for Fortis, our partners, because by the way, they drive a lot of efficiency, and when they talk about driving efficiency for our restaurants, it's in our best interest. I worry that this is going to start leaking to other municipalities. People go, you know what, Vancouver did it. You set an example. I mean, you are leaders, there's no question. One of the largest cities in Canada, so you have a huge responsibility. So you see Burnaby going down this road, and Surrey, you're already getting calls from those municipalities saying, if you're doing it in Vancouver, perhaps it's going to happen here. And you just can't, I think it's unfair to create that uncertainty to the taxpayer who in their heart wants to work with the same goals that we all have here. They're not working against this, but I think we owe it in the respect to try to work together in a timeline that keeps their businesses able to function.
Thank you. And the cost of cooking, do you think that may go up if, as Mr. Wolf said from Fortis, gas costs more because there's less users? So obviously we can anticipate with less users, yet it's still being available, the cost of that to go up.
So the industry, we used to have a great program with the city on water reduction. I think they were to reduce the amount of flow. But energy and water are the huge costs in restaurants. And so again, it's in our best interest to try to reduce that to the extent that we can. If there's less gas users, the price is going to go up. And that's, Mark will talk to this, but I will say this, and he can repeat it, is that remember that this is the least profitable restaurant market in all of Canada, the way it sits right now. Less than 2% before tax. That's a fact through Statistics Canada. And the other thing is that our businesses don't have a lot of time to be chasing around stuff that they don't understand. You've read about the labor shortage, which is real. And most of these owners are doing everything just to keep their doors open, as opposed to being able to understand some of the things we're talking about. So the easier we can make this, and the more partnership we can develop, like we have in the past with the city, the better off we're all going to be. Yeah. And we may take Councillor Meg's 10 more years to get where we want to get to, but we'll get there, and we'll get there together. But the way we're going right now, it's divisive, and it just doesn't work well.
Just one last quick question, and that would be based on, I suppose it's the straw that breaks the camel's back, but which is it? I mean, we've moved forward at the city here implementing a living wage ourselves. If a restaurant had to lose natural gas and implement living wage, I know that certain restaurants have already left other communities that have required that. Is it just too much for council's
Well, they're not
direction?
making, they're not being like, oh, woe is us, but they're not making any money right now. So if you want to spend, pay $20 for a hamburger eventually, then that's not going to work either, because people will, we saw during the HST, just as an example, a 7% increase in the price of a restaurant meal caused the restaurant industry to lose 9% in sales. So we are very conscious of the prices that we pay to go out, and it's expensive, right? It's expensive, so it's price sensitive.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have questions from Councillor Meigs.
Well, it's along a similar vein, Mr. Tosses. I mean, the way I read the motion, it says, do not touch natural gas. It doesn't say, let's do a transition, let's have a discussion that's common sense. It says, back off. And by saying so is there a plan or any sense in your mind, or I'm going to be dead in 2050, that's the deadline here. Maybe I won't be, but it'd be a huge long shot for me to make it. My question is, what What interim measure would you recommend to a council which has this fact in front of us that greenhouse gas
I don't know.
emissions
I
are
mean,
a problem?
I don't know what the implications of what I'm about to say is, but I would say that we continue to use natural gas. I don't think that, Mark O'Brady's got this point, but, if we start seeing new buildings that don't have natural gas, they're not going to have a restaurant. And, in the city of Vancouver, in a lot of big cities in the world, restaurants are the kitchens of the small apartments that we're building all throughout the city, so they're critical to that. I would say we continue to use natural gas, but we put some parameters of partnership. I don't know what that means. But at the same time, we drive technology. We drive Fortis to find technology. We drive Fortis to find alternate or renewable natural gas and see how far we can get down the road without banning natural gas, essentially, when we don't have an alternative to it.
We can't rewrite the policy here today. I'm hopeful that there'll be some discussion where we can, but I now use gas, and I used to use propane. Could we not convert localized systems like My Barbecue or a big restaurant in a building which is otherwise emissions-free to renewable natural gas? I mean, the problem I have about the discussion now is I don't hear the transition part except as a word that goes by.
Of course, we would do that because that's what our customers would love to see us doing, that kind of stuff. But what concerns us is it's not there yet. But, knowing that we're trying to get there and that the source is being explored, we'll get there to the extent that is possible in terms of all of us working together. I think that's a good goal. It may not be we have to ban this and use that doesn't exist. It might be we might end up with a mix of 30% renewable with natural gas. But I think if we do that, I think that's good. I really think that's really good. It's better than where we are right now.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Everything, we're sort of in the question time. It's hard to do this with a preamble, but I've asked others. That's fine. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Next, we have Councillor Deal.
Thanks for coming out and again for waiting all day. And I appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to meet with our staff and talk this through. And I really appreciate the fact that you're talking about communicating with some of the others in the restaurant industry who may have language barriers or other barriers to understanding this policy. So I'm wondering if you have any suggestions because as you've said, people are scared right now because there was an article in a newspaper that had an incorrect quote in it saying that we were banning natural gas starting any time now. We're never banning natural gas. We're looking to convert it to renewable natural gas. And cooking with gas is something we will continue doing in this city. And we have 34 years to the end of this policy. So do you have any suggestions for how we can work with the industry to communicate the fact that cooking with gas will continue to be fair here? We've got over 30 years to convert that to renewable gas, sources of that gas, and that we value our restaurant industry hugely in this city.
If I understand this correctly, I don't think that's incorrect. I think everybody's good with that. The problem is, will we have enough renewable natural gas, and what damage do we do in the short term in terms of the building code that's potentially going to have developers not putting in natural gas lines? That's where I think the problem is, because as soon as someone sees that, those articles will appear again, say, see, they are banning natural gas, and then we're back to the cycle of putting out fires when perhaps we don't have to do that. Because I've tried to tell the industry, I told a different story in the press about this, and I apologize if I caused any damage, but as far as they're concerned, they're banning natural gas, and that message is out there, and we need to do something if we truly believe we're not banning natural gas, and we may move to renewable natural gas if we can. That message is all right. I could sell that tomorrow.
Well,
but I don't think that's quite what we're talking about here.
Well, hopefully the fact that Southeast Falls Creek and the River District, do you take any comfort from the fact that they were only allowed to use natural gas for cooking in those developments, and the lines were all put in? The developers chose to do that. And those are major developments.
If that's a developer-driven exercise, truly, then that's market telling that.
Okay.
I think that's all right. I mean, if that's his spin on how he wants to do his development, but I think if it's coming from this side of it that we've been talking about, I think that's wrong.
Well, let's keep talking about it because I think there's a happy outcome to be had here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I guess one of the really memorable sayings growing up is now you're cooking with gas, right? When you're doing something right. You hear that all the time. And that phrase is still used. My mother was a dietitian, and she had one idea, and that was there was only one way to cook, and that's with gas. So I understand the needs out there. I hear what you're saying about restaurants. I hear what you're saying about the people who love to cook, but the people who have to cook all want to do it in the best way. So you're talking about a fear because there is a possibility that it's not available because you can't get it in your building. That's the basic issue you're talking about, right? That you won't be able to, it won't be accessible.
I think that's kind of what it comes down to, yeah. Which is, my understanding is, and, is it's related to the building code, and I did talk to the staff about that, and I, understand that, but we're starting to restrict options and choices right now. I think, if you let the market have options and drive technology, we drive technology around natural gas, it'd be like driving technology around renewable natural gas. We're going to prove this out one way or the other, but I can tell you that the efficiency that we heard from this fine group over here earlier on will improve that, because that's what business does. And that's what the consumers are asking for. So, yeah, I agree.
So even if we have natural gas available to us, it's not and isn't banned and is in buildings, there will still be the opportunity for our scientists, for all the industry to develop the renewable gas that's possible, given what waste there is or what would be available. Then you would have both of them moving forward and maybe more and more renewable gas moving forward. So is the issue the timing, and that if you felt that the timing was more realistic in terms of what you and your industry believe and your customers believe, that if it was a much more stretched time instead of coming upon you very quickly, then is that what you're asking?
Well, I think, so in terms of the building code, if I'm correct about this, I could be, but I think the issue here is that if we say we're not banning natural gas, we're going to go to renewable natural gas, and someone says, but there is not enough renewable natural gas, then we're banning natural gas, and we haven't solved anything. Mm-hmm. I think if we say we're not banning natural gas, truly, and we're going to try to get to renewable gas, and we're going to work together to either get to that stage or drive the efficiency through technology and natural gas, but one way or the other, we're going to improve the situation from where we are right now. Here's the benchmark. Everybody work together to see how we can go. That's a better choice. You may still have natural gas, but you're going to be using less natural gas. And I know it's not idealistic, and it's not, but I think that we're going to get there as a committed Vancouver, faster and better and more efficient than where it is right now, because you've got people working against this.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate
you.
you clarifying what your issue is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. And Mr. Tosston, that's your questions.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Mark von Schelzwitz.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in favor of Councillor DiGenova's motion to amend the Zero Emissions Building Plan. My name is Mark von Schelwitz, and I'm the Vice President, Western Canada of Restaurants Canada, formerly the Canadian Restaurant Association. We're Canada's largest hospitality industry association, representing over 30,000 members coast to coast, and our mandate is to improve helping our members grow and prosper in all communities across Canada. And just by way of background, Ian sort of touched on it a little bit, we're a $12 billion industry. We have over 14,000 businesses in this province, 172,000 employees. We're the fourth largest employer in the province of British Columbia. And as was mentioned before, we're increasingly being known, Vancouver is, as an international culinary destination. We have ethnic restaurants from all over the world, different cooking practices and different cuisines, everything from sushi to deep fried crickets, for all I know. It's there's all sorts of different things going on here. We encompass a wide range of sectors in the industry, and I think this is an important point. Everything from food trucks to quick service restaurants, coffee shops, casual, fine dining restaurants, and takeout options, bars, pubs, and all of these prepare food in a very, very different way. And what this code change will do will certainly impact those different sectors differently. And I think it's also very, very important to note that the vast majority of our members in the industry lease from a landlord. They don't have direct control over what they can do as far as their build-outs. They have to do this in conjunction with their landlord. It's also a very labor-intensive, highly competitive, low-margin industry where the average pre-tax profitability is only 3.2% before tax. That is actually the second lowest profitability ratio in Canada. In British Columbia, and a large part of that is because of the high cost of doing business, high lease cost, et cetera, in the city of Vancouver and the Lower Mainland. So it's a business that's a penny's business, and the difference between success and failure is actually very, very minute. It's also a very energy-dependent industry relative to other businesses, where 75% of our energy use cost is associated with the food service process itself. And if I can just quote, as far as LEED's building gold standards are concerned, an environmental consultant provided this document to one of our members that wanted to go to the LEED's gold standard. And I just want to make a real quick quote from that report. Comprehensive energy efficient design, e.g. exceeding LED gold of a restaurant, is a very capital intensive proposition when compared to, for example, the LEED gold standard of an office or a residential building. Typically, more than 75% of the energy use cost is associated with the food service process itself, which involves a wide range of installed equipment for cooking, hot food holding, reach-in refrigeration, walk-in refrigeration, ice making, exhaust ventilation and sanitation, i.e. warewashing and cleanup. Not only is the purchase of cooking and warewashing equipment costly, there's also no documented energy-efficient options for many equipment types, such as under-the-counter refrigeration units, under-fired gas boilers, salamanders, and range-top burners. Furthermore, the majority of operations, the standard restaurant and food service business model provides slender, rather thin profit margins in order to make these changes. So I just wanted to point that out. And I also want to point out that our members are already leaders on the environmental file and have done an enormous amount in recent years to improve their energy efficiency and to become greener restaurants. And many of them have taken advantage of the incentives that Fortis BC has offered to move to that more high energy efficient natural gas appliances, for example. It's an extremely important source, fuel source for the hospitality industry. As was pointed out before, most chefs and cooks are trained using natural gas. You all know, you've all cooked yourselves as far as the benefits of cooking with natural gas versus electric. Instant heat, instant cooling, exactly. So I guess my point here is that our chefs and cooks can't imagine cooking without natural gas. Therefore, it was very confusing for a lot of our members following these media reports that the zero emissions building plan is basically essentially banning natural gas. And there is, I think, some good cause for the confusion there, especially considering that our members are looking for places based on what the landlord's providing. If the landlord can no longer provide natural gas, that's a really big problem. Our members are concerned with the practical implications, the cost implications, the investment implications, and the competitive impacts of a zero emissions building plan would have on their businesses relative to businesses in other jurisdictions, given that electricity and other sources are just not available to replace natural gas currently. Therefore, Restaurants Canada and our Vancouver members support Councillor DiGenova's motion to amend the zero emissions building report. Thank you for your time, and I'm certainly available for some questions.
And you do have questions from Councillor DiGenova.
I do have some similar questions, and I know the previous speaker mentioned that you touch on them, and I very much appreciate that. I'm just wondering if you can, and I'm not asking you to speak on behalf of any of your members or put you on the spot, but have you spoken to any of your members that would feel comfortable with you sharing their thoughts with us here at Vancouver City Council? I mean, even if you don't name them, I understand.
No question. There's a number of, and I think the reason why I think more haven't spoken out already is I think there's a real deep-seated confusion about what this actually really means from a practical perspective right now. So I think some clarity would very much be in order. And certainly a lot of them would say, look, we're in favor of the city's goals here, but we have to be practical about it. And right now there just isn't the renewable natural gas to actually replace natural gas as a source, and that forces them to go to electric. And unless we want to have a bunch of sandwich, salad, and sushi places and that's it, where no cooking's going on, that is going to hurt the city of Vancouver's culinary scene.
Thank you. I also have a question. Point 7 of my motion, it just states a city report. It basically states if you add up the 30% plus the 30%, that 60% is expected to be gone by 2020. That's 3 years, 1 month, and 1 day away. So I'm wondering, is that, I mean, we've heard other people talk about 2050, and that's the long-term goal, but if 70% is gone by that time, is that confusing? Is that concerning if they knew that number? Or sorry, 60%. is gone by that time. Is that concerning, considering Fortis has said that they can't supply the amount of renewable gas that would be needed for restaurants like Shambar?
Certainly, and I think that certainly would impact the investment decisions that restaurants make, because by the time you plan to the actual build-out, you're sometimes talking about a 2 or 3 year time window here between when you start your plan and you actually open the restaurant. So that's a significant time frame, and you have to work with the rules that exist at the time or what you think are going to exist at the end of the line. And if there's that lack of clarity on what those rules are, it makes it very difficult to make an investment decision. And for every restaurant, the average investment is $2.5 million. And hires dozens and dozens of people. I think it's about 100 people for the construction process alone. So that does impact the city, and it certainly impacts investment in the city as well, because there is that confusion.
Okay, another question, just a follow-up question, is you said that you have 30,000 members, and I would assume that you travel in Canada. Do you speak to city councils regularly, if you don't mind answering that question? Have you seen any other city council in Canada try and implement this?
Nothing to this extent, to my knowledge, no.
Okay, and has there been a reduction in natural gas at all for restaurants in your?
I certainly think, as far as usage is concerned, we've done great strides. And I guess one of the challenges that our members would also have is we can only deal with the equipment that the equipment suppliers have. And there's some great equipment out there. It's very capital intensive to get into the new equipment and retrofit it. But our guys want to do the right thing for the environment as well. And wherever possible and wherever they can afford to do so, they've already made a lot of energy efficiency gains and have reduced their consumption of natural gas and electricity and all energy. But again, we're in a very unique position in our industry relative to others, because 75% of the energy demand is going into that food service process, and you can't replicate that. You can't just not cook, again, unless we just want to eat raw food all the time. But that is something that will continue to have to be. We'll have to rely on energy in order to produce the high quality food that we do.
Okay, and again, you don't have to answer any of my questions. I will ask you, what would you say to the critics? For instance, I had someone ask me, well, Shambar does it. Shambar uses renewable natural gas, and they volunteered to be in a media article about that. Would all of your restaurants' needs be the same as Shambar, and would that, is a one-size-fits-all approach going to work, considering the supplies that you may need?
Yeah, and I guess that's I think the point there is, and I think I tried to address it in my remarks as well.
You did. I just wanted to clarify.
There's a really big degree of difference between Shambar and, say, a casual dining restaurant, and certainly as far as even the conversion and the ability to invest the capital in order to make those energy improvements. A high-end restaurant will be able to do that a lot easier because of their margins and as far as their average check is concerned, as a sort of a more value-conscious restaurant will be. And again, we're talking about a very, very low-margin industry here with very low profit margins. So I think another point that should be pointed out in there is the churn in the industry. You've got restaurants closing, restaurants opening a lot. So when a restaurant closes and a new restaurant comes in, how are they going to be impacted by the new rules?
I'm almost out of time. I'll really quickly ask.
You are out of time, Councillor DiGenova. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming out today. And again, super keenly interested in your industry. And I've got a couple of questions. I think you can actually help us out a lot here, because we are addressing today's the building code issue, which is future new buildings, not the policy piece, which is around the goals that we have for 2050, which does not have all those pieces in place that are actual regulations yet. This is one first piece around future buildings. So every building has a budget for greenhouse gases, and they can use part of that for using to cook with gas or not. So that's the choice of the builders and the developers. So far we're seeing, of course they want that. It's a very small part of the budget to cook with gas. Would the restaurant industry be willing to perhaps work to put some pressure or put positive lobbying efforts to the building and developers industries? Because they're the ones who are actually going to make this decision. The city's not banning natural gas. It's saying you only have so many emissions, choose where you use them.
Our concern, Councillor Deal, is very much just that. I mean, you've probably talked to BOMA, you've probably talked to some of these landowning companies, and we do not have any control over them. They have control over us. They decide whether they want to lease us their property. If it's going to be too costly for them or that just is not going to fit because of these regulatory framework that they're in, our concern is that they're not going to lease to restaurants as much anymore because of our energy usage.
In new buildings. Well, again, we're not seeing that, our evidence isn't showing us that, but it'd be great to have you lobbying that they always include that as an option for restaurants, so that in new buildings, the restaurants have that option, because cooking with gas is by far the best way to cook. I have no argument with that whatsoever. The other issue is around, I just wanted to be clear, you were talking about a new restaurateur taking over an old space. That's not at all what we're talking about in the policies that Councilor DiGenova's motion addresses. It's new builds. So I just wanted to give you that assurance.
Thank you very much. And I think I just want to respond as well, that I think in order to alleviate a lot of the concerns of our restaurant members, I think there should be some clarity about what this means, because I read it myself and I didn't see any reference to cooking. I didn't see any things, and it does leave it open to interpretation somewhat. And there are a lot of very legitimate, as my colleague Ian also said, concerns out there by our members that are saying, well, where is this going to lead us?
Yeah.
And natural gas is very important to our industry, and as for the reasons that you obviously know.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deal. Just to follow up on a point I think Councillor Deal had made, the issue of cooking with natural gas is obviously of some importance. I know that our staff had some conversations with Mr. Tossisons in regards to possible exemptions in terms of situations where there was no viable replacement, and and that was given as part of an explanation, as Councillor Deal described, part of the initiative over a very long period of time of implementation. If 2030 rolls around and there's no biogas available, that could be part of the policy development, and we're not at that full stage right now. We've passed the high-level component. What's your comments on that?
Councillor Liu, I think the best solution here would be to do a staged approach and everything like that. And you can always change and amend various policies or the plan based on the availability of that renewable natural gas. But it's not there right now. And I think in order to provide comfort to our industry, it would be great to say, okay, we're not forcing you to get into that now. Maybe we'll delay this and maybe we'll phase it in as renewable natural gas becomes more available. Because as was pointed out, the Chambord example is pointed out often, 90%, 95% of our members can't access that. So it's not a viable option. And of course, they're concerned then about the costs and the practical difficulties of trying to make do without that if they can't get access to natural gas in a new build.
That's the intent of why it's a 2050 plan, a 34-year phase-in. There's new building policy for rezonings is not affecting the existing, but rather the new developments that come forward. And certainly there's a whole host of regulations and policies that will come into place as we go through that. So there is a significant amount of phasing. We'll hope to continue to have that dialogue with you.
Appreciate that, Councillor, and I just want to say again that in the meantime, we've got to address that confusion in the industry. Right now, they're actually being led to believe natural gas is a great, clean, it's better than electricity, it's better than fossil fuels, it's better than, so there has to be some education involved too, because right now a lot of the industry is saying, what's wrong with natural gas, right?
It's more efficient in terms of heating.
Yes,
I think I would agree.
And certainly more cost.
It's a fossil fuel
than electric.
Right? So I think you're right. There certainly should be some further information given. It certainly is challenging from our standpoint when some commentators or some people say that it's an outright ban, and there is some phasing, and it's not an outright ban at this point. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
All right, those are your questions. Those are the speakers that I have signed up. We have the motion as moved by Councillor DiGenova, and I'll move to Councillor DiGenova to speak to the motion.
Did you want me to introduce it now? I didn't have the opportunity before speakers, so.
I thought you had introduced it at council.
No, actually, I hadn't.
So. Go ahead and introduce it.
And I'd like to thank Councillor Ball for seconding the motion. I very much appreciate that. So I understand that out in the media, there have been individuals suggesting that renewable natural gas, which is also called biogas or biomethane, will replace 60% of natural gas in Vancouver, new buildings, maybe old buildings. We haven't seen that yet by 2020. And we know that there is a commitment by the city. It's not maybe we will, and if we don't have the resources. I just looked up the motion. I don't see in this renewable city motion, if we can't do it, we won't. I see it as we're going to. We're going to be a completely renewable city and phase out any type of energy that's not considered 100% renewable by 2050. I'm concerned. That's 3 years, 1 month, and 1 day away. And, you know, I've taken the time to speak with all of the stakeholders in industries. I shouldn't say all of the stakeholders, but many of the stakeholders here today. I know that we've all received emails to Mayor and Council correspondence group. I know that there's hundreds of emails. I know I've received phone calls. I know that those emails are from companies that employ hundreds of people. We're talking about jobs that will be lost. We're talking about people who are concerned about their livelihoods. We're talking about culinary industries and the way that this can hurt our economy, how it's going to hurt affordability. And I can't see where in this motion it says that we have to use natural gas. To Councillor Meggs's point, I just want to state that it asks Council to affirm support for natural gas as an acceptable source. It doesn't say it's the be-all, end-all, but that we don't limit that for individuals or applicants who come to us and want to choose natural gas. A priority that we have made here, and actually the government has made, is affordable housing and ending homelessness. And as someone who works with some of the most vulnerable people in Vancouver who live on $375 a month, I think it's important to remember and keep top of mind affordability. Affordability in cooking, in energy. We have seniors who are living in energy poverty in Vancouver who have to make the decision. Do I turn on my stove and heat up my soup tonight? Or, you know, do I maybe keep it cold? Can I use the energy that I have right now to warm my house? If you look at, I just saw it on CTV on the national news, you have people using space heaters in their homes because, as we've heard today, and as I've researched, electric heating costs a lot more than gas. And if your gas furnace isn't working and you're concerned to invite someone in because they're going to tell you that they're going to deem it unusable anymore, perhaps you'll be scared. I'm not sure. I'm not in that position, but many seniors might be. I also understand that the cost per user, as we knock users off, 60% of users that we would anticipate. And, you know, I understand that the previous chair of the Finance Committee, one of our 3 mayors, is here, and I am concerned about the ramifications for the users. The users here, that their costs will go up each time someone else drops off and isn't able to afford it. I'm concerned that Fortis one day won't be able to provide it because how, with a drop in consumers, will they be able to maintain the maintenance and infrastructure needed to provide this? So I'm concerned, and I want to be very clear that I hope that everyone has read my motion, that Council affirms support for natural gas as an acceptable source of affordable energy, and that we ask for a report back within 60 days. We heard from Fortis today that they had high-level information. They've been asking for information, and I know that there are people out there who are very concerned about this. With only less than, and what I understand from Fortis is 0.24% is the amount of renewable natural gas that Fortis can produce. Unless the city has a plan that's laid out right now as to how they're going to produce enough renewable natural gas in the next 3 years to accommodate 60%, then I'm scared. I'm scared for affordability. I'm scared for the economy in our city. I'm scared to see restaurants leave. And honestly, I'm scared to see what we're going to need to preserve this. So with that, I really do hope that you'll put affordability first and support this motion.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'm going to jump into the queue and move an amendment to the motion. That absolutely is Councillor Affleck, because I cannot go into the queue, and because she is the mover of the motion, and I am in the queue. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk has the amendment that I am advancing. Councillor Affleck, if you will have the opportunity to hear the debate, you will have the opportunity to debate the amendment. Okay, so there we go. You'll see the amendment before you, that it is comprehensive, covers off a number of areas, including the whereases. Just to be clear, I'll move to the therefore be it resolved that, in fact, Council reaffirms support for natural gas as an acceptable source of energy, as articulated within the Renewable City Strategy adopted in November 2015, and that zero emissions building strategy adopted in July of 2016. This Council reaffirms its long-standing practice that all future policies and regulations proposals arising from the high-level strategies such as the Renewable City Strategy, Zero Emissions Building Plan will be informed by detailed costing, feasibility analysis, and stakeholder consultation will be considered by Council as they are brought forward. C, this Council reaffirms that reducing carbon pollution from buildings will require a reduction in energy use and a transition to renewable sources. This is the actionable part, but I think it's important to also point out that Vancouver is in fact facing an affordability crisis, but it's not just in regards to housing, but it's energy and other operating costs should be considered in affordable housing. The burning of conventional natural gas is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the city of Vancouver. That in retrofitting and replacing heating systems and furnaces in households, they often are paid for. They pay for themselves in energy costs and savings in the short term, and Fortis and others offered incentives for actions such as replacing old inefficient boilers with high new efficiency ones. Reducing energy demand in buildings will result in savings for occupants. And so if there's concern in regards to costs of being able to heat your soup or otherwise, that the reduced costs in energy usage, both in energy uses and demand and costs overall will go down. Burning of fossil fuels has led directly to climate change. And that is well understood that the poorest and most vulnerable population in the world have been hit hardest by these impacts. In Metro Vancouver, the damage due to sea level rise associated with climate change is estimated to be $30 billion, and the cost to adapt to this is estimated to be $10 billion. And these costs will be borne by taxpayers. And so by way of background, that provides some context for why I think the strike and replace motion is appropriate, and I put that forward for consideration. I'll move to the amendment queue. And so Councillor DiGenova, if you could just sit for a minute. I'll entertain the motion to ask for a break. And I see it, I'll take it as a motion, seconded by. And is there a will to take a break? I'll call for the vote for 10 minutes. Just raise your hands. I think it's fine. I personally am not in favor of the break. I don't think it's necessary, but I'll go with the will of the body. All in favor of the motion to take a break for 10 minutes? Sorry, we are in the middle of the vote, Councillor DiGenova. Thank you. All in favor of the 10-minute break? Those opposed? It fails. You have the motion that's before you. It's simple. Well, if you're threatening to walk out against Councillor DiGenova, that's your choice. So you can go, as people been coming and going all along, Councillor DiGenova. At this point in time, the motion is before you. Are there any speakers? I am in the amendment queue. I've spoken to my amendment. If not, then Councillor DiGenova.
I really do not. I'll deal with the chairing style later, because the last time Councillor Louis chaired a meeting like this, everyone walked out on him. And he lost quorum. And it cost a lot of money. But
yes, you did. That's right.
No, I said it.
Now, if you could, please focus your attention to the motion that's before you.
I'm not sure what Councillor Louis and his Vision colleagues are concerned about. My motion states very clearly, if they are not banning natural gas, please don't interrupt me unless you have a point of order.
Well, first of all, speak to the motion that is before you, which is
I'm looking, well,
the amendment.
first of all, I barely have a copy of it. I can't get my screen to pop over here. Could you please reset my time while I do that? Thank you. So I'm very concerned that over and over again, they say they're not banning natural gas. I understand that there was a form email that was sent out. Actually, it was forwarded to me, maybe some other councillors as well, stating that we're not banning natural gas. But in a sense, what it says in your policy, embedded in the appendix, in the zero emissions plan, in the green buildings plan, and in the 2050 renewable city plan is yes. And in fact, I wonder if the statement that, oh, if we don't get there by 2050, then we'll change it. I don't see that in the renewable city strategy here. So that's news to me. And in your amendment, strike and replace, stealing of my motion, hijacking of my motion, does not support what I had put forward, which was to support an affordable, clean-burning fuel that many people, senior citizens, low-income people, the buildings in the downtown east side currently rely on. And we'll be able to build less social housing units. We'll be able to have less culinary tourism, because regardless of whether or not you intend to, you'll scare away restaurants. So I'm very concerned because this just asks for more of the same. And the same has been read by several people, and we haven't done proper consultation. We just heard from the only or the largest supplier of natural gas that they feel that they weren't fully consulted on this. I didn't even ask for consultation in my motion. I just asked for support. I didn't ask for 100% support, that we only support natural gas, but I'm very, very concerned. I'm concerned with the ramifications that this will have on affordability and on so many people. So for those reasons, I would like to support a part of your amendment, and I would ask you to perhaps end A, or I can amend the amendment to, and I'll think about that for a moment since I have to do it on the fly and you're not giving me proper time to see it. You called for a recess when I threw a motion on the floor yesterday, so you could have time to read it, but you don't afford anyone else that same privilege. So here, that Council reaffirms support for natural gas as an acceptable source of energy as already articulated in the renewable or city strategy. I just want you to end after energy, a period there. So I could make an amendment, or you can accept it as a friendly amendment and then start the rest at B and then go C, D. Would you?
I'll accept it as an amendment to the amendment. And since you've spoken to it, I'll speak against the amendment to the amendment, and if on the amendment. All right. It's pretty clear you wanted just to end after the word. It's a period after energy, is it not? Just after energy. Okay. So, well, it goes back to, it does, a firm support, and it does. So it's, no, it's not separated, so. Okay, so let's break it out between A, B, and C. Thank you, Councillor Deal, for asking for that separation. I think that's for clarity on A. We're dealing with A only, and it does return it just to the original language, so it's contrary. So it's out of order, so we'll move back to the, thank you. But on A.
I'm speaking on A now. So on A.
Ask for, Councillor Deals, I think appropriately asked for separation between the three, and I think you'd want to vote on them separately. So yes. On A, but if you'd like to speak on, I think speak to them all, but we'll vote on it separately.
Okay, so I'll speak to them all. I just need a little more time because I I had to read through it. I had to digest it. We didn't have it before us. And you wanted a break to read mine yesterday, but you won't give me a break to read yours. So I am looking at this and I'm seeing that still, what my biggest concern here is the zero emissions building plan and the renewable city strategy as it stands create huge issues of affordability and limit choice. And the BC Utilities Commission recently denied Creative Energy for the reason that they thought that would be a monopoly. And I feel that the city of Vancouver is creating its own monopoly. And I feel that it is not in the spirit of the motion that I originally put forward. And I was trying to protect affordability, freedom of choice, and clean burning fuel that many cities and provinces wish they had access to. So for those reasons, I would only be able to support A.
Thank you. Councillor Ball?
No.
Councillor Ball?
I'm lost here, so could
It's
we...
A, B, and C should be up. No, there's no accepting. It's out of order. Yes, it goes back to the amendment that I moved. I know. Yes. Councillor Ball.
So
It's the amendment.
the amendment is as the amendment was.
As it shows currently.
Thank you very much. I do not think this is in the spirit of the original motion, nor do I think it solves any of the issues that every single person who spoke to us today brought forward. I do not think that it in any way solves any of the issues that are out there, nor does it send a message to the public that natural gas will be available as long as there is not an appropriate fuel to replace it. So I will not be voting for it.
Thank you. Councillor Affleck?
Well, I know I'll be buying Councillor Louis a copy of Robert's Rules of Orders for Christmas because I've never seen this happen in this chamber before.
Councillor Affleck, you do have an opportunity to challenge the chair. That is open to you. I'll give you that if you decide.
You know, I think it's disappointing that, first of all, there's no ability to have a robust debate on the original motion in any capacity. That's always disappointing. And I think that Councillor Ball has addressed the issues very clearly and succinctly about why I can also not support this. It's not at all in the spirit of what Councillor DiGenova was going for, and so I won't support it.
Councillor Deal.
Yes, thank you very much. I will support the amended motion because there's been a lot of information here which is inaccurate, and we need to really work on getting a clear message out there because we are doing good work in moving in a good direction and working with people to make sure it's accessible and available. So a few things that are not true. Leading to a monopoly, there are multiple potential sources of renewable natural gas. There are fewer available sources of current natural gas, so we're in fact going to be broadening and bringing more variety potentially to the source. We are not banning natural gas. We are moving towards renewable natural gas. We will be working with the available supply, and I understand that big concern. I think it's a concern we need to be very conscious of and be working with our staff to ensure that we're working on all those available sources, some of which will be driven by policy, as we've seen in the past with such things as leaded gas moving to unleaded gas. The NPA supported the renewable energy strategy, the renewable city strategy. It was unanimous, and so I'm a little surprised now to hear them saying, talk about building fear, those statements made, and this is a fact, was I'm scared that this will happen, I'm concerned that this will happen. Those are quotes. That's the fear that is coming out. It's not coming from the policy. It's coming from the way it's interpreted and messaged. And I think we have a huge opportunity here to talk about the actual facts in the policies as opposed to what could happen in a horrible future world which these policies do not lead to. So I think it's time to just start getting back to the facts. I'm a person who really likes to work from a factual basis. And that's not what we have been doing lately in this dialogue. So these renew our support for including natural gas in the future and segging that natural gas from its current fossil fuel source eventually into renewables, as that is the shift in the market. And it will be less expensive because you'll use a lot less of it, because the zero emissions building code is about lowering usage and increasing efficiencies, which will lower prices. And our own staff have brought us that information more than once. So perhaps we need to have the staff go over the economics piece of this again, because I don't want that lack of clarity out there. I don't want the fear that one other councillor in this chamber has been raising to be what people believe the future to look like. In fact, we're looking at some very good policies in the future, one of which is on the ground with the zero emissions building. The renewable city strategy will lead to other pieces over the next 34 years. And our staff are doing a great job on working and making sure that the economics, the social impacts, and the policy all work together well. So I really look forward to getting back to a discussion about what's real, about what's possible, and about the fact that we're working on making sure that we ensure that our restaurant industry and others can have a healthy and safe future, as we also address the issues of climate change in our city.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Meigs.
Well, I have a hard time with this debate from this standpoint, is that I think it would be great if there were more specifics and more material brought forward at the next appropriate stage by staff on two fronts. One is the possibilities for expansion of recycled natural gas supply is one. And secondly, some consultative measure that would interact with consumers who are expressing these concerns to either find strategies to allay their concerns or to demonstrate that their concerns are taken into account, or, as we do in some other sectors, we have certainly with builders, talk about ways to practically achieve the goals of the strategy so that we can make the shift, because it's these are changes, speaking only for myself, that I'm having to make in my own life. I didn't set out to make them. I went out a few years ago in good faith and paid to have gas installed in a place that didn't have any. And now I think I'm going to look around and see what strategies there are to have similar outcomes without the negative impact on the climate. And I think most people in this conversation wanted to have that discussion, but unfortunately the debate has been structured in such a way that we've been unable to do it. So as my questions, I think I tried to indicate in my questions, I don't think this is a problem that the council has decided to impose on any particular sector. I think it's a problem that as a society we all really face. And the home that I'm in is uncomfortably close to the high water mark in 15 or 20 years. And when we purchased there, I wasn't aware of any of these concerns, and I'm pleased on behalf of everybody in the city that the council is taking a look at resiliency and flood protection and so on. So these are difficult discussions. I've talked to small business people who are convinced that the bike lane on Hornby would be a torpedo amidships that they would never be able to stagger their feet from. And fortunately, the rents, maybe unfortunately, the rents on Hornby are higher now than they were then, and occupancy rates are excellent. But their concerns were real and their anxieties were well-founded, and we're going to keep encountering that. We have to keep having those respectful dialogues. So I'm not sure. I think a lot of this motion heads in that direction, and if we could reset the discussion a bit, I would be a happy camper.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meigs. Councillor Ducho, you've spoken to the amendments, so you'll have the opportunity to speak to the main motion as amended. So you have taken your time on that, but we'll give you a few more minutes.
No, that's fine. I'll just
like.
wait. I'll wait and take my time.
Did you want your 50 seconds now? 51, in
No.
fact. No? Okay. So move to the voting queue. Call for the vote on the amendment. All votes are in. We'll end the vote. We have motion passes. The amendment passes with Councillor Ball, Affleck, and DeGenova in opposition. Okay. That was for A, because I said that we would separate it.
Oh, that's when I'm fine not severing now.
No, Councillor Deal had asked for severing, did you not?
Before
Is
you
there
called that out of order.
No request for severing? Okay, so then let's just assume it's passed overall. Okay, back to the main queue. And speaking to the motion as amended, I think Councillor DiGenova, you'll have the last opportunity. Councillor Affleck, speaking to the main, as the motion as amended.
No, I don't have anything more to add.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ball?
Yes, I am very sorry because I feel that people came in here today talking to us about many, many critical issues, and I don't feel a single one of their issues was dealt with or answered here today. So I will be voting against it. Thank you.
The clerk informs me as a result of the striking place that the motion informs me that her advice is that we did take the vote under the main motion because it is a strike and replace, but in this instance, I will continue on to give Councillor DiGenova a chance to speak to it, and I'll just speak to it briefly as well. Okay. Pardon? We are going to vote again. Only because I promised Councillor DiGenova the opportunity to speak and dissuaded her from speaking her last 51 seconds. Please endure it, Councillor Affleck. I know that it might be a little longer of your life, but Councillor DiGenova.
Well, 1 out of 20 promises ain't bad. So I'm gonna say that this certainly was not the spirit of what I put forward, and I'm concerned that this will actually ensue more fear in people who already they've had it. Affordability is difficult. I was hoping that this could be a non-political motion. I have had a few motions that have been able to pass here unanimously. One was to make sure that people aren't encouraged to drink and drive with taxis yesterday. One was affordable home ownership. Another was Little Italy. I thought affordable energy, and I don't know, I'm from an Italian family where breaking bread and getting around a table together and, you know, sharing your home is something that's cherished, that's very special. But people won't be able to afford to do that anymore here in the city of Vancouver. They might have to move away from their loved ones, from their relatives, because they work in an industry of trades that no longer will be needed as to the degree it currently is. We have spent, and I've heard many councillors from all parties say, oh, the trades is where it's at. This is where we should invest. This is, you know, we're lucky to have all of these institutes, BCIT, we're building the Great Northern Way campus. For what? I'm very concerned about affordability. I'm concerned that this is a clean burning, natural gas. It's an affordable way to fuel your home, and I'm not sure that, you know, and I'm getting used to just being talked down to by other councillors, but I have done my research. Actually, I would debate that I probably know housing and development better than anyone in this room because I work in it. But that being said, when it comes right down to it, it's going to be the people who can't afford actually their energy bill any longer. And those people are going to suffer. It's going to be the senior citizens. It's going to be the restaurants. It's going to be our economy here in Vancouver. And it's going to be one of those things that we look back on, perhaps as Mayor Robertson did when he made that promise to end homelessness. I really do hope that Vision will take a second look at this. I will support it. If one of you bring forward a motion to support affordable energy and natural gas and don't have these different percentages that you're going to phase out, I will support it. I'm standing here right now saying if you bring a motion that asks for affordable energy and natural gas, I will support it. So with that being said, I unfortunately cannot support Councillor Louis' twisting of my words. I don't think any of my original words are still really in there, but for that reason, I can't support the motion. I'm really sorry, and I'm...
Thank you. So just for context, this is part of a overall strategy for us not just as a city, but as a society and for our planet to survive. You know, it's a bit ominous, I know, in terms of the word survival, but the word, I think it's appropriate if we don't take action. This is part and parcel of a longer-term plan where the city actually is taking some leadership in order to address climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. The hope is that over this long and drawn-out implementation period, we will have more consultation and we will have more conversations as we implement these components. This is one of those pieces where I think the transition may be harder. But when we transition from wood, when we transition from coal, when we transition from oil, when we transition from peat as fuel sources, it was hard, but we made that transition. And that is exactly what we're looking for here, is that we're looking for an opportunity to move away from what we know is creating greenhouse gas emissions. This is not something that is new. This has been endorsed and is being worked on by the province and the federal government and signed on through the accords at an international level, that the G7 countries have signed on to renewable energy. Their timelines are slightly different than ours, but they have signed on to 100% renewable energy. And so this is our piece. This is our opportunity to step up and take leadership. I think the concerns in regards to housing affordability have been addressed by staff, not just by staff, but by industry. The development industry in particular, after 2 years of consultation, have written us a letter and said that overall, it will not affect affordability. And with that, I have to trust that those that actually build our city, the ones that is their business, would, there's no point of order, Councillor. Please stop. Councillor, if you really should try to be respectful of the parliamentary process and give opportunity to speak. No one interrupted you, and really, I do think that some remedial action is appropriate. The aspects of this program certainly has some challenges for certain segments, and we will work as much as we can for in order to address the opportunities and the nuances that may not be addressed currently. But as I said earlier in my questioning, I do know that staff have already started some conversations, and we look for some understanding once we get there. And before we get there, we'll still have those conversations. This is something that's necessary if we are serious about dealing with climate change. And that's why I'm voting for it. And I hope that if you're also serious about climate change, that you'll also look for the opportunities to put out good information and also vote for initiatives that will actually solve the problem rather than putting it off for another day. Okay, we'll move back to the voting queue and vote once again on the matter. The motion passes with, in opposition, Councillor Ball, Affleck, and DeGenova. Yes. In fact, earlier in the day, Councillor Reimer, while she was in the chair, had moved a motion that we conduct and finish the business. It was to finish the business. And you voted for it, Councillor Affleck. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes the item on the agenda for the committee. We'll now reconvene council and deal with the matters that were on recommendations of actions today of Standing Committee of Policy and Strategic Priorities. I don't think we need to have the well, let's have the roll call again. Yes. Yes, they'll be up on the website shortly. Yeah. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have the roll call, please.
Mayor Robertson is on a leave of absence. Councillor Lewis in the chair. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Deal. Councillor Jang is absent. Councillor Reimer is leave of absent for civic business. Councillor Meggs. Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr is not in the chamber. Councillor Affleck. And Councillor DeGenova is not in the chamber. You have a quorum, Acting Mayor.
Thank you. Would someone like to move that we adopt the recommendations of the committee and the seconder? All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. We have bylaws on the agenda for consideration, which are related to the new business that was passed yesterday regarding the moratorium on new taxis. Would someone like to move the adoption of the bylaws? Moved and seconded. Is any discussion? Just be clear, this is bylaw to amend vehicles for hire bylaw number 6066 regarding temporary licenses for taxi cabs and dual taxi cabs. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn. And all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you.